Ωραία. Hello everyone. Welcome to the second day of our conference, DCAC-2025. I'm very glad to see new and young participants. Well, dear participants, colleagues and students, welcome. I will now invite, she's already in her position. I have to mention that we are a little bit late due to a minor event regarding the opening of the venue. So, our dear colleague, Varvara Garnelli, she is going to chair our first session, and please go on.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first session of the conference. I'm very glad to be here and hear all the interesting discussions we are going to make with the participants. And I must invite Freya and Argyris in the first presentation about the paradox of the lunatic and interactive AR mystery and collaborative puzzle solving mystery. Come.
Greetings, everyone. We are Argyris Savas and Freya Livadiotou, and today we're going to present to you Paradox of the Lunatic, an interactive AR mystery with collaborative puzzle solving. Here are the contents of the presentation. As follows, we have the introduction, methodology, and the other subjects. Let's do a quick introduction. We have augmented reality games, which are basically games that blend digital and real-world elements that create immersive experiences, facilitating storytelling, exploration, and problem-solving. Also, augmented reality games and applications can be used for educational purposes, cultural heritage, and tourism. We designed the Paradox of the Lunatic, an AR game that immerses players in a fictional mystery inspired by the old psychiatric hospital of Corfu, requiring them to investigate and solve puzzles and riddles. The environment actively shapes the experience, making physical exploration the most essential gameplay element. But the question is, what is the influence of a collaborative psychological horror AR gaming experience in a real-world setting on the player's experience? We should mention that our game, Paradox of the Lunatic, is marker-based augmented reality. Marker-based augmented reality uses markers, which are basically items that the user or player must use with their mobile device and scan so they can be presented with the digital content, whether that is an image, video, audio file, and 3D models. Let's talk about the methodology that we followed to create the experience. We took inspiration from games such as Alice Madness Returns, a video game which incorporates psychological depth and puzzle-solving mechanics. Also, we were inspired by paintings, books, and other pieces of media that were related to the concept of the game. We did some research to create a narrative-driven mystery, and we did some technology implementation using web technologies, AR, and JavaScript. And also we used Mind AR, which is a library in JavaScript, to implement web AR. Let's do a quick introduction to the game itself. Paradox of the Lunatic is a psychological horror and mystery game where two mental health professionals must move certain patient files from the old psychiatric hospital to the new one. While doing so, they stumble upon findings related to old experiments that took place during the post-war period. Troubled by those findings, they decide that they must search through the whole site and solve puzzles and riddles and find out what was actually happening related to those experiments. During that adventure, they are being accompanied by a mechanical assistant, a small robot named Titbit. Let's talk about the players a little bit. We have two players, and the roles are Pathfinder and Puzzle Master. Pathfinder uses their interface, which is a small map of the site, and they must navigate correctly throughout the whole site and guide their partner to each puzzle's location. Puzzle Master, on the other hand, has their own interface, the scanner, using Titbit, that must scan the markers in the site, placed in the site, and solve the puzzles, of course with Pathfinder's help. Here we have the old psychiatric hospital of Corfu, where the introduction takes place. The players must sign a contract to begin the experience and gain access to the app through the QR code provided. After scanning the code and gaining access to the application, the two players must select their roles and the difficulty for the game. And thus the experience begins. Here we see the players navigating the old psychiatric hospital and trying to find the first puzzle, which is a mathematical puzzle based on dates of each and almost every audiovisual arts festival that took place in this university. The players must solve the mathematical equations, and after solving each equation, they must press a few buttons pull the levers and press the buttons, and following Titbit's help, which unfortunately is only available during that small text box that you can see, they must be guided throughout the experience. Afterwards, after completing successfully the puzzle, each player gains a code, specifically Puzzle Master. After gaining that code, Pathfinder must use that code to gain the access on the map for the next puzzle's location. And thus the players continue on with their adventure and go on to find the next puzzle. After locating and scanning the correct marker for the second puzzle, which is a musical puzzle, the players must proceed to listen to a rhythmic piece and afterwards recreate it. Afterwards, both players must solve the puzzle. Afterwards, they gain the 2 pieces of the coin for the next location. The next location, which takes place in the informatics department of the university, if I remember correctly. The players must scan the correct marker, and afterwards they are required to play a memory game. All games are related to the content, and they are, of course, related to the story, where they have to be tested for their intelligence and emotional and mental stability. After completing the last puzzle, which is the memory game, the players will gain access to one last item, a very important item that must be used for the continuation of the story. Now, whether the players will use it or not, that is up for them to decide. After completing the experience, we evaluated the game with 6 participants in 3 teams of 2 people each. We collected qualitative data through informal discussions and observations made by the players. After performing qualitative analysis of the data, we reached certain conclusions. The collaborative aspects of the game were enjoyable for the players. The interactivity with the real world and the use of AR technologies were considered intriguing. And overall, the game experience was considered engaging and immersive by the players. Of course, its game and experience has certain limitations. The game is based on web technologies, so of course the internet connection is necessary to be able to play the game. This specific game is also location-based, so trying to recreate the experience in a different site would require certain modifications and different context to be able to recreate it. Overall, we would like to say also that the evaluation was based only on 6 people, so more and diverse users could be employed to provide valuable information for further improvements. In the future, we would like to continue this project of ours, and we would like to improve existing puzzles, connect them more with the game's narrative, refine the aesthetics of the app's interface, create more challenges and increase the degree of difficulty, and further develop the story to add more levels for the players to play. In conclusion, this research demonstrates the AR's potential beyond conventional formats, showcasing how psychological horror games can create dynamic, interactive experiences that blend technology, teamwork, and narrative-driven mystery. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. You had a very nice presentation. I must now ask the participants if they want to make any questions.
Thank you. Very nice presentation. Thank you for showing us all these, the playthrough. I would like you to elaborate a bit more about the roles. If understood correctly, these 2 players have to choose a role at the start. but I didn't quite get how this is connected to gameplay or to the narrative of the game. And as a secondary question, now that you are starting to dive into the AR realm, have you thought anything about the feasibility of multiplayer game? Not in the sense of cooperating to solve something, but in the sense that someone does something in their mobile device and it affects something else in the mobile device of the other player. So something like a technical, the technical aspect of multiplaying. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. As for the first question regarding the roles, we would like to say that Pathfinder is a very important role that has an interface of a map of the site, and using that map, they will guide the puzzle master through the whole old psychiatric hospital to find its puzzle, riddle, and item related to the story. That must be done to follow the story and play the game correctly. Puzzle Master, on the other hand, has another interface using Titbit, the robot we mentioned earlier, and the mechanical assistant, to scan the markers of each location and solve the puzzles. Otherwise, you don't gain access to the puzzles and you can't continue on with the story. That's why the roles are important and related to the game's story. As for the second question regarding the technical aspects, we have considered the ability to affect multiple devices, but that was proven difficult during the time frame that we were given for the work, and it required extra research and extra
time.
Extra time, yeah.
Maybe in the future we could make some improvements so we can add something like a multiplayer mode.
Hope that answers your questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. I would like to make a question. I think it is quite strange that you chose mystery for an AR game. Usually it is AR cultural, it is education. Do you play such games? What was your inspiration for this?
Well, of course, the site itself was, and its history, Old Psychiatric Hospital of Corfu, has a long history of patients and diagnosis that took place, and the site itself gave a mystery in its aura and its aesthetic that was very inspiring for us, for the experience to create. Also the games we mentioned, such as Alice Madness Returns, Bioshock Infinite, Five Nights at Freddy's, were games that were very inspiring regarding to the story and the aesthetic that we wanted to follow. And also the idea of mystery and combined with psychological horror was something that we both very much like. And we wanted to incorporate that into the experience that we wanted to create. And on top of that, we wanted to offer the player a very immersive experience. And we thought that with the story and the mystery provided, such immersiveness could be achieved.
That's very nice. I'm looking forward to play your game. Is there any option that we can play that game?
Of course, during the Game Hub of the Audiovisual Arts Festival, the game will be available to play at the campus of the Old Psychiatric Hospital of Corfu. So if anyone is interested and would like to play the game, they are very much welcome to try it out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I must now invite Marios to present us Character Forge, crafting RPG characters made easy and fast.
Hello everyone, I am Aris Sotiropoulos and I am very pleased to present you my project called Character Forge. Before we can proceed, let's have a quick reminder about RPG games. RPGs, shortened for role-playing games, are games in which characters assume the roles of fictional characters and act within a fantasy world. These characters have different statistic, attributes and elements that change and evolve throughout the game sessions. RPGs themselves can either be physical, like a board game, digital, like a video game, or they can follow a mixed approach, for example, a physical tabletop with digitally augmented elements. One of the most famous examples of RPGs is Dungeons and Dragons, called D&Ds. In D&Ds, one of the players assumes the role of Dungeon Master, DM, which essentially is the narrator of the story, creates the story, controls the characters, the NPCs, not playable characters, and the events, while the rest of the players create their own characters through a character sheet and act within said world. Thus, every game session of this type of games is completely different and unique. As mentioned before, during RPG gaming sessions, the players will create their characters and manage them through a character sheet. However, this process, especially the traditional pen and paper approach, can be very cumbersome and time-consuming. Thus, my objective was to create Character Forge, an online application that would provide a dynamic and user-friendly solution to creating and managing RPG characters. Character Forge is essentially an online application that houses an HTML form. After the user fills the form, the inputted data will be exported in a predetermined PDF format downloadable to the user's device. In order to design it, study of similar applications like D&D Beyond was conducted in order to understand both the aesthetic and the technical requirements. Also, study of the contents and layout of character sheets for data accuracy was conducted. In terms of implementation, it was designed with web technologies in mind, particularly HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. JavaScript was mostly used in order to provide interactive and dynamic elements, a form validation system, as well as export the inputted data in the form of a PDF. Finally, we should mention that the application is optimized for mobile devices and generally small screens because flexibility and accessibility are essential in tabletop or hybrid RPGs. Before we can proceed with the application itself, we should mention the approach. It was decided against providing an empty blank form with complex instructions to the players, and instead the starting place of the application was a fully functional example, a demo of some kind. This specific demo uses predetermined elements from different D&Ds, for example, classes, abilities, weapons, etc., etc. The code for the demo, and thus the application itself, is uploaded in a public GitHub repository. It is filled with comments that explain and organize the code, allowing both users and experienced or newcomers to fully understand and modify the code to suit their own needs. Newcomers are also benefited by the relatively simple structure of HTML and JavaScript. This provides the benefit that the project will be able to continuously evolve, allowing for ongoing improvements and updates. Finally, we can see the application itself, as seen in this image. And as a quick reminder, it is used for character creation, essentially creating a character seat. It has dynamic and interactive elements. It has multiple validation checks for data integrity. And finally, it has the ability to export the inputted data in the form of a PDF. Of course, simply stating dynamic and interactive elements can be a bit vague, so let's dive into them. Firstly, we have the character's appearance selection. As mentioned before, this demo uses predetermined elements from D&Ds, in this case 4 different species called Knight, Elf, Wizard, and Thief. After the user has selected one species, they will be tasked to choose an image that appears after the species selected. Each species has 3 distinct images, meaning there's a total of 12 images. After the user clicks in one, the image will be surrounded by a golden rod border signifying it was chosen. Then we have the ability description field and the ability field. As mentioned before, there are 4 different characters, species, and each of them has 2 distinct and unique abilities themselves. This essentially means that the contents of the ability drop-down menu must be constantly updating based on the selected species. For example, in the top image, we can see that if the selected species is Elf, then the abilities to be selected will be either Bullseye Barrage or Elemental Shot. On the other hand, if the selected species is Wizard, then the same menu will have different abilities, in this case, Army of the Dead or Darkness Supreme. After the user has selected an ability, a new field called Ability Description will be created that houses the description of said ability. This field is read-only, meaning that it cannot be influenced by the player. Then we have the bonus field. The bonus field is again a read-only field that may or may not appear depending on the selected combination of species, ability, and weapon. Some weapon benefits a species, others hinder it, and others are completely neutral to them. In images A and B, we can see that the selected species is Wizard, the weapon is beneficial, in this case Tome of Shadows, but 2 different abilities are selected. Thus, the bonus field is present, but it has different values because of the different combinations. On the other hand, on image C, we can see that the weapon chosen is a hindrance, in this case a sword, meaning that there is a bonus, but this time a negative one. Finally, in image D, we can see that the weapon chosen is completely neutral to the species, and thus the bonus field is completely absent. Lastly, we have the stat total calculation field. There are 4 different statistic fields in this application, being health, attack, defense, and intelligence. The sum total of said fields must be equal to 20. The stat total field, in turn, is constantly updated with the total sum of the previous values, providing a visual hint to the player. Finally, we have the form validation, which includes 5 different criteria in order to ensure data integrity. Firstly, all fields must be filled. Secondly, a character appearance must be chosen. Thirdly, the content of the age field must be a number greater than 0. Fourthly, each statistic field, health, attack, defense, and intelligence, must have a value ranging from 1 to 20. And finally, as mentioned beforehand, the stat total must be equal to 20. If any of these criteria are not met, then a warning will appear next to each problematic field, and the form will not be able to be submitted. The only exception to this is if an image is not chosen, in which case a Windows alert message will appear, as seen in the image next to it. After the user has corrected their errors, the data will be turned into a PDF export dictated by the code. The final export can be seen in this image. The PDF itself is created using the GSPDF library of JavaScript. It should be mentioned that early in development, the idea of creating an online database with PHP and MySQL was entertained, but eventually it was decided against. This is because we wanted to avoid problems of internet dependency, and it would be over-complex, especially for newcomers, to create and manage a database. Instead, simply creating the character sheets as PDF is ultimately both simpler, faster, and far more accessible. In conclusion, Character Forge serves as a useful tool for RPG players, providing a modern, organized, and user-friendly way of creating and managing RPG characters. On a more practical level, the source code is available online publicly on GitHub, allowing for the further continuation of the project through pull requests or branches, and supporting the RPG and D&D community. Of course, that is not to say there is no room for improvements, specifically in the final aesthetics of the PDF export or the optimization of the application for larger devices. That is for the future, however. As for the present, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marius. It was a very nice presentation. Maybe from our attendees, there are people who play such games and they can make you some questions. Any questions? Yes? Oh.
Thank you for the interesting talk. I would like to ask you, are there any other relevant applications or works? And if yes, how yours is different than these works? Thank you.
There definitely are. Much inspiration came from applications like Roll20 or D&D Beyond. The main difference of Character Forge is that it's not independent, meaning it can function as a local file. It doesn't need connection at all to create the PDFs, and that is not as rigid. It's more easily modifiable, and it's open source, meaning it can be altered by the users themselves to fit their own style of game.
For your presentation. I would like just to know if you have any evaluation data from users that used your tool and how they proceeded in playing games with your application.
As of now, the application is still on beta testing, meaning that it's still being evaluated. Unfortunately, it's only evaluating the first part, meaning the use in the correct context. It has not, as of yet, been modified by the users themselves for more complex style of games. In the current play testings, the evaluation that were done, some users praised the simplicity of the project and the fact that they could, in turn, change it, while others felt that they would like a more rigid approach. Though all the users praised that it did not require internet and it was pretty accessible to have it on your phone, especially for hybrid or tabletop RPGs.
Thank you, Marius. Is there any other questions? Are there? I would like to make a question. If you have tested with people who wanted to change the code, not just use the application, but use your application to implement it in another context?
Unfortunately, as of now, no, not so much. There was a bit of a discussion about doing it, but as far as I'm aware, there were no pull requests on GitHub, and thus I would argue no. Though that is the beta testing for the second evaluation, so it will happen in the future.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you as well.
Okay, so we must go to our third presentation. The session has oh, okay. Well, I must say that it is Maria Slanidi, Erika Deli, Argyris Savas, and Angeliki Zora, and they're going to present us game of experiencing literature, reimagining literature, and art clubs in the academic environment, the case of the Department of Audio and Visual Arts, Literart Club.
Good morning. Today we're going to present the Kafka's Labyrinth. So the original idea was to intersect reading serious literature with gaming. The Multimedia Literate Club of the Department of Audio and Visual Arts came up with it sometime during the fall of 2024, and since then the idea grew broader. The corpus of words presented in this literary game belongs to Franz Kafka. The choice was driven by the lyrical, mysterious, and symbolic qualities of his work, his unique sense of realism, and the fact that 2024 was declared as the Kafka year. This academic approach aimed to offer new ways of engaging with literature, with gaming Kafka reshaping our understanding of what it means to read a major literary figure. The Literary Club was created in 2022. It runs under the auspices of the Department of Audio and Visual Arts under the coordination of Maria Slanidi, in collaboration with the Library and Information Center of the Ionian University and Nikos Anastasiou, the director of the library. The Literary Club fosters communication beyond language, using music, images, sounds, and symbols to engage with intellectual works across all art forms. It encourages free thought, expression, and the exchange of ideas in a collaborative, inclusive environment. The club is open to all, supporting participation from people with disabilities, and works year-round on events and exhibitions in collaboration with national agencies promoting reading, libraries, and artistic expression. The evolving goals of the Literary Club include creating an alternative environment for lifelong learning, socialization, inclusion, and in cultural dialogue, fostering personal development and empowerment for members, and ensuring equal participation and access for all.
So, Kafka Interactive is a collaborative project between the Pedagogical and Didactical Sufficiency Program and the Literary Club of the Department of Audio and Visual Arts. Although the idea was finalized in 2024, the two groups jointly decided in March 2025 to submit it to the 80th of Arts Festival. This project is an interactive game inspired by Kafka's work, designed around two main components: the narrative content and the visual concept, combining creative storytelling with graphic design for an engaging experience. What is the game of Kafka's Labyrinth? It is a game about the content of a literary work in which each participant is progressing to the next level by asking and answering questions regarding Kafka's key novels and personal life, based on text the team read and researched. For the presentation of the game, the creative team chose the path of game thinking, as it will be presented below. The graphic design process. Kafka's Labyrinth is a Kafka-inspired 4-player board game created for the Kafka year 2024, combining literary content with interactive gameplay. Players move across a themed board by rolling dice, answering questions based on Kafka's work, to collect cards and ultimately draw a final fate card, which determines the end of their character's journey. The game designer was responsible for the full visual identity and core mechanics, including the board, cards, rule sheet, and logo, as well as the formulation of game rules. While collaborating during testing, all design work was done independently, with the board map being the most challenging and the card design the most enjoyable aspect.
So we had to evaluate the whole process during the joint events, and the process that we chose was the in-depth interviews, and we wanted quality data about the players, and they were asked the opinion about the overall experience, their engagement throughout the game. We wanted to explore ways in which gamification enhances immersion of literature in games and improves basic psychological needs and player engagement. We made a sample of 14 research questions to begin with. We will see more of them below. For the survey, we chose the online survey facilitated Google Forms, and we had a total of 20 undergraduate students from the academic community of Ionian University. And before that, we had a pilot test conducted with 10 participants, members of the literary club, to ensure the functionality of the game, the semantic accuracy of the survey questions. The measurement, well, we made 3 sections. One was demographic information, which was not required except for the sex and age questions. The warm-up section, which was Kafka-specific research questions, a substantive section, which were questions which were aimed to have more information regarding the overall gaming experience. And we had, This is the board as it is printed right now. So, going to the demographic question section, the majority of the participants were mostly female. Yes, I'm sorry for that. Okay, sorry. The age were, I'm confused with the, okay, so the age was 18 to 22. Sex was, the majority was female. Regarding the question, have you ever played a game based on literature? The majority answered no. What is happening? Could there be any? Okay. On the question, did you like Kafka's Labyrinth? The majority answered very high. How close do you feel that the game Kafka's Labyrinth has brought you closer to the author Kafka and his work? The majority answered above average. To what extent did you feel that Kafka's Labyrinth transported you to the Kafkaian universe? The majority answered above average. What did you like best? The majority answered the general content. Do you think that the game Kafka's Labyrinth succeeded in connecting you to Kafka's work? The majority answered above average. How interested were you in reading a work by this author after you had experienced it or had a connection with his work? The majority answered above average. And then we move on to the substantive question section. Here we had to categorize according to the answers the units of the answers. So the majority answered combining literature with gaming. How can literary games get players curious or paying attention to reading more serious literature? And the answer was combining literature with gaming, amongst others. Do you think that literary games could have an impact on games in general? The majority answered yes. In your opinion, what are the basic skills or knowledge that need to be taken into account in literary games? The majority answered all of the above. And another important information that came out of these was that knowing the work or works of the author is also important. What do you think could increase interest during the game? Well, here we have several answers which were quite qualitative. So we had to make some categories regarding to the content of each answer. The most important aspects of these answers were that we need to improve the board, the questions, interaction, instructions, and many more, as you can see, and in lower percentage. How do you think we could improve the game? Well, the majority here answered the questions. And some interesting feedback. Well, as we made designed the whole process of creating the game, we had to think of several things. One, from which we started was a text. This element includes questions, rules, and functions, plot, and player interaction. It became apparent that players needed a better understanding of textual information that was exclusively paper-based, because our instructions were printed on paper. Visual graphic elements. This category of elements ensures that players are able to recognize the meanings conveyed by the graphics and distinguish one player's perspective from another. Feedback indicated that graphics were an element that needed to be improved to make the overall experience more complete. Audio elements. Some players pinpointed that the need to enrich interaction among players and to strengthen the bonds while playing through the use of more media. And game rules. Rules of a game can be simple or complicated. In the case of Kafka's Labyrinth, the rules were considered by several players to be complicated or unclear or not easy to remember. Scenario design. In the case of Kafka's Labyrinth, the scenario design embedded in a certain curriculum-related content which was selected. The scenario design here is part of the game literature-related content. Players get familiar with the scenario of the game in order to improve their performance, while at the same time it was found that this scenario influenced their curiosity to learn more about Franz Kafka and his work. All participants showed a strong motivation to play the game. They found original, challenging, enjoyable, engaging, and fun. Designing this type of game could be used as a method of motivating reluctant readers by engaging them in the process of creating a literary game. Limitations. Well, the limitations were many, but we focus here on some of them. This study focused exclusively on undergraduate students. We had a really small sample. This means that there must be a sequel experience with a larger audience. The majority of participants were not familiar with Kafka's work, and the research questions at this stage were designed to give an initial assessment of the game rather than the overall experience of the game. To end with, as Kafka said, do not waste your time looking for an obstacle. Maybe there is none. So we had this thought in mind, and we moved to creating this game. And here we have to thank all the team, for working on this with so much passion and effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Are there any questions? Yes, please.
One, two.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a lot of questions, but I will try to be concrete and give you only one. I suppose that you have a huge content that you are dealing with Kafka's work. So, are you considering to help your user experience with AI elements to provide the possibility for the users to have access to the core of Kafka's work via concrete prompts?
You meant to use AI in order to help or guide our players to play the game? Well, the concept is quite opposite, because we had such a suggestion to use AI to create the game, to put on an AI engine-based database the books, and have them provide for us the questions, but we chose the hard way to read them, because we believe that the personal engagement with reading guides you to paths that they're really personal, and this is not something that can be replaced by any other process. I mean, the creative process behind this game is totally here, The guys here in the club, it was a mental effort, and we want and we wish that the players have this motivation that we had to go for themselves and read the books, and not to have AI as, you know, an assistant to guide them how to read, what to do with Kafka, for example. If it's something that, you know, AI could be used, for example, to enable accessibility for certain categories of people, yes, this is an option, but apart from that, we do not wish to use AI to the creative process of enriching our content. Just for maybe some AI-assisted tools, okay, we will see about that, but that's all. I don't know if I have answered your question.
Yes, a little bit. You asked also for the user experience, so maybe I can play this game now somewhere, because I would like to imagine you as a guide in this game. How do you guide them? By map, by network, by so where can I play this game?
We have instruction sheet and instruction booklet. We have printed the whole game, the board, the instruction sheet, the pawns, the dice, everything. So it's a complete package, and the user can find everything in there. So we have to make the improvements so that the user can make a better use and understand better what the guidelines of the game are. Yes, this is one that has to be improved after our research questions. Thank you.
Yes, are there more questions?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question regarding the accessibility aspect that you mentioned before. You mentioned at the beginning that one of the key objectives of your research methodology is to take into consideration inclusivity. What aspects of inclusivity are you planning to integrate in the future? Are they related to the gender dimension or the age dimension, or are you also considering to apply this kind of methodology for people, like, for example, for people with visual impairment?
Well, I think inclusivity includes all. I mean, otherwise it's not inclusivity. So the aim here, the goal here is to be able to provide access to everyone who wishes to have access on this. I mean, at this point in time, there is no interest really. You know, we have no interest. But there is always here that we have to make everything that we make has to be accessible for visually impaired and hearing impaired people, for example. And there are ways to fix that. I mean, and we have to think about that in a second stage of the game. I don't know if that answers your question. Regarding age or sex, there is no limits. There are no limits here. Okay, we're open to, I mean, this is not really a barrier or something. It's not existing really, it's not existent. I don't know if I have answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, I would love to make more questions, but I think we're going to be off time, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Και γρήγορα. Να προλάβω.
Είχατε πολλές απορίες.
Hi, good morning. Wow. My name is Dalila Norato, and I have the pleasure of being here with Anastasia Skorda, Miltiadis Koustas, Maria Daraviga, Vasiliki Manuelidou, Vasiliki Spai. And I teach semiotics at the Department of Audiovisual Arts. And I have to say that this probably has been one of the most nurturing panels in which I had the pleasure of participating, surrounded by students and also colleagues of the department, and talking about things that we like, which in this case are games. And thank you for being here early in the morning. We are representing the Master's Audiovisual Arts in the digital age. I teach semiotics in the department, and we do game analysis. In the Department of Audiovisual Arts, we have 3 courses of semiotics. Multimedia Semiotics 1, which deals with the foundations and terminology. Multimedia Semiotics 2, which deals with interactive media and video games, and this is during our integrative master. And we also have during the master course more advanced semiotic analysis of new media. We do try to bridge external images from the environment and screen media with internal imagery, with mental representations and sensations. And this is very much a subjective type of analysis with qualitative data, in which we do support immensely the collection of data that comes from the embodied experience. So our approach, we do integrate phenomenology with symbolic interactionism and cognitive psychology. We do support that semiotic matters for new media and understanding new media. In traditional media, we had a clear separation between the creator, producer, and user-consumer, although there are cases in which one can empathize with a character, in film studies, for example. But new media is a new reality in which the boundaries kind of get more blurred, in which the users actively participate in media, in meaning creation, and in which the contact between the player and the work affects its content and meaning. Of course, there are some methodological challenges approaching interactivity, and one of them is almost becoming psychotic because you're trying to analyze your own activity as a player. We do like to go to old-fashioned literature. We do use, for example, in the recognition of emotions, an old-fashioned book like Darwin's The Expression of Emotions in Humans and Animals. And we do reflect a lot on what's the meaning of play by using a book by Johan Huizinga, Homo Ludens. And so we're analyzing different structures in-game, the narrative structure, what's the rules in the gaming culture, the relationship between the audiovisual content and the material, the technology being used. Is it a boarding game? Is platform? Are we using a computer? Whatever. And what is the interaction between the design and the platform of the game itself? In this presentation today, we're introducing 3D video games. There were 3 groups involved. We had more. Usually the challenge is to use a multiplicity of techniques to approach the game. We use a lot of observation and also diarying, as well as a questionnaire that is the same questionnaire for all teams, developing analysis in different video games, and reflection of the results and the impressions of analyzing and recognizing yourself and being surprised by your own expressions in the game. So we are very much connected with the ethnographic approach and documentation. And without other delay, I'll pass the word.
Hello, I am Anastasia Skorda, and I will present to you the video game It Takes Two. It Takes Two is a game played by 2 interdependent players based on cooperation and everything that entails. It was developed by Hazelight Studios and released on March 26, 2021. In the game, the two players are May and Cody, a married couple whose relationship is falling apart. After they tell their daughter Rose that they want to divorce, they become trapped in two handmade dolls that she has created. They are immediately faced with unexpected situations and challenges that they must overcome together in a fantastical world, with the goal of restoring their broken relationship through cooperation and ultimately returning to the real world. In each level, the two characters have somewhat similar abilities that uniquely suited to each scene. The characters must help one another through a variety of unpredictable obstacles in order to complete this creative, fun, and cooperation-based adventure full of challenges. The game, about the technical and functional features of the game, it's in 60 FPS and 4K resolution. The character animations are highly accurate and perfectly matched to the two dolls we control. The basic skills of climbing, dashing, and double jumping have been designed to the highest quality levels so that handling becomes a skill from the first seconds. Almost every one of the 7 chapters offers specific abilities to each character, depending on the methods of navigation and environmental puzzles. The gameplay ideas are never repeated. It Takes Two stands out as one of those truly rare cases where a game is designed entirely around the co-op philosophy rather than treating it as an optional feature. The overall experience is further enhanced by a high-quality technical and artistic department with noticeable attention to detail in the vast array of environments, carefully crafted lighting, and a vibrant color palette that seamlessly aligns with the animated film aesthetic that defines the game. The music in turn lives up to the occasion with a variety of themes that constantly change, appropriately accompanying both the calm moments and the action-packed sequence. The game features many diverse characters as it is filled with great imagination, but the main ones are 4: May, Cody, Rose, and Dr. Hakim. May is Rose's mother and Cody's wife, active and a loving mother. Devoted to her work, she spends all of her free time with Rose. Cody is Rose's father and May's husband. A good father, he spends most of his time with his daughter Rose. And Dr. Hakim is the Book of Love, a book that comes to life and becomes the couple's advisor and guide, taking a somewhat imposing attitude toward them. It promised Rose that it would help her parents fix their relationship, and it stays true to that promise from beginning to end. It Takes Two is a fun game with a variety of themes in its storyline, vibrant graphics, music that accompanies it very effectively, all presented in a miniature-style world. There is also a strong sense that something magical has happened. Its content is filled with rich imagination with many different stories that take place through various levels. It is a video game where objects come to life, animals take a human behavior, and everything seems to be part of a magical world full of action. When playing this game, the players has full control of their character. They see them on the screen and through them become immersed in the environment they are in. Most of the time, the two players share the screen, but they can always see each other. The sense of cooperation is strong and uniquely well executed. The game can be played either locally or online. The actions throughout the game serve the same purpose. Players are called to progress by solving challenges using objects they find in the environment, such as ropes, tools, improvised or magical weapons that match the nature of each unique trial, allowing them to move forward. The game gradually introduces May and Cody to the idea of working together, helping them build a growing sense of trust and communication. As a result, they begin to resolve issues rooted in their internal emotions and behavioral problems, obstacles that have been standing in the way of their relationship. There is a sense of suspense as the challenges are complex, risky, and never the same, so you never know what comes next. However, the feeling of fear is minimal, since players have unlimited lives, something that also encourages them to experiment more freely. About my gameplay, because of the game's long duration, I often felt like I was playing it for the first time, as I couldn't remember everything. It's a very well-crafted game, both technically and functionally, emotionally intense with many shifts in feeling. I didn't find it boring at all. It affected my mood for several hours after I stopped playing. I was struck about how differently I felt depending on who my co-player was. It causes intensive emotions with many changes each time depending on the situation. My interest remained strong even though it wasn't my first time playing the game. At the core is the feeling of cooperation, which brings to the surface emotions such as trust in the other person, a sense of responsibility to him, as well as teamwork and social connection. Here are some screenshots from when I was playing the game. It Takes Two is a new and highly innovative game in terms of design, rich in detail and full of imagination features that offer a truly unique experience. The emotions it evokes are intense and frequently shifting, something greatly supported by a storyline that is never the same and is characterized by a wide variety of actions. Even if you're playing it for the first time, you quickly become familiar with the keyboard and its character's abilities from the very beginning, and you get fully immersed in the game. It's somewhat different from games we usually encounter, and its contents raises social cultural issues that players experience while playing, and in a way, it encourages you to take a stance. It comforts you with emotions related to human relationship, whether they are events you personally experience or not. While playing, all you have to do is follow the progression, and it promises that everything will unfold in a very fun and enjoyable way, somewhat humorous, since, let's not forget, the whole story revolves around the wish of a young child. The game is always played by two people who cooperate from start to finish, and this is the key feature. It is a game based on collaboration. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are Vasiliki Manuilidou and Vasiliki Spai, and as part of the postgraduate course Audiovisual Arts in the Digital Age, today we will present a semiotic analysis of the video game Animal Crossing: New Horizons. This game was selected not only for its widespread popularity, but for its cultural and emotional significance as a multimedia artifact. Animal Crossing offers a rich, interactive environment that blends visual, sound, narrative, and player agency, making it an ideal subject for exploring how digital media constructs meaning. Through a semiotic lens, we will examine how the game uses signs, symbols, cultural references, and sensory aesthetics to shape personal and collective identity. Animal Crossing, released by Nintendo in 2020, is widely recognized as one of the most successful social simulation games of the past decade. Its launch coincided with the onset of the COVID pandemic, during which it rapidly gained popularity as a digital sanctuary. The game offers players the ability to fully customize and manage their own island, engaging in open-ended activities without pressure or competition. This freedom to design, explore, and connect with others contributed to its strong cultural resonance. It is available exclusively on the Nintendo Switch and belongs to the genre of life and social simulation games. Played from a third-person perspective, the game unfolds in real time, synchronized with the system's internal clock. The gameplay is open-ended and non-linear, prioritizing non-competitive interaction and slow-paced progression. It emphasizes exploration, daily rituals, and self-guided creativity. Players engage in a wide range of relaxing activities, such as fishing, gardening, decorating, and interacting with anthropomorphic villagers. In this game, players are given the freedom to design and shape their island environment, build and customize homes, and interact with both non-playable characters and real players online. Through collecting, trading, and decorating with a wide variety of items, the game encourages creativity and exploration. There is no defined win or fail state, encouraging open exploration rather than goal-driven progression. User-generated content plays a central role, from home interiors to custom clothing and designs. The experience is enhanced by soothing music and natural ambient sounds, creating a calming atmosphere. The player controls a customizable human avatar who interacts with a variety of anthropomorphic animal villagers. Each villager has a unique personality type, such as lazy, peppy, or cranky, as well as distinct visual designs, voice tones, and dialogue styles. Over time, players can build relationships with these characters and even invite them to live on their island. The game is set on a remote, undeveloped island that evolves over time as the player takes on the role of an island designer. As players build homes, shops, bridges, and paths, and plant trees and flowers, the environment transforms gradually. Real-time weather and dynamic lighting reflect both the players' in-game location and the changing seasons, contributing to a sense of immersion. The island symbolizes several key ideas. First, it offers an escape from reality, particularly during the COVID pandemic, providing a sanctuary for players in a time of isolation. The island also serves as a space for freedom, creativity, and self-reinvention, where players can design their own world at their own pace. Furthermore, the natural surroundings of the island promote a sense of environmental awareness and calmness. Animal Crossing features thousands of collectible and craftable items, including furniture, tools, clothes, decorations, and materials. These objects serve both functional and aesthetical purposes. For example, tools enable activities like fishing and backcatching, while furniture helps personalize living spaces. The game incorporates elements from both Japanese and global cultures, with items like tatami mats, kimonos, cherry blossoms, and the Western holiday decor. The home space and decor choices serve as expressions of identity, memory, and status, allowing players to personalize the environment. Seasonal items, such as those for Halloween and Christmas, link the game to real-world rituals.
Player 1, an experienced user with a Nintendo Switch, felt comfortable and familiar with Animal Crossing. She appreciated the game's mechanics and environment. In contrast, Player 2, with no prior experience, approached the game with curiosity and exploration. I participated in this study as Player 1. I had previous experience with Animal Crossing and was already familiar with the Nintendo Switch, which made me feel confident and more engaged from the start. During the gameplay, I experienced a sense of calm, joy, and mild excitement. There were no signs of stress or sadness. Compared to the other participant who was new to both the game and the console, I found myself more absorbed in the visual style, the storyline, and the overall gameplay. After the session, we interviewed each other to reflect on our experiences. For me, one of the most valuable aspects was the freedom the game provides. I could explore the environment and interact with characters at my own pace without pressure. It felt like a calm break from everyday stress. The relaxing atmosphere and creative elements made the experience worthwhile. I would recommend Animal Crossing to friends, even though I'm not particularly interested in following the rest of the series. Now, to offer a different perspective, Vasiliki Manouilidou will share her impressions as Player 2.
I was the second player in the 18 to 25 age group, and I had no prior experience with Animal Crossing or the Nintendo Switch. I adapted quickly to the game's environment, while I found the gameplay so slow-paced and less action-driven, making Making it somewhat less appealing, I still appreciated the game's visual and creative aspects. Emotionally, I reported feeling calm and relaxed, though mildly disengaged due to the lack of action. There were no feelings of anxiety, fear, or frustration. Instead, it was a peaceful and pleasant experience, but not particularly exciting. After the gameplay, we interviewed each other, and the interview revealed that I was surprised by how relaxing the game was. I enjoyed decorating, customizing, and interacting with characters, even though it wasn't my typical game style. I would recommend the game to friends appreciating the experience, though I stated I wouldn't pursue future titles in the series. While I didn't feel artistically inspired, I acknowledged the game's positive emotional tone and its ability to offer calming, enjoyable experience. In conclusion, Animal Crossing New Horizons combines creativity, relaxation, and social interaction, making it appealing to a wide range of players. Despite their different game backgrounds, both player A, who was experienced, and player B, who was a newcomer, felt calm and enjoyable at the game. Player A was more immersed and enthusiastic, while player B was positively surprised by its relaxing and creative qualities. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Miltos Koustas and
Maria
with me I
Daraviga.
have first question, how can we see the presenter notes here?
The presenter notes.
Τα σχόλια.
Έχετε δικοστικά εκεί ή όλα είναι στο ίδιο. Όχι, εδώ είναι όλα.
Έχει τα presenter notes από κάτω?
Όχι, δεν νομίζω.
Δεν πειράζει.
Είσαι εντάξει με το...
Ναι. Έχουμε τα δύο.
Hello everyone, I'm Maria and this is our experience with Uncharted 4, A Thief's End. Before delving into the deeper semiotic and phenomenological layers of Uncharted 4, it is important to introduce its cultural and industrial context. Naughty Dog is a pioneer in creating character-driven cinematic experience that challenges traditional boundaries between cinema and games. With Uncharted 4, they offered a conclusion not only to Nathan Drake's journey, but to a certain era of blockbuster, console-exclusive storytelling. This makes the game not just a case study in design and emotion, but also a milestone in an evolution of digital narrative as artistic expression. The game blends puzzle-solving, platforming, and third-person combat. Uncharted 4 operates as both a linear adventure as a reflective character study central to the player's emotional investment. The story follows Nathan Drake's journey back into treasure hunting, driven by loyalty to his brother. Thematically, the game centers on family bonds and loyalty, the moral cost of obsession, and the duality of myth and reality. It explores how personal motivation intersects with myth and history, ultimately questioning the value of obsession.
Now, let's explore how the game communicates through visual signs, text and environmental clues. Libertalia, which is the island where the treasure is particularly interesting, both a utopia and a warning. Visual symbols such as the pirate symbols, the ancient glyphs, and the colonial architecture embed textual meaning, guiding players' progression and uncovering deeper thematic layers. The interactive elements, such as the maps, provide No. Finally, the user interface and the gameplay mechanics also act as signs, directing the player's attention, framing choices, and shaping the rhythm of the interaction. In semiotic terms, Uncharted 4 is not just a game to play, it's a story that you read. Uncharted also creates immersion through tactile mechanics. You don't just control the character, Nathan Drake, you feel his strain. You feel his fear, you feel his flow through the movements. And using phenomenology, we can analyze gameplay as a felt experience, split into 3 distinct categories. We have climbing, which is a key example. It's slow, deliberately. And the sound of slipping rocks and the constant risk of falling evoke a sense of physical strain and vulnerability. Then we have the chase scenes, which evoke, on the other hand, they reverse that feeling and they evoke a fast and chaotic and unpredictable. Then we have combat, in which players can choose between stealth and full-on combat. All these mechanics reinforce a sense of being physically present in the game world.
The players build meaning through emotional experiences. At different moments, the game evokes curiosity during exploration, tension, stealth, or combat, and surprise during twists in the story. For example, the guilt Nathan feels when lying to Elena isn't only shown in cutscene, it's felt by the player who's complicit in his choices. Similarly, solving a puzzle or surviving a high-stakes action sequence creates relief, pride, or satisfaction. All of which reinforce the bond between players and narrative. Emotional arc mirror games progression, curiosity in discovery, melancholy in story beats, frustration in puzzles, and fear in stealth and traps. Character analysis. Each character functions as a symbolic element. First, Nathan embodies moral ambiguity. His brother Sam reflects unresolved past. His wife Elena acts as the voice of reason, while Rafe and Nadine manifest greed and power dynamics.
The environment speaks volumes through the design. For example, Libertalia, as we said before, represents a utopian ideal and ultimately collapses under the weight of greed and betrayal. Scotland's crumbling graveyards and pathways are hidden passageways, visually mirror the character's moral decay. As the narrative progresses, we can see the tension between the two brothers. Similarly, Madagascar, the third one, evokes spectacle and chaos, reflecting the disorder of the treasure hunt. These spaces guide player movement, but also shape emotion, tone, and ethical reflections. Uncharted 4 masterfully balances its core gameplay elements, as we said before, exploration, platforming, puzzles, stealth, and combat, in a way to maintain the refreshing and engaging pace, as not to tire the user. Each pillar offers a distinct experience, and the game's ability to fluidly shift between those pillars ensures that the player remains immersed, as the varied gameplay prevents fatigue and continually renews interest. Now, let's talk about ourselves.
Let's meet the players. Miltos has intensive experience with video games, has been playing for years, has played this game also in the past and became immersed in the story and the game world.
Maria has a limited experience in video games. She has played before in the past, but not extensively. She found the game interesting and was intrigued by the storyline, and certain parts of the game felt stressful or intense. As we can see, the gameplay has modulation between each part. We can see her anxious and worried at some parts, then a bit uneasy and irritated as she died multiple times and fell, and then relaxed, but after that puzzled because she had her first mission.
And here we have Milto's experience with mild enjoyment at first, with curiosity, concern in the shooting and shocked in her character death scenes, and relaxed and focused also in shooting and battles. And last observations. Mildos felt immediate immersion and nostalgia mixed with surprise as forgotten story elements resurfaced. Emotional memories reshaped the experience, showing how game evolved with us.
Maria experienced initial stress and frustration, but gradually shifted to confidence and satisfaction. The learning curve became part of the emotional journey.
We both players felt strong engagement, especially during action sequences and narrative twists where excitement, tension and awe were dominant.
Shared play, because our first experience together was both at the couch, shared play added a layer of fun and emotional support, reducing anxiety and increasing enjoyment through collaboration and observation. Finally, Uncharted 4 demonstrates how narrative, mechanics and design converge to create a deeply emotional and embodied experience.
Our gameplay sessions revealed that game shifting mechanics created a dynamic pace that sustained our immersion and emotional engagement, meaning the story is not just told but felt through symbols, environments and physical engagement.
Emotional responses, tension, surprise, satisfaction shape how the players interpret the game's themes of loyalty, memory and moral conflict. As a case study, Uncharted 4 shows the power of games as a semiotic system and emotional spaces. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
In short, given that meaning is shaped by the player backgrounds, cultural context, influence, interpretation of in-game signs, player communities develop shared semiotic practices. As games both mirror and shape cultural meanings, as we look closer, Animal Crossing reflects and comments on consumer capitalism and social media. Uncharted 4 engages with colonialism and adventure narratives. It Takes Two explores contemporary relationship dynamics and therapy culture. So gaming literacy is becoming essential for understanding contemporary digital culture. And this is why we keep supporting that semiotics and understanding the process of critical thinking is essential literacy in today's world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I don't know if there is a quick question from the audience. Yes?
Thank you very much for the presentations. We see that there is analysis grid, and you take the pleasure to experience the play. But I have a question for Dalila, I'm sorry. The first one, how do you select the games? Is there any guideline not to choose serious games, for instance? And how do you form the groups for the analysis?
Well, I have to clear that the master runs on an online basis so that you can understand. And this is the first time we meet in person. Even among ourselves, in very few cases, people actually live together so they could develop groups. So I actually do not select the video game. I request that each team, each student brings up 3 proposals based on the available literature, academic literature, and also based on their own fun, either of discovering for non-gamers or just because they want to go further. Did I answer all your question?
Yes, yes. So there is also individual analysis, not of groups. Huh? You form groups always?
Yes. Most of them are with 2 people for a question of dialogue. In cases that it does not go that way, like in the case of Anastasia,
a person has to have an inner dialogue. So the process of reflection. But the class runs with a lot of discussion and pre-presentations of impressions. And this also brings a chain of self-exposure, but also of inter-help. So whatever technology that one member of another group might find, you're sharing with the other so that they find the best way of making this evolution. I've been running this class for more than 10 years. There's a lot of material in my archives, but this is the first time we're presenting with the groups, and I think it made sense just to have their own word. Also, we keep forgetting that it's all about our embodied experience. Especially in games, the story is always different. And so that story needs to be told too. It's a little bit performative. It's also an introduction for what is laboratorial work, because every team is invited to create the right conditions to run the observation. The observation is made through video. They have to shoot 1 hour video. Obviously, this would be so much fun to have all sorts of equipment, you know, to check what all your brain waves go, to do all this. But everybody is in their own capsule, geographically speaking, and we are meeting in a spot. So we have developed tools that could be reachable. Some of us have measured our blood pressure before and after playing, so that is always interesting also to put there. You know, this data coming from biological reactions, they're also incredibly interesting. I don't know if that's okay, yeah?
Thank you for your presentation. My question would be to the first author of the game, of the analysis, at least, yeah, not the game. I understand that the main characteristic of this game is that it involves 2 players who have to be strongly coordinated and to cope with the challenges. I would like to ask if you are aware of a greater tendency in gameplays through pairs, which, for example, is the defuse the bomb genre that requires 2 players who don't see each other and have to guide each other to disarm a bomb, as well as games that are becoming a trend now of dislocating 2 players. One is mobile and the other one is in the indoors, sitting at home, for example. So what is your placement in this context of, you say, semiotic analysis? How does this, if this is changing the map of games in terms of different combinations of mechanics between individuals and groups?
It is a co-op a video game, and this is the main characteristic of all of it. Now, you play it on, you cannot play it on your mobile phone. This is what you asked, right? And
how do you feel there is, this means something on a semiotic level? How do you interpret the fact that this game distinguishes itself from the others through the pair? Is it different than other things, for example, from multiplaying or whatever?
it's different, and you understand it as long as you play it. It's based on playing with the other person. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much all. It was very nice. We're running out of time, so we must go to the next presentation. So it is Georgia Yatsou and Athanasios Tsipis to talk to us about gamification and mental health.
Hello, I will be sharing my screen now. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, could you verify please that you can see my screen and that the slides are changing? Can you hear me?
We can start now, whenever you
Yes,
want.
it's okay. I can hear you. Thank you very much. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. My name is Georgia. I am a master's student in the Department of Digital Media and Communication in Ionian University. And today we're presenting our work titled Gamification and Mental Health, Prototyping an Anxiety-Supported Gamified Mobile Application for Greek High School Students. A quick overview of what we're going to see. We're going to begin with an introduction about what gamification is as a term and how it appears in the area of mental health. We're going to view our research objectives, the application design, which includes the low fidelity and high fidelity prototype development, as well as the data collection and analysis, our key findings from our research, a quick discussion, and our conclusions. So what is gamification? Gamification is defined as the use of some game design elements that can appear in mostly unrelated contexts, so environments that do not relate to a game. It mainly aims to combine functionality and engagement, so it tries to enhance usability, productivity, and satisfaction in order to create a more enjoyable experience for the user. In the context of mental health, gamification can improve user motivation and treatment adherence. And it is also defined as the use of stimuli and incentives in order to achieve psychological and behavioral outcomes. So we can say that gamification mainly tries to create a playful experience for the user. When it is properly implemented, it can actually significantly improve psychological and behavioral outcomes, and it can also strengthen intrinsic motivation, so it can lead to sustained positive effects for the future. Gamification can also promote behavioral motivation to achieve goals, competition, and interactivity. Let's talk about gamification in mental health apps. First of all, mental health is defined as the emotional and cognitive well-being without any symptoms, where individuals can manage their stress and work productively. Some common gamification elements that have appeared based on research and literature are levels, points, rewards, narratives, and personalization, and some less common that can appear in research are unlockable content, social collaboration, and randomness. We must also mention here that according to organismic integration theory, personalization is very important as it supports user autonomy and internalized motivation. 4 main gamification themes can be identified through literature. Those are narrative, challenges, interaction, and points or rewards that can come in different forms, such as badges. 59% of the studies found gamification to be beneficial for mental health, mainly because it can promote interaction and enhance any outcome. Minigames and narratives are also very important and are frequently observed among gamification elements. And achievements through gamification can actually substitute external goal setting and improve motivation and performance. Let's move on to the research objectives. Our first objective was to develop a low and high fidelity prototypes of a gamified mobile mental health application, which is called PQuest, and is based on our research and literature findings. The second objective was to design PQuest's core functionalities to support anxiety management and overall mental health improvement for Greek high school students. Another objective was to integrate engaging gameplay elements to foster positive psychological behaviors and sustain user interaction in the future, which here could be quests, sub-quests, goal setting, emotional monitoring, and others. Moving on to the development of low-fidelity prototypes. Before I talk about the screens that you can see here, I'm going to very quickly talk about PQuest. PQuest is an application that helps students manage anxiety and improve their emotional stability while they prepare for their exams. They can decide which exam they want to set as a goal and prepare for it. Its main features include a narrative, also quests that come in the form of sub-quests, main quests, or mini-games, and achievements, goal setting, and emotional tracking that comes in the form of a logbook, a daily logbook. Let's focus on the low-fidelity screens. I have some main screens here, as you can see on my screen. The left screen, on the far left, you can see the welcome screen. This is the screen that the user will see when they log into the application. As you can see, we went for a clean look that is not very busy. And on the top of the screen, you can see that there's a big timer. This timer is the time that remains for the user until the time of the examination. But in order to not bring anxiety to the user, we chose to view this timer as the time until the player or user reaches the goal, and in this case, the peak. So instead of the day of the exam, this is the day that the player will reach the peak. Underneath, we have some daily goals that the user can add, and underneath we have a progress map, as well as a main character who appears in different areas, in different parts of different screens. And their job is to motivate the user to keep on going and to keep on remaining motivated. In the second screen, this is the main menu for the chapters. This is where the user can pick any chapter they want to play. And they can also use filters or use the search bar above. And when you click on a chapter, you move on to the third screen where you can see a quick chapter overview, which talks about what this chapter is about, a quick summary, and as well as the reward item that they will gain when they complete this chapter. And on the final screen on the right is the profile screen, where the user can view their profile, they can view all of their goals, their progress, and everything they have unlocked so far in regards to chapters, side quests, etc. Let's move on to the high-fidelity prototype. I'm going to jump to page 1 real quick. And this is the high-fidelity prototype that we developed. As you can see, this is the login screen. When the user clicks connect, they can move on to the welcome screen. As you can see, we went for a fresh and clean look and maintained a color palette that, according to color theory, keeps colors that don't bring anxiety to the user. So we have our timer, our main goals, the progress map, and underneath we have some main chapters as well as some side quests. The user can use the menu down here to navigate. Moving on to the chapter menu, they can pick from different chapters, and they can use different filters in order to find the chapter they're looking for. I'm going to quickly move on to the next screen. And here we have the trophies. They can view all the trophies that they have gathered, and they can see how many trophies they have left to gather according to the bar on the top of the screen. And they can also see the ones that they have unlocked and the ones they have not unlocked yet. Moving on to goals, here they can use the daily logbook, where they can use some quick prompts to write how they feel on that specific day. They can also track their mood underneath and check out some statistics. And they can also again view their profile, where they can see all the goals that they have set. They can see any chapters they have completed or any side quests they have completed. as well as click on their profile screen and characterize the main character, who, as we said, appears in different areas of different screens, and save their progress. I'm going to quickly go through a chapter. We're going to go through the seasonal chapter, which is a chapter that appears during different seasons. The specific one is for the holiday season, and it's unlockable. As we can see here, this has already been unlocked. And when we click it, we go to the chapter summary, where we can also see what emblem we're going to gain. In this case, some festive lights that are going to decorate the home screen when they're unlocked. And when we click continue, we can see all the main quests that have been completed. And we can also see that there's one quest that has not been completed yet. So when we click on it, we move on to the main quest, which asks the user to write 3 goals for the new year in a parchment paper. When these goals are written, according to the character who also guides us during this trip, the character tells us we can press the seal to seal in our progress and seal in our 3 goals that we have written. So when we press the seal, we move on to the final screen, where we can see all the emblems that we've gained, any items that we have unlocked, our character that tells us to keep on going and remain motivated through this trip, as well as a quick message about the holidays. Okay, I'm going to log that now, and let's jump back to our presentation. Okay, so let's move on to the research methodology. We used a quantitative survey in the form of an online questionnaire in order to assess the user preference and the perceived mental health benefits of this prototype. In order to create our questions, we used the UES long-form questionnaire and set some KPIs such as app preference and potential usage frequency that were analyzed. The number of responses we received were 61, and the application score based on the UES long-form app score calculation was 4.4 out of 5. And we're quickly going to explain how the score came up. So this questionnaire has 4 different types of question groups. All the questions are grouped in 4 different groups. The first group is flow of absorption. The second group is reward, curiosity, and satisfaction. And the third group is perceived usability, difficult to control. And the last one is aesthetic appeal. So what we did is we gathered the scores for each of the groups of questions and got the average for every group. So we can see the average here, and then in order to calculate the overall score, we took the average and divided it by 30, which is the total number of questions, and then multiplied by 5 in order to get the score out of 5. So this is how our score for the prototype came out, 4.4. Let's do a quick data analysis. The age of most of our participants was around 25 to 34, as well as under 18. So that means that most of them, a big group of them, was students, which is our target audience as well for the prototype. It was mostly women, but there's not a huge difference in regards to sex, and the educational level was mostly people that have gotten their master's degree, gone to university, or junior or high school students, as I said. Here we're going to view some questions that were the highlights. This experience was fun. Most people agreed with this statement, that they found that this experience was fun during navigation of the prototype. A lot of people also strongly agreed or simply agreed with the statement that they kept on using PQuest out of curiosity. And as you can see, 28 participants said that this experience was not demanding, so they disagreed with the statement. It's important to note here that we did receive 16 answers of people that were not sure whether this was a demanding experience. And this could be attributed potentially to the fact that this was a new environment for a lot of people. A lot of people had not navigated through a prototype on Figma before, so this was a very new experience to them. This application was also found by the majority to be attractive. And as you can see, more than half of the people would recommend PQuest to their family and friends. And let's move on to our key findings. Most users, we found that they felt in control and found this application to be visually attractive, helpful, and worth their while. We did receive some mixed answers in regards to feeling involved in this experience or feeling lost in this experience, but we must say that the feedback we received was mostly positive. The majority have also used a mental health application in the past, and this specific group of people that stated that they had used a mental health application in the past were also asked if they believe that implementing gamification elements in a mental health application can actually improve anxiety management, and whether they believe that it will be more useful than other conventional applications that are in the market today. And as you can see on the right here, a significant portion of people strongly agreed with that statement, but we did have a few people that do not believe that there's a big difference or a big impact when we use gamified elements in such applications. Let's move on to our conclusions. PQuest, as we found, shows that gamified mobile applications can effectively support young grade students' mental health and well-being. And as we gather from our research, students do find such an application to be quite useful for their anxiety management. Research-backed gamification mechanisms can also encourage active engagement, motivation, focus, and emotional resilience based on our research and recent literature findings. Gamified elements such as quests, achievements, or badges, and progress tracking can also enhance user experience. And these features could also contribute to promoting long-term mental prosperity and positive behavioral change in the future when use is maintained. The community, we also saw, according to the feedback we received, seems to be very receptive to accepting such an application, and strongly believes that there are benefits for mental health and anxiety management when implementing gamification in such applications. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Georgia and Athanasios. It was a very nice presentation. Are there any questions from the audience? Well, I have one question. I'm very curious about the opinion of, you said something about this, about experts, for instance, psychologists or teachers of high schools. What was their feedback on this? Even if it is not so formal, but informal.
If we're talking about research findings or literature findings that have already been published, literature shows us that people are very receptive to gamification, and gamification can have a very big impact, which is very positive when it comes to mental health. So teachers and other experts have defined and have said that it can be very beneficial when it comes to motivating students or even people other than students, but mainly when it comes to anxiety and education. Experts have said that it can be very beneficial and it can have a very positive impact. When it comes to our findings, we did have a very large amount of people that did have a master's degree, so some of them were also in the field of education. And those people, we did receive a feedback that was very positive when it comes to using gamification in such applications. So overall, I would say that there's a very good and beneficial image when it comes to implementing gamification elements into such applications.
Yes, the only question I have is that, okay, the people usually say, okay, it is nice, it's very helpful, but they do not really use it. They do not really suggest this to people. That was my question, but I think it's a little bit early to answer this. Maybe you want to do this on practice. Okay, thank you very much. This was the last presentation of the session. we're really out of time, so we probably must have a very quick break and come back for our second session.
Thank you all. Thank you, Varvara. Let's keep it short, our coffee break, and I suggest we come back 11:15. We should be here at 11:10. Let's do it 11:15 so that we have time to grab a coffee. Thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome to the second session for today. This is the third session in this year's conference dedicated to art and technology. I'm very glad to be here with you. I will invite our next speaker, Panagiotis Kyriakoulakos. He will present us his work entitled Transmedia, Character Design and Practice Integrating Multidisciplinary Methodologies. You may know already Professor Kyriakoulakos. Dr. Panagiotis Kyriakoulakos teaches animation and computer animation as well as digital storytelling at the Department of Design Engineering at the University of the Aegean in Syros. Dr. Kyriakoulakos, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for inviting us here in DCAC 2025. My morning presentation will be a little bit prelude, if you want, of the panel that we will discuss on the Imagine Mockup. Doesn't want to go. Okay. This presentation focuses on the theoretical part of the research project entitled Imagine Mockup, that is funded by the Hellenic Foundation for Research and Innovation, ELIDEC for the Greek speakers, and is undertaken by researchers from the University of the Aegean, the Ionian University, and the University of the Peloponnese. Imagine stands for interactive media, animation, games, interactive network environments for digital platforms, providing for experimentation in image, interaction, and sound design. We are experimenting with motion capture, wearables, and live coding technologies to render personality in digital characters. So our focus is on character design with personality. And the main objectives of the research are to understand the link between nonverbal behavior patterns and character personality, or what universal behavior patterns we tend to associate with various character types. And on the practical side, collect all aspects that manifest character's personality, as it is also expressions, appearances, clothing, costumes, etc. And we try to organize them in a common workflow to design transmedia character pipelines for transmedia works. On the theoretical part, that is the main topic of this presentation, in the character studies, we discuss the difficulties in designing believable characters in many ways, because characters are not restricted to narrative media, but they are recognizable also to our daily activities. We take a pause when we speak one to each other, and we have a lot of personality adopted when we are also in our daily activities, not only in media situation as observers, speakers, or players. The transmedia character theory understands a little bit the character as a currency to exchange between the different media platforms. It's something we can put from one medium to the other and give them a different value depending on the media we use. For this research, we would like to make the hypothesis if the value of the currency may be the personality of the character in character design. And this is what we try to find out by adopting past methodologies in character design from different media, and also to see how we can apply them to the transmedia production pipelines. The problem is that the transmedia production has a complexity that is coming from the various media we use. Here I have some quotations by researchers in the field of animation, games, etc., to understand that we have in the digital transmedia production a lot of potential. It's not only figuration of things, it's not only rendering of things. We have also something that is malleable, that we can change over time, and that it will change in the transmedia design. So the problem here is they want to take into account all these changes. In my field, the computer animation field, we have a lot of attempts, a lot of methodologies that we use to design characters and also to design believable characters with personality. One of these methodologies come from Disney Studios in the 30s, the 1930s, and we call them 12 principles of animation. It was the main guidelines for the animators in Disney to design a character with personality. And this methodology, as others, like Laban notation that is coming from dance and performance, we try to adapt them to the transmedia production guidelines. This is the real basic thing we do in animation. Drawing, acting, and timing. 3 simple things that give us the complexity of the human movement, the human expression, and also the expanded character movement and expression. The problem is that with this kind of methodologies, we don't have a category where to apply them and how to categorize what principle is belonging to another. Here I have a typology of Disney's 12 principles of animation coming from a master thesis by Stathis Plakopoulos. You see that he had the necessity to categorize these principles, to apply them in the animation he did for the master thesis, and he relates here that squash and stretch, arcs, follow through and overlapping action, slow in and slow out, and timing are coming from physics. So there are applications of realistic movements observed in the video. That staging, exaggeration, anticipation, secondary action come from the mise-en-scène, so there are technical direction guidelines. And he has also a general category that is mostly technical, how we render the movement, straight ahead action or pose to pose, with solid drawing or with the use of appeal. And all these terms are needing definition, adaptation, and consideration. Another difficulty is coming from different special theories that are coming from the animation sector. Here we see a categorization of the comedy character design theories by Paul Wells in his book Understanding Animation. And you have the cartoon character that is coming from the circus, the comedy character that is coming from Commedia dell'arte, and the psychoanalytic character coming from Freud theory with psychoanalytic terms like id, superego, and ego, applied to most known series of animation with Bugs Bunny, Elmer Fudd, and Daffy Duck. All the three comedy character design theories are applied to this case study. So we have also a problem to combine data that are given just for a special situation and to include them to a general holistic methodology. In Imagine Mockup, we present a comprehensive exploration of digital characters and personality in animation, games, and coming from psychology and other theories that are existing in the making of believable characters, in the design of characters. We try also to expand to what personality is with models that are coming from the psychology of the personality, and we choose one, the Big Five model, the Ocean model, that we use to understand how we can put also characteristics of the personality in the design of the characters in transmedia. This is coming with a wheel of personality. You can see that we have a lot of inner and outer circles in this wheel, and the inner one is coming from narrative theory and the needs of scripting, storyboarding, and creating technical mise-en-scène elements. And we expand to the other actions like motion, like interaction, the structure of the character, because also shaping of the characters is important, the movement of the characters is important, and with each technological advancement we have to enhance this inner cycle with other cycles that we give us the holistic approach we need, and this is only for animation. This is not yet for transmedia design, but we have to give also attention to practical considerations. Yet we have a lot of empirical data that are coming from the designer's work, and we use the observation of and the analysis of films made by these directors and designers to understand the character structure and how we can apply to the transmedia production pipeline. In conclusion, the relationship between personality and character animation is multifaceted and deeply rooted in psychological theories, artistic principles, and technological advancements. So all of these, we have to combine them, understand them, and present them in a framework that is applicable also for the designers to use it. Our proposal with this taxonomy tries to facilitate their work, the creation of dynamic and reliable and living characters that are used in the digital media. And here we have also to take into account the potential of this media, like games, interactive media, and interactive network environments, but this will be the important thing that we will expand and analyze in our panel in this afternoon at 5:15. I put some references here for you to get a little bit more on previous research, and I have also the website of Imagine Mockup. Here you see Imagine mockup.aegean.gr is the site where we put the outcomes of our project. And for those of you who would like to find more how we use it in animation, games, interactive media, and also interactive network environments with live coding, you are invited to join us this afternoon. Giorgos Nikopoulos, Katerina Elracheb, and Yannis Zanos will be with me to present the practical things of this theoretical framework. Thank you very much for your attention.
We have a question. Oh, wait for the microphone. Dr. Nikopoulos has a question.
Thank you. We saw this disc of taxonomy of personality traits, which I know that it describes the environment, the actions and interactions, the sounds that are around this personality. But you said that this is specifically for animation. How should it be expanded in order to fit transmedia prototype?
Okay, this is a good question because our role here in the project is to understand how this methodologies coming from other media are adapted for transmedia production. So our approach is mainly to get trials using the wheel of personality in different media like games and interactive performances and interactive network environments, and understand what part of this wheel of personality can be adapted to the one or the other medium. And as you know, because we have your project monologue as a case study in this framework, we find ourselves to test different things in games. For instance, maybe only the environments, how the personality changes when a character is moving and is moved also by the players in different environments. What is the difference when we use one kind of this wheel of personality, and then other like embodiments, movements in the interactive media performances to understand how we can measure the impact of this wheel of personality in the I think that in the afternoon with the examples that we will give on the case studies we did, you can really understand the process of testing this wheel of personality to all transmedia environments.
Do we have any other question from our audience? Well, I have one very short. I have to admit that character design is outside my area of expertise, but it was very interesting to see the integration of the Big Five theory into character design. As I mentioned, I'm not aware of this field, so my question is this something that literature projects have previously studied, or this is a novel idea that we see for the first time?
This is for the first time that we combine with the other methodologies. Ocean is used in several models to describe the personality. We use it also in our research to analyze films, for instance. Cherry Tale by Norman McLaren is one of Oscarized films that is made with body action, and we use both the 12 principles of animation and the Ocean model to analyze this film, and we get good results, important results, I think. Very encourageable to use this analysis for designing also the characters.
So we are looking forward to the evening thematic panel discussion that we will have the opportunity to hear about more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We may proceed with our next presentation and speaker, our colleague Miltiadis Koustas. He is gonna present us their work, Path of Life, a multisensory interactive installation exploring the passage of time. Give us a moment.
So, thank you for joining us. My name is Miltos Koustas, and I'm a master's graduate student at the Ionian University. And this is Path of Life, an interactive sound installation that turns time into an experience you can walk through. Path of Life is an interactive sound installation designed to make the viewer experience the passage of time not through visuals or narrative, but through motion and sound. As the viewer walks through a corridor, their virtual age increases with each step. At the same time, visual audio cues and custom soundscapes that reflect the different stages of life can be heard. For example, in infancy you can hear a baby crying, and at old age you can hear bells, something more morbid. At its core, though, Path of Life is about translating the passage of time into sound and motion. The viewer doesn't just hear time, he becomes time. Why focus on time, though? Good question. Time surrounds us, but it's hard to perceive directly. It's invisible, unmeasured, until it is felt. This installation tries to answer the question, what happens when time is given form, sound, and emotional weight? It tries to investigate the connection between sound and memory. There we go. To investigate the connection between sound and memory. Can we make sound something that we can feel, something that we can track? My main question was, how can we represent time and existence through sound? How can time and the human existence become something tangible, something felt? While I created Path of Life, I had these three goals in mind. Firstly, I wanted to create an experience that would involve the viewer's movement to be dynamic, responsive, and deeply personal. It had to be universally understood. I didn't want any instructions. Anyone should be able to just step into the installation and intuitively understand how it works. And thirdly, I want to give the viewer full control over the pace of the experience. He can start going slowly, fast, at any time, and it doesn't change. It's every time completely different. This is an early draft of what the interface of the interactive experience looks like. It's now at the old National Bank of Greece. Let's begin, though, with the movement. In this installation, as I said before, the movement is everything. It's what activates time, sound, and meaning. There's no need for instructions. You just walk through a corridor, and the participant shapes their own adventure. This creates a sense of embodiment of storytelling. Each step becomes another chapter in the personal life of the viewer. Since no two people walk the same way or the same pace, every journey through the installation is unique, making the viewer a true co-creator of this experience. In this work, sound is not a background element. It is the main protagonist. It's a core narrative force. Each age, as the viewer reaches, is represented by a specific soundscape created to evoke not literal realism, but emotional resonance. These aren't sounds in the cinematic sense. They allow the viewer to feel, it's organic. It doesn't feel pushed onto the user. So, the journey ends at some point, and at that point, there's emptiness, silence. This is deliberate, and a deliberate artistic gesture. It offers space for contemplation for the journey each person had, for them to reflect on the absence or the transition or maybe the rebirth as the next layer goes in. So the goal was to not tell a story, but to trigger emotions through the sequence of audio cues. Each step forward corresponds to a new age, and the aim is to create personal reflection. There's no voiceover, no linear narrative. Instead, the viewer constructs their own story through the sound. Each age, from 0 to 100, has 5 different soundscapes that the viewer can listen to. The work doesn't explain itself. This is intentional. The viewers make their own stories, their own memories, and their own interpretations of this journey. And now we're at the half point of the presentation, so there's a plot twist. I wanted to introduce an element of unpredictability, but not randomness for the sake of it. From the moment the journey begins, an invisible countdown is already running. This invisible death age creates a mirror of real life. We move through time at our own pace, thinking that we are in control, until we're not. And the idea is not to punish the user, it's not to shock him, but to intensify presence, to make every moment more valuable, because you never know when the next step is going to end it all. The use of silence at the end is intentional and powerful. It's not just an absence of sound, it becomes a space for reflection, even grief for some users. The silence is not emptiness, it's an artistic gesture. It invites the viewers to reflect on what they lived through, whether they felt it was a full experience, cut too short, or unresolved. For some, it may feel like death. For others, they may find peace. It is in that silence that the installation speaks the loudest. The theme of death and mortality has been central to human thought across all civilizations. From the Romans with memento mori, remember death, the ancient Greeks with gnosis avton, know yourself, and the ancient Mesopotamians with there is no permanence, ancient civilizations remind us of that our time on Earth is finite. This isn't about fear or scaring people, but presence. This installation reflects on this tradition. It doesn't avoid death, it just uses it to highlight life. But what does it mean to witness one's life pass in moments? I wanted to raise awareness of the viewer about the finite time one has, and it doesn't speak, this installation doesn't speak in words, but in shared experiences. Sounds like the beach, sounds like a birthday party, going to the metro, walking. Those are all shared experiences we have. It doesn't require language. Everyone can understand this. The work draws on theories of time perception and sound art. So, the soundscapes were crafted to feel emotional, not illustrative. Using layering, each stage evolves rather than describes. I avoided literal sounds, instead I used abstract layers, so as such to create a mood in the mind of the viewer. Early life might have airy tones and high frequencies, for example, and later on, as your age progresses, deeper, slower, and more full textures. The aim was to evoke emotion and not illustrate events. It has to be felt by the viewer, not dictate him what he has to listen to. At the same time, the installation also discreetly captures user behavior data. How long each person sits on one age, when do they pause, where they linger, and when they move quickly. This creates an opportunity to study how people emotionally and physically respond to the idea of aging. Yesterday was the mock trial, the prova generale, let's say, at the installation, and we saw that, as expected, most people rush in, and the moment they see the countdown starting, going closer to the end, they go, whoa, let's move closer, let's go a little bit slower, let's try to trick and avoid death. This all opens a whole new layer of reflection for the academic inquiry. It will be used for future academic research and on embodied experiences and perception of time. Now, for the future, the first thing I want to do is gather this anonymous data on how people respond to each sound and create a living archive of the reactions. At this moment, I can know from the installment, we know what sound each viewer heard, how long he stayed there, if he moved, if he tried to go back in time, which most users try to do, try to trick the installment and go back, but we measure that as well as time travel, and it doesn't work. And if they try to repeat the same steps the second time, let's say we go and reach the age of 80. If they repeat it a second time and try to go exactly using their own pacing as the first time, the algorithm inside gives them a few extra years, triggering a response thinking that they did it, they succeeded in this, trying to trick death. Currently under development, there is a split flap display version of this installation, where the passing of the years will be audible. It will be felt through the mechanical sound and rhythm of each year passing by. Finally, I'm interested in adapting this for new contexts as museums, festivals, public installations, or other tailor-made spaces and audiences. Path of Life is an exploration of how we experience time through sound, through movement, and through the emotional memory. It's a project that continues to evolve. It just lives just as the lives we asked them to step into. And I hope it offered you a sense of how art can help you process something that is intangible, like time, not with answers, but with space. Thank you for listening, and I am open to questions.
Thank you, Miltos. Any questions, please? Give it 2 seconds. As you walk.
Thank you very much for the presentation, very interesting. You are maybe aware of David Rockby with the very nervous systems back in the 1987, using sound installation for having the interface as a content. What is your interface, in fact? What is the perimeter of interaction we use? You have the corridor, and what is the feedback that the user can have as this is what we see, yeah?
Yes, great question. If I understand correctly, you ask how this works. There is a LiDAR right here. There is a LiDAR, which is a sensor for distance. And what it does, it measures the distance of the viewer. At the beginning, at the 0 point, when the viewer stands there still, and let's say we have 8 meters of distance between us and the projector where the screen is, you can hear the sound of a heartbeat of a baby which has not been born through the umbilical cord from the sonogram. And the way I programmed it is that up to the age of 30, half the distance, it's 4 meters, will be used there, will be spent there, because the rate at which we age is not linear. Our first years on Earth are the fastest ones, but we feel them the most. And as we age, as we progress through age, we feel time shortens and shrinks. That's why the first 30 years are the longest, half the installation, then the 30% is 60 and up, and the last remaining 30 years are the fastest and closest to death. So I represent this in a way that the viewer can feel it without telling him anything. Did I respond? There were...
Thank you. I think it was an excellent presentation and an excellent project. It has a very strong conceptual background and mapping system between sounds and these all existential questions. It actually, in this sense, it actually reminds me of my PhD, and we have to talk, really have to talk after this. Anyway, I was a bit confused about the role of silence. Is silence used only once at the end to symbolize death? Because I think in one of the first slides you showed us, silence is also there for presence and absence, and it would be more...
It's only at the end.
So it's only at the end, yeah?
At the beginning of when someone steps on the zero, the platform at the beginning, the Raspberry Pi, which I use for this installation, calculates a death age. It's in random. And as the viewer moves through life, when it reaches that death age, whatever sounds he hears, they go dead. You just hear silence. And the user keeps walking with what I've found out from the training data, let's say, at the rehearsal we did yesterday. They keep walking, wanting more. But then you can see everyone's face go like, I'm dead. That's why I wanted silence at the end. It's only at the end.
Yeah, that was my question, because it makes perfect sense to be only at the end. It's very interesting that they do not accept it.
They do not accept it. And if it's short, let's say before 20 years old, they go like, again. And they do it multiple times.
Do you let them to try again?
Of course. That's the whole point.
If you want to be more hardcore, it would be a roguelike game, you know, where you have only one life. It's a kind of game genre. Well, if it's an exhibition, if it's set in an exhibition with a lot of visitors, each one has one try.
Yes, if there's a lot of visitors. Here we had 20 students, so everyone took multiple turns. And I also tried to test it to see if there were any bugs in the software.
Yeah, different role, yeah.
But it's a good idea. And I want to talk later about your PhD. Thank you.
Thank you. I found your work very interesting. You mentioned that you're more interested in measuring somehow the emotional behavior of the audience or the participants. So I was wondering if you're thinking of including other, for example, measures like wearables, or is just the movement, or if you have already some insight about this, the measurement of this emotional reaction, because we probably all know how difficult it is to measure such things as emotional reaction or the experience, or let's say part of it.
That is a very good question, and that's something that I had in mind at the beginning, because I wanted people to wear a wearable that measures their heartbeat. But it's personal data, and I also wanted to videograph as well, so that I can have all this data, and based on it, optimize the experience. What my professors told me is to try and keep it to as minimal data collected as possible, and try not to pinpoint it on anyone, not any specific age or gender. Try to keep it neutral. But I do want to do this because that was one of my last semester's projects that I wanted to do, to try and get a reaction out of someone, to see how if we fluctuate the intensity of an experience, how that will correspond to the user's reactions.
Exactly, because they're reacting to the concept of it and all this existential question, but also to the stimuli that they're giving us. So it's really complex. Yeah.
Yes.
Again, thank you, and we can talk later. Yeah.
No, thank you.
One last thing, thanks. I enjoyed it. I hope I will experience the
You
actual...
can at 6 o'clock at the National Bank.
Okay, good, very good. Is there any sample of the sound that is composed?
Yes.
I would like to...
It's not for, let's say, for example, Vasilis. I can show you in person later on. Thank you, though, for your interest.
Thank you, but we have to move on. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you, everyone.
Our next speaker, Vaya Tsioku, is going to present us the work Living Architectures, Merging Natural Emergence with Human Design Intent through Computational Design Strategies. Dear Vaya, the floor is yours. Please try to keep your time within our strict time limit. 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, hello everyone. I'm Vaya Tsiaku. Moving on to a completely different subject, I would say, till now. A few things about me. I'm an architect and computational designer and researcher. And today I'm going to be presenting my research topic for the Master of Research in Hybrid Arts from the Ionian University, which is about living architectures for other beings, living beings as well. But before that, I would like to briefly discuss about my research interests during the last years. So these are some selected works on additive manufacturing applications that I've been working on, such as resinless applications on composites, capitalizing on crystallization methodologies, or composite structures capitalizing on natural fibers, such as flax fibers. This basically is the first structure in the world with load-bearing capacity, completely made of robotically wound flax fiber. And most recently, I have been working on indoor environmental quality improvement applications, working with 3D printed components that, for example, can absorb humidity or CO2 from the environments, making it more comfortable for people who reside in it. So, what is indoor environmental quality? You can see here briefly the topics that it targets. It targets acoustics, thermal comfort, lighting, and indoor air quality. And this is really well documented till now. So there are a lot of standards from the European Commission and all over the world, actually, that gives us precisely guidelines on how we should design a space that is comfortable for people to live in and healthy. But this is not the case also for other beings, living beings. So architects till now are designing only for humans. And there's a research gap in that, in developing a theoretical framework that applies well-established methodologies used for comfort analysis to a holistic tectonics approach, taking into consideration, of course, the well-being and comfort of other living beings as well. This is where the interspecies design comes in to answer this question, exploring the potential of creating environments that also facilitate the growth and survival, but also the flourishing of other species as well. And here we can see some examples, for example, how design has approached this topic. For example, bricks that can help bees, that can host bees, or urban reefs that with the crevices they integrate, they can help other like birds or other living beings to be safe, but also target other parts of comfort applicable also to human beings, such as passively regulating the humidity of a space. And this is due to the material properties of the ceramics used. And there is also another application that you can see, the reef circular, which I find really interesting, that is targeting the biodiversity subjects, aiming to restore marine ecosystems This is a general overview, but this also let us think about how we consider our relationship with nature right now. This is more than designing architecture. This is a paradigm shift over creating a new metaphor, not Earth as a mother, but Earth as a lover, and having a more empathetic relationship with nature so that we can both co-create. So we should not consider human beings as the only architects of this world. And this is exactly my aim. So the symbiotic approach that paves the way for reframing human-non-human relationship as a reciprocal and co-evolutionary relationship, and not as a hierarchical dependence with nature, as a maternal or merely distinct entity that humans can either exploit or protect. And more specifically, my research topic will investigate the Apis mellifera, our common honeybees, which currently are facing significant challenges. These are our mainly pollinators, helping our world flourish. And the weather patterns are disrupting the flowering seasons, which essentially means that there are mismatches right now between the flower availability and the bee foraging behavior. But also the extreme weather events that the bees, but also other pollinators, have to face due to the wildfires, like every year anymore, droughts and floods. And one aspect that has not been discussed enough, I would say, is the urban fragmentation that interferes with the ranges, because honeybees are able to travel long distances, but it is due to the urban fragmentation and not islands, environmental islands, let's say, that will help them be safe, that blocks them of pollinating this world. And moving to my specific objective, by studying the honeybee colony intelligence and their stigmergic behaviors, and of course the microclimate conditions that these living beings need to thrive, my scope is to develop a conceptual framework of living architectures, emphasizing the symbiotic approach of this co-creation between human and bee, where our design intention blends with the natural emergence of the honeybee's creation. So we are architecting, my idea is that we should be able to architect with honeybees together. And for that, I have been investigating different approaches, mainly in the arts field till now, of what the potential is with this collaborative aspect of designing with honeybees. And so we can see here the morphogenetic capacity of the material, of the wax deposited in a viscous state, that as it solidifies, it forms the hexagons known to everyone. And I find this example really interesting by an artist named Ava Roth, who she uses the kintsugi approach. This is a Japanese method of taking advantage of the breakage of pottery, and actually, instead of hiding it, expose it, making it part of the designed object by integrating slurries with gold. And here the artist actually capitalizes on the works of the bees, collaborating with them to assemble new designs. And moving on to their stigmergic behavior, and it is more about how you design a scaffold for them to let them create something unexpected, maybe. So you can design to a certain point, and then you have to be mentally, let's say, prepared that you keep your options open to what this structure can be in the end. And another example of an artist using the gravitational forces in order to examine the relationship between space, time, and mass. So beehives are enclosed in identical transport polyhedrons, but the orientation of these polyhedrons is changed every 7 days. And this creates, as you can see, completely different designs by the bees. And this is also a methodology that can be taken into consideration when designing in collaboration with them. Now, moving on to my methodology. Within the thesis, I will investigate, of course, the geometry, the material, and the fabrication aspects. But for today, I will only focus on the geometry, capitalizing on computational design methods using differential growth, triply periodic minimal surface geroids, and as a future step, we'll also look into agent-based stigmergic simulations for varying levels of complexities, while also taking into consideration constraints, geometric constraints, and how the stigmergic behaviors will emerge based on that. And as you can see here, these are some preliminary results of differential growth patterns. So differential growth simulations basically are about natural expansion of curves within defined domains, and with a really natural organic shape result that actually can facilitate the air circulation while also keeping all these crevices that can host living beings. And the same idea is actually applied for the geroid pattern. And as you may see at the bottom of the screen, these are some preliminary simulations on a solar radiation analysis performed using Rhinoceros 3D and Grasshopper tools. Grasshopper is an integrated development platform within the Rhinoceros 3D modeling tool. And moving into more technical aspects, in order to, so my idea was that I wanted to analyze the air temperature of these preliminary structures. And to do that, I didn't have the tools, because as I mentioned before, no one is taking into consideration right now other beings. All the computational tools we have access to are aimed for human beings only. So what I did was to capitalize on the actual tools used for solar radiation and try to analyze the air temperature within these structures. And for that, I used a simplified function that takes into consideration the ambient temperature, the correction factor, which varies based on the material, and the solar radiation analysis performed. And yeah, this is the script I created in Python for analyzing the K correction factor. And here we can see an overview of the whole computational workflow so far. So basically, I integrate the mesh geometry, analyze it, analyze the solar radiation on it based on local weather data collected. These are online data available to anyone. And based on that, I translated to the radiation, and you can see I can also analyze the ambient temperature based on these main components of solar radiation. Yes, which are then translated to our targeted key performance indicator, let's say. As an outlook, and these are steps, these are ongoing steps. I will be considering the specific needs of the studied living beings. So what are the needs of the Apis mellifera? And for that, I will analyze the regional species. I'm also planning to go deeper into how I can support these needs. So this is in terms of material, design, and fabrication methods. And I will also work on a methodology to validate the produced results in order to have a proof of concept of this symbiotic system and be able to translate it into an upscaled scenario that can also accommodate the needs of human beings as well. So, thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. So we have one question by our colleague, Dr. Emanuel Rovithis.
Thank you. It was very exciting to think of this goal that you have in mind for this symbiosis, because it transcends artistic endeavors, for example. It's not just inspiration for creating spaces like, even ants have very interesting architecture, but it's much more than that. You're trying to put symbiosis in the center of the design process. So I was wondering, in that context, maybe have you found any research that deals with acoustics?
Yes. Yeah. I didn't go into too much deep into that, but basically the way bees are communicating with each other to designate where food sources are is by dancing. It's the known waggle dance. So for that, in order to create these vibrations and be receivable from other bees, the frequencies within the hive should be from low to medium. That means that as a design practice, I should be considering that my materials should have sound-absorbing properties of high frequencies. This would make it easier for the bees to communicate with each other. For example, this is an example of how I would target such needs.
Well, it's interesting what kind of mids, because humans also communicate in mids. So maybe we leave the bass and the bass mid to the bees, and we take the mid and the mid high. And I don't know. It's a concert. It's live, but it's very exciting.
Thank you.
We have another question. Our colleague, Dalila Norato.
it's not exactly a question. It's more of an invitation to the members of the audience here, because I had a chance of checking your poster outside, but especially your video, and your narrative in the video is quite different from your presentation here. I think that the poetics that you show in that video can illustrate the respect and for the other being, you know, by providing a platform for the bee to just stand while you are reflecting on their life. And I thank you for being able of producing also that line of narrative that is quite far away from this. I do not know why bees, so if there's a question, would be that one, why bees?
I respect them. I respect them, and I'm in awe, actually, of bees as a social structure, the way they work hierarchically in between them, and the way they are actually offering so much by that. So, for me, it would be like the ideal society. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, I have one.
Oh.
I'm sorry for that. If my understanding of the concept is adequate and correct, we are talking about small-scale structures.
Thank you for your question. So, in the context of the MARES course, I don't think, time-wise, that I will be able to create bigger structures to go into the upscaling scenario. So, most probably, I will work on different small-scale demonstrators that can showcase different deviations of how this research can expand in the future. But ideally, I would also go into in-field validation. So there will be some steps. And right now, I have presented only the development procedure. But as a next step, I would go into lab-scale analysis to see how these small-scale structures will perform. Afterwards, I would go into in-field monitoring with sensors to see their actual impact. And afterwards, I would consider methodologies based on data received to go into holistic architectures.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that we will have to see in future events your future work. And,
hopefully.
More results. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, we're closing this session. We have to move on with our next session. I will invite our colleague, Dr. Minas Pergadis, to chair it.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Minas Pergadis, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Audiovisual Arts. And we will move on to the next session, which is titled Cultural Data and Synergies. We will start with a paper called From Cultural Data to Adaptive Gamified Experiences, an Artificially Intelligence-Assisted Approach for Cultural Heritage Education and Tourism, the case of Santa Mora Castle, presented by Ms. Ioanna Aphroditi Mazi, which is a postdoctoral candidate at the Department of Audiovisual Arts and a member of the Gaming Research Institute. let's set it up a bit. I prepare your place. Okay. You have the floor, Ms. Masi.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Ioana Masi. I'm a PhD candidate at the Ionian University in the Department of Audiovisual Arts. Today, I'm happy to present our work on how artificial intelligence can support the design of engaging, adaptive, and educational experiences in cultural heritage spaces through the lens of a case study conducted at the Castle of Santa Mavra in Lefkada Island. Now, sorry. Cultural institutions today are facing a clear challenge. How do we keep experiences meaningful and relevant, especially for younger visitors? We believe that part of the answer lies in combining artificial intelligence, interactivity, and user-centered design. In its, it is imperative that cultural sites evolve to connect with digital native audiences, such as younger visitors, who benefit from interactive and participatory formats. Okay, sorry. Κινείται μόνο του. Sorry. Okay, so sorry. Our goal was not just to experiment with the technology, but to understand how it can meaningfully support educators and heritage professionals in creating experiences that are adaptive, fun, and educational. In this case, we aspire to leverage AI to support creative content development to create a prototype gamified educational experience on site. We also investigate personalization and interactivity in cultural heritage settings, and we also hope to identify current limitations and future opportunities. Now, this work draws from a wide array of disciplines. Each of these themes plays a key role in shaping both the theoretical and practical dimensions of the project. This project is, of course, still at the start. So we have cultural heritage education, the transmedia storytelling aspect, user experience, of course, and accessibility that comes together with it, AI-assisted personalization, and, of course, gamification in learning contexts. The ultimate aim of the research is to create a passepartout framework capable of transforming heritage information into customized and customizable interactive experiences, addressing user profiles that vary by age, cultural background, personal interests, etc. This case study aspires to serve as a starting point for future research on these broader research topics and themes. AI-driven content could be integrated into cultural heritage environments to enhance learning in both educational and tourism domains. And now moving on to the actual case study in the Santa Mavra Castle in Lefkada Island. To explore these ideas in practice, we conducted this case study. It was designed in collaboration with a music educator and involved elementary students in a live interactive setting inside the castle. Our design process was collaborative, iterative, and exploratory. AI was the key tool used to support and accelerate creative thinking. The first step was to conduct an interview with a music educator to assess the needs and define the goals and constraints of the project. After sketching out the outline of the experience, we made use of 3 AI tools, ChatGPT, Gemini, and Julius, to generate content ideas. Then we reviewed the outcome and co-designed the activities along with the input from the music educator. We delivered 3 sessions and collected feedback from all the participants. The educator's aim was to provide basic historical knowledge of the castle's architecture, sieges, and weaponry, while reinforcing music education through the whole experience. For example, rhythm, body percussion, singing, etc. Now, while the AI was helpful in generating ideas quickly, it needed guidance to meet the project's specific needs, especially the musical component. This underlines the importance of domain knowledge and prompt design. The educator provided a short historical booklet about the castle, highlighting the relevant sieges, the architectural high sites, for example, the gate, the barracks, etc., and the weapon types used in its defense throughout history. This data formed the basis for designing the game's narrative and the challenges, of course. The design team then uploaded a description of the site and user requirements into 3 AI platforms, ChatGPT, Julius, and Gemini, requesting alternative activity ideas. Interestingly, all 3 systems initially neglected 2 key constraints. One, that the entire experience be grounded in music education, and 2, that the total duration be kept to 45 minutes. After iterative prompting, clarifying that each activity must have a strong musical element and must not exceed the 10 minutes, the AI engines generated revised scenarios that were better. Now, each location-based activity combined a historical element with a musical one. This dual-layered design aimed to make both the content and the method of learning more memorable and playful for the participants, which were students from 4th, 5th, and 6th grade in the elementary. For example, let's see, the gate, based on the siege of Pesaro. In the gate milestone, we divided the group into 2 smaller groups, naming them Venetians and Ottomans. We placed the Venetians outside the gate and the Ottomans inside the castle, facing one another. The music educator instructed the 2 groups in a body percussion session in a question and answer manner. The louder group wins the game. Following the historic details, the music educator, starts to sabotage by picking several students from the group of the Ottomans and then confining them, decreasing their number and subsequently their power to shout and be as loud as they can. The game ends with the Venetians entering the castle, having won the siege. The second milestone, the barracks, we have the Ottomans vs Venetians fight. We delimit an open space and then define 3 remote areas within that we call the bastion, the entrenchment, and the bulwark. The students are all Ottomans under siege from the Venetians, so they must defend the castle. The educator commands where there is an immediate need for defense by shouting, for example, bastion or entrenchment. And then the students have to run to the designated area with the student that arrives the last being eliminated. For the weaponry aspect, in the milestone named the catapult, which is, as we said, a designated area, we showcase 4 different weapons used during the castle's history. We have the arrow, we have the hot liquid, we have the catapult and the siege tower. Each weapon corresponds to a specific movement and sound. The arrow requires 1 person, the hot liquid 2, 3, etc. The music educator showcases the specific move and sound of each weapon, then plays the tambourine, and the students have to walk around rhythmically and freely. Once the music educator stops and exclaims a weapon again, arrow, for example, they have to stop, the students must gather and recreate the right image and the corresponding sound. They are eliminated if they are left outside of the group and they join the ME. Lastly, the vincere milestone, the students gather and learn traditional song, the cantata that we have both in Corfu and the and Lefkada, and the music educator also teaches movements to accompany the lyrics or the rhythm. Then they explained that this type of song was used to demonstrate love. And actually a different kind of siege was a suggestion of naming this milestone from the AI tool. Now, in general, the activities were well received. The students enjoyed the structured play and musical elements, and many expressed increased interest in both history and group participation. So we had, during the games, we also had to answer, the music educator and the archaeologist inside had to answer to questions from the students. Some key takeaways. This case study showed the potential of combining artificial intelligence and gamification in a structured way. But it also highlighted where human expertise makes all the difference in crafting activities that are contextually meaningful and pedagogically sound. Human experts remain indispensable for ensuring factual precision and alignment with pedagogical aims. Nevertheless, the music educator stated that after engaging with the AI tools and making use of the suggested alternatives that we did all this procedure together, she started to utilize them more. And notably, she stated that whenever now she has a clear pedagogical aim, goal, but is unsure of how to implement it and implement a structured program serving the aim, she repeats the exact procedure that was realized in this case study. Limitations, of course. Despite its strengths, the study didn't address all aspects of our broader research goals. Of course, we see these gaps as opportunities for future work and expansion of our methodology. First of all, the system did not adjust difficulty levels on the fly, nor did it offer alternative narratives for participants with special needs, as it was realized on site. For the same reason, there was not extended use of transmedia or digital augmentation. Also, the tourism aspect was not included, limiting the project's scope in terms of audience diversity. For example, we didn't have older visitors or tourists from different cultural backgrounds or visitors with even more limited time. But moving forward, we envision tools that empower educators to use AI interactively, tools that respond to different visitor profiles and allow dynamic adjustments. Well-crafted prompts were key to designing the expertise. The educator's perspective remained vital in validating and refining AI suggestions. The experts in any field should collaborate with the tool and not see it as a threat or a competition. That's what we aspire to suggest here. And in a more advanced system, the educator might have a graphical user interface to manipulate AI outputs in situ. Lastly, a higher level of personalization could result from real-time data collection from the participants. This procedure could alter the complexity or the type of the activity. The future lies in cross-platform adaptive ecosystems where educational and tourism experiences are smart, personal, and deeply immersive. And as we conclude, I would like to leave you with a few key reflections. First, it's clear that artificial intelligence and gamification together offer potential for enriching cultural heritage experiences. AI can accelerate the creative process, provide fresh perspective, and help us design more engaging activities that resonate with different audiences. However, and this is important, it's crucial, human expertise remains absolutely central. AI cannot replace the sensitivity or the contextual understanding or the pedagogical intent that educators, historians, and cultural experts bring into the equation. So rather we see AI as a powerful collaborator, a creative partner, one that needs clear direction, critical evaluation, and thoughtful integration into the broader design process. Secondly, while our Santa Mavra Castle case focused primarily on education, the broader vision is much larger. We're moving toward a future where heritage experiences are no longer static, one-size-fits-all tours, but adaptive ecosystems, responsive to visitors' ages, backgrounds, interests, and even their mood, their emotional states. Finally, I would like to emphasize that the Santa Mavra was just the beginning. Oh my God. It was an important test case, small in scale, but rather rich in insights. It confirmed that the direction we are heading toward is promising, but it also highlighted areas where innovation is needed, real-time personalization, cross-platform storytelling, and, of course, greater collaboration between human designers and AI systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mazri. Do we have any questions from the audience? Mr. Kyriakoulas.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was an excellent project. I am skeptical about the way we use AI in cultural heritage sites. But my question here will be more personal. Do you think that it's better to use it for development and design or for the production? And what was your best and your worst experience with AI?
Okay. So, sorry, thank you very much. I'm going to start from the end. My best and worst. As I said, because it is a question and answer manner of speaking of using AI, I think the worst part was giving all the information, thinking that, okay, I have given specific requests about location, age of the participants, duration of the experience, and number of participants, and then the aim as well. All of this very clear, and with the context together, the content, and then the AI ignoring the two most important things. That was, for example, something that I was like, why? How? It's not a difficult thing to do. But then that's why I'm saying that you can't replace the workflow of designing an experience only with an AI tool. It's impossible. You always have to have a content expert. For example, in our study, in our case, archaeologists, or the music educator, or even tour operators. You can't replace them. So you can very easily bring it to the right direction again. So that's the nice thing about it. That's what I like, because in the second prompt, the prompt design is the most important thing. The second prompt, it was perfect. The outcome was much more adequate for our use. So the first question that you asked me was yes. Now, in the development and the structure of and structuring experiences, it is, in my opinion and my experience since now, it is adequate. It's okay. Of course, it remains to be seen. For the production, though, it was not within the scope of this research because the content was in situ and in real time, and in real life. So there wasn't much of a need to produce through AI tools. It is, of course, something that we will need to see in the future and research more in the future. But yes, I do understand why there are some holding back from AI and culture. That's what we're trying to do, to build a framework, a sort of a guidelines set for the best use, best practices, good practices. That's the goal. Designing new good practices for the best collaboration that can be between AI and experts of all fields, mainly here for me, cultural experts, cultural heritage experts, sorry. I hope I answered your question.
Any more questions? Okay, I think this is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It was a great presentation. We will continue now with the presentation from remotely. The next presentation is called Cultural Reconstruction, from Data Visualization to Conceptual Representation, and will be presented by Dr. Dionysios Politis, which is an assistant professor of the Software and Interactive Technologies Lab at the School of Informatics in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Mr. Politis, can you hear us?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you very much for the introduction, along with my compliments from Thessaloniki. Please allow me to share my screen. I will present you a video which is roughly 16-17 minutes. And about 80% of the talking will be done with the video, but I will occasionally dip into to give you some explanations.
Okay.
Hello from Thessaloniki. The sections of his research on cultural reconstruction have been based on research projects undertaken by graduate students of the School of Informatics at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Greece. Cultural reconstructions have benefited significantly from the technological revolutions of the last few years and have fundamentally transformed the virtual reality of information with deep integration for the pedagogical negotiation. Under normal circumstances, to come and attend this conference, we should have taken the pass of Thessaloniki and we passed through Berea, through Edessa, other cities of the Western Macedonian district, and find our way through the Nakia route to the port of Lumenica. Now, if I would ask the search engines what do they know about Berea and about Edessa, what do you think we should crop out? As communities move to cyber cultures, the creation of ongoing shaping of monuments or structures made to commemorate famous events and persons becomes the commodity of the information and communication technologies. This research aims to present new didactic approaches instructional modules and learning resources that take advantage of the latest developments and the future trends in open and distance learning methodology. It also focuses on presenting concepts, requirements, prototypes, research ideas and findings that could contribute to academic research. Information assimilation is a very important thing to do when you have walkthroughs in history. However, taking a ride with the bus is a peaceful way to interpret history, but history itself is very, very violent. And usually with violent triggering mechanisms, information comes from our era to our information dissemination forms.
Mr. Politis, your sound has stopped. The sound of the video has stopped.
Okay, it will we'll continue.
Of Aleppo flourished for many centuries under the merit of the capital of the Seleucid Empire, the famous Antiochia.
The point in the first part of the presentation is that we need a triggering mechanism, and it will go on to sustainable mechanisms.
The focal point was transferred even further east, near Jerusalem, where wildfires destroyed the Cairo Park, which is related with some monuments of the Byzantine era, and especially with another famous mosaic, which lies in a distance of about an hour south from Amman. It is the famous mosaic of Madara, which gives us plenty of information about the social and cultural doings of the 6th century AD. When visiting the area, it is very interesting to see the reactions of many tourists and scientists that provide their own interaction with what information what the artifacts from antiquity provide to researchers.
So this is the second point. It's not always easy to visit a site. It sounds easy sometimes, but it's not as easy as would somebody imagine it. So we stick up with technologies like the one we're using right now to communicate in a distance and gather information with some kind of a computerized support system. Have more these visitors of the site posted their comments, their photos, the information they had gathered, I personally would not have much insight of what is happening there. In fact, at the first glance, then there is a second level of perception where we need more information and try to understand the meaning of what these artifacts have to tell us. When things get very, very difficult, we need an expert's opinion to find out what we talk about and what's happening there. And another point, that had not these technologies been available, we would have very, very little information of what is happening there. We need also something more which will be seen right now. As we go back home, what was the triggering mechanism?
For Thessaloniki, the story was the same. Something very important had taken place, put a triggering mechanism able to create an archaeological content. Let's see how these things took place in the cave.
Ήρθαν στο φως του σταθμού Βενιζέλου στο μετρό Θεσσαλονίκης, αφήνοντας ακόμα μία φορά τους πολίτες άναυδους. Στην νότια πρόσβαση του σταθμού αποκαλύφθηκαν αρχαιότητες που καλύπτουν ένα ευρύ χρονολογικό φάσμα από τους πρωτοβυζαντινούς έως τους μεσοβυζαντινούς χρόνους, ενώ στο νοτιοανατολικό φρεάτι βρέθηκαν αρχιτεκτονικά κατάλοιπα που ανάγονται από τον 6ο μετά Χριστόν αιώνα και ως τα βυζαντινά χρόνια. Συγκεκριμένα, κατά τη διάρκεια των ερευνών στη νότια πρόσβαση, εντοπίστηκαν αρχιτεκτονικά μέλη από κτίρια με πλήθους που χρονολογούνται από τον 4ο έως τον 7ο αιώνα. Τα ερεύνηματα αυτά, μαζί με όσα έχουν αποκαλυφθεί παλαιότερα, θεωρούν ένα παλίμψιστο με στοιχεία για την κοινωνική και οικονομική ζωή της πόλης να πιέζει 17 αιώνα. Τα κτίρια αποτελούν τη συνέχεια του δημόσιου λουτρού που ήρθε στο φως το κέριο φως του κυριαρχισμού και πιθανότητα να αποτελούσαν τον χώρο υποδοχής και τα αποδυτήρια, ενώ στην ίδια περιοχή βρέθηκε και πληθόκτιστος πεσός με κατακόρυφη υδροροή. Πέρα όμως από το παραπάνω, στο σημείο βρέθηκαν πλάκες όπου πάνω τους είναι χαραγμένα είτε γράμματα που πρέπει.
So, it is unbelievable what extent of information came up by doing this great construction project, and virtually another city was unearthed and came to surface. The question is, what do we do with that? And I'm not an archaeologist, I'm a computer scientist, and I suppose both domain fields say we have no answer. The extent of the projects that have to come up is really immense. We don't talk about interventions of small scale. Something very, very big has happened and it's going on. To give you some understanding, you will see for how many artifacts we talk. We don't talk about hundreds, we don't talk about thousands, we don't even talk about tens of thousands. You see for how many we talk right now. seem to be perplexed, starting from the people that visit them daily, going to the ones who take the decisions, and going up the echelon to the ones who govern the country, the city. What do you do with this situation? What do you do with such immense information, which is unstructured and it's not applicable to the wide public? For instance, the artifacts you've been seeing right now, most of them are not in an exposition of some kind. So we go to what we have started up to do, a fast-track museum. And how do we do it? We cannot take all that wide range, all that big spectrum of archaeological information, but we could have a starting point somehow that would give us the basic understanding of what is happening. And that started to take place with our graduate students who provided the manpower and the scientific expertise to make small expositions in the virtual sphere of what they have been witnessing within the city. Again, we are not archaeologists, we are computer people. So we will not go direct with the artifacts like the ones you see on the screen. So we start from the year 1912 when the city was engulfed within the Greek state, and we see what happened there, how the fluxes of people were coming in Thessaloniki, what were the demographics, what were the monuments, what was the housing situation, what can we see, what is the visible part, the one we can transfer immediately to the virtual sphere. Now, if just did a simple recreation, that would be quite expectable. What we try to do is computerized data handling. That is, we don't want to use the usual method where a group of experts makes something time-consuming to produce something about an artifact, but we go the other way. We give the floor to the people that provide information, and then we see that roots are unpredictable. For instance, how one could correlate the Rotunda of Thessaloniki with the music that comes from the Aegean Sea, or perhaps from the Ionian Sea. So what we try to do is having all this vast information coming up from below and behind is to give traces or putting reasonable scenarios. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Politis. Do we have any questions from the audience? I don't see anything. I have a short question. So, how do you validate all these vast amounts of information before that you're using? Do you have like a workflow that would validate their accuracy? Because especially when we're discussing cultural heritage information, it is important to have a solid background, a solid foundation, and not often everything that is available is valid or accurate.
That's a very good query. For starters, we use books. That is, everything that has been published and has a name below it. some expert, some domain expert that takes the responsibility for what he says, that's directly publishable. The other thing that crops up is what is unearthed. Maybe a new artifact comes for which we don't have yet documentation or explanations from the domain experts. In this case, we present the artifact, perhaps having some visualizations, some 3D scannings of it whatsoever, and we have some first opinions that come from experts, not yet published in journals, conferences, or books, but being said, for instance, in newspapers and other mass media portals. They are quite high in the agenda. They could be publishable as well. And then the last and most intriguing part, we have the input that comes from junior experts, like graduate students of archaeology, of computer science, of journalism, things like that, that come with some findings that have yet to be proved and documented.
Okay, it makes sense. There is a lot of layers to the validity and how you can present it. Thank you very much, Dr. Politis. It was a very interesting presentation.
It has been my pleasure. Thank you very much for giving the floor.
So we move on to the next presentation, titled Digital Documentation and Visualization of Ancient Ceramics, 3D Scanning, Animation, and VR Applications, which will be presented by Dr. Stelios Skourlis. Dr. Skourlis.
Hello.
Okay, we can hear you. Okay.
Thank you for the introduction. I will share just a minute to share my part of the screen for the representation.
Okay, we're waiting.
Yes, yes. I will be in just. Okay. You see my presentation?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay. I go to the first. So, in this presentation, this is a part of my PhD thesis. So, this is a digital documentation and visualization of ancient art, ceramics, 3D scanning, animation, and VR applications. In this presentation, I will focus on how to use 2D animation to promote ancient artifacts, and the research was made in the National Archaeological Museum of Athens, and was focused in the ceramic vase collection. So, I focused on animation because the first animation in history, besides that we all know that started in about 1896, the first historical indication of animation was a vase from a Suktek that was good, and the artist then tried to create the animation of the goat around the vase. So in the top right corner you can see how the goat jumps by rotating the vase. So when I thought to myself, since we have the first try of animation on the vase, why don't I use animation to visualize all the some animations on the vases? So in this part of the research I made, I started to make some tries, somehow, let's say that, on how to make intriguing animation using AR technology and 2D animation to visualize the animation. So I said in this presentation we will see in the first part how to animate the depictions on ceramic vessels. So the main aspects of animating the depictions was that we could revive the scenes, we could have interactive education, somehow make better visual tourist experience, have a digital representation, and all the other stuff you can see on this screen. I will try to speak things, and please try to read what I'm saying in the screens, because somehow I will try to explain some things about the screens. So the theoretical approach to use the 2D animation on this research was that I created a multimedia application because I'm sorry. It was about the theoretical approach is how to use the theoretical and implement on the AR application the animations. I had to use image detection technology to place the depiction directly on the vessel and on other technologies, because the vase surface is very smooth and round, so any other technology was not applicable to have the animation projected through an AR application. With the same multimedia application, we could use some gestures on the screen so to have some information, and some other things I can done is that we will see some video animations to represent the two animations and to have explaining some things about the part of the ceramic collection. So, 2D animation on ceramic vases. So, we had animation reviving the characters and some images of the vases. I will skip this, I don't like this. And I will start. The selection of strategies and visual representation. The main aspect of this project was to create an attractive animation, because in other projects we have some animation and it was not so attractive. Because I am an animator, I try to make attractive animation, but the limitations I had when using this technology was that the animation I produced must be somehow accurate to the historical representation of the illustration. What I mean, because some illustrations depict some scenes of mythology, I had to make some minor animation so that it was not too exaggerated, too extreme, to somehow must be accurate on the historical and science the historical evidence somehow. Another aspect I had to keep in mind is that by using the 2D animation, I must highlight the beauty of the ceramic design and not change the painter's style. And by using animation as a texture, I could apply on a 3D scanned object the animation and create another aspect and another application that could be represented everywhere in the cosmos somehow with the animation. We will see an example later in the presentation. So, when I started the animation, I started with proto-geometric and geometric period, because it was much simpler and much more illustrated, and the design on these vases were more closely to the modern graphic design. So, after selecting some vases, I started to recreate the illustration from the vase and start making some animation to test on how the archaeologists could react on the minor or extreme animations. Here I have two examples in which the first idea is just representing the illustration of the vase, and the second year is working. Most historically accurate and with the science elements they had in the museum, they told me that the first year is more accurate to use on the vase. So I had to somehow have some restrictions on not to have huge animation that could ruin the illustration and the story represented on the original vase. During the process, I tried to represent some other animations and research in some other pages. In here, I have a horse and a bird shown. Even to this part of the animation, I had to make some minor animations because in the early stages of the vase illustrations, we could not have total, somehow, the story, not the story, the depictions on the proto-geometric, just some horses, and we don't have the full story of what the illustrator would like to see. After I created the animation, another major and hard part was to put the video on the as a texture on the vase. I scanned the vase, and as you see, the first texture I had was totally unreadable, because even though I tried with 3D scanning and photogrammetry, the texture in both cases was puzzled. So, using a techniques with another software, with 3D Studio and Zephyr, I have managed to create a more readable texture, and through this readable texture, I could put on the texture all the video and animate all the texture. So, after I managed to make a readable and apply the animation, I could rotate and use this 3D scanning with the texture on it to almost everywhere. So I could replace the 3D model with the animation on top of it, to even on the museum or on the vase, or by using projection technology like a QR code or another image, a tourist or a viewer could see the total vase and with the animation everywhere in the world. After I finished that, I made some other animation with some other vases, and even though some animations I created were not historically accurate on what the depiction was showing, a good animation could promote much better the visualization of the artifact. After I finished with the proto-geometric and geometric vases, I went to the red figure vases, and I started recreating some of the illustrations and making animations with this. The first try was not to use the original illustration, but to recreate the illustration using programs like Illustrator. And even though it was much better illustration, with this technique I changed the illustration sense, and it was not quite good. Even though the animation was good, it was not being accepted somehow. It was not accepted very well because I changed the illustration. So even though I tried some other illustration, was not accepted, the next step was to take the original illustration of the vase and create an animation of the original illustration. So after I made some minor reconstruction of the illustration of the vase, and so here I just reconstruct this crack. I had to make some adjustment on the images to take the parts I needed to animate, and after that I created some animation of the this is the Bellerophon Technique Chimera. So I made some animations of the Bellerophon Chimera. Some of them were extreme and some are minor. So with the help of an archaeologist there, we finally ended up in this animation that is a minor animation and directly on the vase. This is not the final project because at the beginning I projected on a still image, and later using AR technology I went and projected the animation on the vase by using the image tracker. Here you see this is the vase on the vase collection, and through the application I have created, the animated illustration is projected onto the vase as it was on the vase, and by using the lightning and some other effects through the application I have created, this application, I have managed to make the final product to be the final application to be not to be exact match. See, as you see here, a visitor could not distinguish which part of the vase is added on top of the real one. So by using also this technology and image detection to project the illustration I wanted onto the vase, I did not use any elements like QR codes and other stuff, so the place of the museum or the museum exhibition was as it was in the museum. So with one application and with no other elements like QR codes or any other stand, a visitor could, with this application I have created, to go around the expedition and see animation on several vases like this. It is the same application, and a visitor would go and see animations. Here, because the lighting was not good, we can see, and it is nice to see that when I projected the animation through the application I have created, was not replacing the whole vase, but the part of the vase I wanted to apply the animation. So in this case, I applied the animation just to a part where I wanted to apply the animation. As you see, I have made animation just to the horse and the human, and all the other stuff is on the vase. And by using this technique, after the research, everybody that saw these things, they enjoy it, especially at the younger ages and the teenagers, but also the older visitors that took part in the research find that this was not only amusing just to see the depictions or the illustrations on the vase come alive, but also it was somehow interesting for them to see on how these illustrations, by using the available historical data on what this illustration represents, could be animated. The younger ages, because the vase collection of the vases is not so important like the static collection, find it very intriguing to go and search the vases that were animated, and they had another, this application had interest to their visit on this collection. And the other 3D model I have created and projected the animation.
Dr. Skurlis, you have a little time left because we're...
Oh, okay, I will be fast. I'm sorry, I will be fast. So, for this, I finished for the base collection because it was a great research. Another aspect of the 2D animation that I have created is that I have managed to create a 2D animation platform game using the images and the base collection. So, by having a hero, 2D animated hero, going around the collection and collecting the symbols, it added a more interesting aspect for the younger ages to visit the collection and play in the collection this game. And this was a very interesting part of this research, because the younger ages could play among the collection. Sorry, I will be a bit fast now. And the evaluation of this part of the research was very nice. Also, I have created an application of an adventure game using 2D animation, where a visitor goes around the collection and interacts with the vases. And finally, another very good aspect of the using 2D animation to promote the base collection or any other collection is to create some animations, informative animation on the beginning of any exhibition of the museum, especially the base collection, just to show the main information you needed to go to visit the exhibition. And finally, this animation that was not, that somehow uses a character to tell the people, I don't have the sound on because he is speaking in Greek. So in this application, the character just describes some historical things, but it was a bit interesting, but somehow boring, because they have seen all the other stuff before that, like the adventure game and the AR applications. So, to finish this presentation, I want to say that the role of new technology and 2D animation in enhancing visitor experience. New technology, especially the advent of mobile devices, have opened up new fields for application and experimentation. 2D animation is a very misunderstood part of graphic design, because mainly we see 2D animation in cartoons, but with the right implementation through AR technology and other techniques like 2D informative animation, cultural and museum exhibitions could benefit, so that younger ages could be more interested in some exhibition or museum collections that are not so highly admired by the visitors. And by expanding, so now I'm expanding the use of 2D animation and AI, so that even though in this research I use animation just to visualize some illustration or some basis, the next part of the research is to use 2D animation and train an artificial intelligence model to create the animation when it recognizes the illustration of the vase, and reproduce a historical accurate animation on every vase and on every collection. And because I don't know how much time I have left, thank you for showing this presentation. I'm sorry. And I'm open to any question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Skoulis. Do we have a question from the audience? I don't see any questions, but I have a comment. It was very interesting, your presentation, and I like how I think it's very valuable how you use a lot of different forms of technology, like augmented reality, like gamification, to all synergetically enhance the interaction with the cultural artifact always through the act of animation. And I think it was a very interesting, multifaceted project that you described, and hopefully we'll see more in the future.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, thank you. So we move on to the final presentation of this session. It's titled Collaboration, Creativity, Art and Science, How Hard Can It Be? Institutional Collaboration Spaces for Art and Science. And this is presented by Dr. Cecilia Smilewski. Can you hear us, Dr. Smilewski? You have your microphone muted, maybe unmute it. I think if you press spacebar, it will unmute. Oh, you're on your phone. Okay, let me try to. We cannot hear you still. Please try to unmute your microphone.
Okay, I think that works.
Okay, yes, okay, we can hear you now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now I have to work out how to get to my presentation. I'm going to share this. iCloud Drive. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, yes, we can see the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the first slide. Flagship cultural, let me just go to the next one. Flagship cultural institutions such as museums have long been significant sites of cultural exchanges and the urban experience. In partnership with the Powerhouse, a museum focused on industrial innovation, the Collaborative Museum Project examines the complex processes of collaboration and community engagement needed to embed the new Powerhouse Museum in the key Western Sydney city of Parramatta. Before diving in, it is important to note that collaboration should only be pursued when necessary to achieve the desired change. Collaboration is time-consuming, expensive and risky. If you must collaborate, ensure the necessary conditions are in place to make it possible. Thompson also goes on to say that, remember, collaboration moves at the speed of trust. Trust to take the time necessary to build trust with key stakeholders. Make more best friends. Trust is built one-on-one and not in group settings. Much of the writing about collaboration as a positive process comes from a business setting model. Discourse on art and science collaboration tends to focus on hybridity, which favours the predominantly creative result rather than the process. The examples I'm about to share with you are based on interviews with artists and scientists as part of this research project. They've not necessarily read the handbook on collaboration, but they demonstrate several compelling aspects, whether they've been aware of them or not. It is good to be able to articulate some of these things that make an art and science collaboration work. And one thing to think about is that not everything has to be a collaboration, as we've said, but it is useful to be aware of what makes conditions to collaborate between a scientist or artist work. That being said, there is also a shift towards highlighting collaboration as a process of change. Carlo Ratti, the director of the recently opened Architectural Biennale in Venice, says adaptation demands inclusivity and collaboration. And when it comes to adaptation, he claims, architecture should be at the core of it. Art and science could also be at the core. There are several forms of art and science collaboration that include science communication, where art is employed by science to communicate the science and therefore has a strong design element. Scientific data sets, where science data is adapted by artists to present the information in new and creative ways. And for example, an artist in the scientific laboratory setting, where often an individual artist develops new work with the aid and expertise of the scientist. We could also do a complementary kind of thematic framing around these, like areas of space and deep oceanic exploration, macro and micro studies, such as environmental issues, medical or enviroscience. So these three examples I'm sharing with you are drawn from part of the interviews for this research project. Jill Scott is a professor and describes herself as a hybrid art scientist. She's an author and co-director of the Laser Salon in Zurich for Leonardo Society, USA. She's a professor emerita at the Institute for Cultural Studies and the Arts at Zurich University and founder of the Artisan Labs program, which was founded in 2000. Her view is that the main qualities needed for collaboration are respect, listening, flexibility and compromise. Each member has to be very open, thinking out of their disciplinary boxes and be curious about wild ideas. Very wild ideas. I think the aim is to share, well, this is what she says, the aim is to share very particular perspectives with each other and have respect for those perspectives. And the aim of these kinds of collaborations is to create a high level of post-reflection for the audience. For people who are beginning to investigate art-science collaborations and projects, Scott identifies a two-step development process, prototyping, where ideas are discussed between the artist and the scientists. The second step is that the artist presents a prototype which is beneficial to engage those who have not yet been before involved in this art-science project or process. The skill sets then are compared, and everyone can see a live example as a result of their earlier dialogue. And then at that point, it's key that the artist identify whereabouts they want to let the didactic, the more factual side of all the science enter into their final project or exhibition. She feels that this is a spectrum that should be discussed. To what level are you using metaphors instead of facts? And to what level are metaphors supporting the facts? To what level are analogies relevant for the arts? So these are the kinds of questions that need to be teased out, and she suggests ideally done in a trusting space. For example, the laser talks she coordinates are not recorded on purpose. They through this lack of recording, Scott is creating a space in which artists and scientists are encouraged to be very open and able to express their frustrations. Marilla Hahn is a documentary maker as well that works with Scott and is the Professor Emerita in filmmaking at the University of the Arts in Zurich. Working with Scott, she documents the arts and science projects from the university as well as the individual research projects. And I think this idea of documentation, as we've just seen, is kind of crucial to promoting these works. Aftertaste, we're looking at here, is a recent example of an interactive media work by Scott that explores the way we perceive flavour. It is, which is a combination of smell, taste and texture. Scott and Hannah were invited to be one of the two artist teams on Chick, a 7.3 million EU grant funded to develop chicory varieties that can enhance prebiotic effects for improved gut health. Scott produced 3 sculptures to engage audiences via biomimicry, and the benefits of chicory through sound compositions, film loops, and real-time sonifications. And Hannah produced a documentary that gives the artistic side of the project space for deeper explanations and long legacy. And this is the artist in labs. This is some of the information that students in particular might be interested in looking at, and call for residencies. This is the project. Even though they're no longer working, it continues within the Zurich School of the Arts, which is fantastic. Art based on scientific data and research to present data in unfamiliar ways is the next type of projects I'd like to speak about. I will discuss aspects of Nigel Hellier's work, including the long-term collaboration with Marianne Lee. Much of his work that links art science and in an exploratory manner, particularly when we see it involves the environment. We see his creative considerations put the wild back into a scientific output. Generally, resulting scientific research is delivered initially as many points of data in complex spreadsheets. So we see the wildness of the research topic tamed or some way controlled by the format of the spreadsheet through scientific techniques. It's rewilded by Hellier and given a powerful creative result, whether it's a science piece, a sound piece, or a visual work, or even a tiny 3D printed object. His work brings back a sense of awe from the scientific data and reprises the initial impetus of curiosity for the scientists to explore and for audiences to look at the scientific inquiry and the creative propositions differently. Using deep ocean data, Hellier worked with Marianne Lee, you can see her here, who's a biological scientist based in Tasmania and has collaborated with Hellier for the past 15 years. Mutual respect and good understanding between the personal relationships are again a strong theme. Lee highlights the importance of bringing collaborators with different perspectives and skill sets together around a common purpose to form something unexpected. She speaks about stepping off into the unknown and the importance of that quality in a collaborator. She's excited by the large spaces of possibility that open up when jumping into something completely new. The idea is relevant as both an artistic and a scientific process. However, this kind of collaboration means that artists and scientists must be prepared to put themselves into places where they might not feel secure and comfortable. And Hellier adds that the artist needs to be humble enough to admit to not understanding that the scientist and that the science, and to not understand the science, and to ask for help in understanding the data. And both agree they must be prepared for risk and possible failure. Sonus Maris, which is the work we're looking at now, literally the voice of the sea, is a unique way to regard the extremely complex interactions in a set of globally rare coastal environments called ICOLs, intermittently closed and open lakes and lagoons that cluster along the southeastern seaboard of the Australian continent. These generally shallow lakes and wetlands respond to terrestrial and oceanic forces, such as tides and storms, and atmospheric pressure and terrestrial rainfall, causing them to switch states between water bodies that open into the ocean and closed lake systems. To produce Sonus Maris, Hellier worked with postdoctoral researcher Dr. Valentina Heimhuber at the University of New South Wales Water Research Laboratory over several years, again this factor of time seems to be for a very successful art-science collaboration important. Helia reflects that although coming from quite different disciplines, he and Valentino shared their European backgrounds and many common interests, especially in natural systems. The concept of conjuring forth the invisible structural patterns that underline environmental processes fascinated both of them. Valentino's inlet tracker software provided Helia with thousands of data points and still images that he could reformulate, but he could also recognise them as something else. And these two slides show the data points, but also then an overall mapping of the changes of the 40 years of water flow data. Helia says he was fascinated by the realisation that the often blurry satellite images and corresponding data sets were showing distant spatial and temporal events. In effect, it is a form of data archaeology, but in most instances of environmental processes that no one at the time would have paid any attention to, much less recorded or studied. These legacy images were hiding in plain sight, a trove of complex environmental knowledge stretching back decades. The changing coastline is driven by offshore and land-based forces and the human manipulation of river mouths. The data map the constantly changing incoming and outgoing tidal range and how these movements are continuously changing the shoreline. And this is hard for the public to imagine over time, so he painstakingly attributed specific notes to sets of data and then sonified these into a sound piece, which we see being performed here. I'm not going to play the video due to time restrictions. The sonifications have been described as densely complex with individual and overlapping increments. In this collaboration, we also see the benefits of the long-term dialogue to build trust in each other and the way of working that has developed, whether it's been with the Water Research Lab, with Marianne Lee in particular. That's a 15-year relationship. But this long-term relationship enables the sharing of curiosity in a synergistic way. As Lee puts it, something that sits within and outside of the two disciplines simultaneously. While she sees that art-science collaboration has come to the fore in a way that it wasn't 10 years ago, I think that's correct, it is still not widely undertaken. It has certainly not well resourced uniformly. And I think that is something to bear in mind for people who want to take up these kind of projects. An artist who works with scientists to realise her research is Marta Domenisch, who's a Portuguese artist based in Portugal and has worked internationally in the intersection of art and biology since the late 90s, exploring biological sciences, conceptual and aesthetic opportunities for visual representation in the arts. She's the artistic director for the not-for-profit association Corfu, based in rural São Luís, which is south of Lisbon, and Ectopia in Lisbon's Gulbenkian Institute for Science. Cultivamos Cultura is the leading institution devoted to experimental art in Portugal, and Ectopia facilitates collaborative work between artists and scientists. It was a Cultivamos Cultura. These are the kinds of things that she talks about, that collaboration is defined at any given moment. That it's not usually rethought during the process, it is usually rethought during the process, so it's an iterative process where ideas are tested and examined and then changed. So the role of the collaborators is to question each other as much as possible. And it's also a negotiation to work together, exchange ideas, processes and methods, and therefore enhancing the possibility of connections and interactions. I've included included this slide because Cultivamos Cultura, you can see the range of projects that they're actually delivering, even though it's only about, it was established in 2009 and now employs 7 staff. And there's 20 annual research residencies, 1 or 2 summer schools, exhibitions and associated publications. The exhibition program consistently shows between 4 and 5 exhibitions each year in Portugal and a similar number internationally. I also have yearbooks, which is a publication of the catalogue of the works produced at the residencies during that year. Other exhibitions are the result of collaborative efforts between Cultivamos Cultura and the institutions within or outside Portugal. So this activates the collection and puts the work in dialogue with collections in other institutions as well. Her established personal practice involves collaborations with scientists and often within the science lab environment. She says that she feels like she's collaborating with the lab sometimes rather than a scientist and developing projects with scientists within the lab. It's always interesting, but at the beginning it seems that I was developing my work in parallel with the scientists, she says, working on their projects. And I was very much like a member of the lab. And then, of course, there are projects when you have a first offer and everybody else contributes to that. So she's describing a kind of fluid situation in the lab setting. Most of the conceptual interactions would happen, she says, seamlessly or very specifically with the head of the lab. And it's an interesting collaborative process that was also very rewarding. And she's always seen it like that, so that's why she finds it a good experience. But she says that like any member of the lab, she would provide intellectual challenges to concepts, ideas and problems. She has not encountered a scientist who expects the artist to know what kind of science they are working on. But however, she finds that often the artists expect the scientists to know more about art than they do. She says it's funny that most scientists don't expect people who are not scientists themselves to know so much about their field of knowledge. She thinks artists expect others to know what art is, what can be considered art, or even what contemporary art is. And as she says, we very well know that in terms of education, most people haven't been educated in art at all. The example of her work, which we see here, deconstruction, decontamination, decomposition, explores the use of biotechnology methods and materials as art media for the development of paintings that are literally alive and deconstruct themselves while exhibited. Piet Mondrian's geometric paintings were recreated using a bacterial support medium. The colours progressively degrade by Pseudomonas putida bacteria. This technology is based on the work of Dr. Ligia Martins at the Institute of Biological Química e Biological in Lisbon, where the project was developed. In her laboratory, scientists research biological strategies to degrade highly pollutant textile dyes, using bacteria that are harmless to human beings and to the environment. The objective was to slowly decompose the images during their public exhibition in a museum. The artwork is alive and as such destined to die and decompose, as all of us are. Alongside the quality of time taken to develop useful collaborative relationships, there is a corollary of the enormous amount of patience required in art-science collaborations. The scientific processes are slow and repetitive and can be exasperating in terms of creative output. The artist also needs to have that mindset of understanding, slowly working through a process. However, the artist usually has an imperative for this work to be shown. The hard deadline of an exhibition or performance brings more anxiety than some scientists might be aware of. I hope you have found some things to consider regarding developing trust to make these collaborations work. The 3 examples and the different types of art and science collaborations that I've shown provide just a glimpse into the vast array of work that explores and uses these relationships. We have also heard that while these types of collaborations have been increasingly coming to the fore over the past decade, that they are seriously underfunded. The artists and scientists in this presentation have been working in this field for far more than a decade and have been very generous in sharing their useful insights into the ways they approach collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swilewski. Do we have any questions from the audience? I don't see a question. A short comment from me. It was very interesting, your presentation, and especially how collaboration can be hard, especially in the interdisciplinary framework, as we saw on the projects you presented, but how we can produce some great results. And I think the concept of trust being the cornerstone upon which to build such interdisciplinary collaborative efforts is very essential, and it should be always at the forefront of trying to create new such collaborations. So thank you very much for being here with us. So that concludes the cultural data and synergies session. We will go now for a quick break. Thank you, everyone, and see you all later for the continuation of the conference. Goodbye.
speakers, 3 presentations. The first 2 online and the last one on site. And we call for the first presentation on artificial intelligence in music education, teachers' views and perceptions on enhanced kinesthetic activity by Dimitrios Zmailis and Georgios Heliades. Please take the floor for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's nice to be here. This is the work of Dimitris Zmail, the PhD, part of the PhD work of Dimitris. I am supervising his work, and it is about putting AI in the music classroom. The purpose is to enhance, enrich, and facilitate the music teaching and learning by the modern AI techniques. On the one hand, on the technical front of this work is the development of music software, education software, using machine learning logic, algorithm logic, and on the other front, on the educational front, is the target of enriching, as I said, music teaching, kinesthetic and multiple intelligences. That's the overall purpose of this work. The work presented in this paper is a survey on music teachers to see how they would possibly accept or not accept, how they would deal with AI in their classroom, if they would be willing to accept it, to put it in, to experiment with it, which learning tasks would they put it onto, which type of students, so to set out the field on which our software could be useful for the teachers. Before I get into the survey itself, I think it's better to show you very quickly the Dimitris software, and then we can discuss about how we put this in the class, etc. Let me start a very quick 2-minute demonstration of this. This is a quick demonstration of the software. What it does is that using some very low technology, if you like, simple microphones, what it does is getting certain clicks, objects on the table, claps, and very simple sounds that the students can make. And then using the software, they can be configured and used to synthesize any type of music. I will very quickly show you this video. This is a small, of course, one student can do it by themselves, or they can make a little band with different instruments and create and compose, if you like, some music. This is a test at the university using a samba song by a local band. Let's very quickly see, and then this is the training beat, so every single click and hit has to be learned by the system. Okay, I won't take too long, but it's important to see the thing working. And these are some screenshots of the software and how you configure it in order to synthesize, to compose music. So what we heard was some songs, so there was a strong percussion, etc. But of course, you can use any music sound. You can use a violin, piano, whatever, depending on the class that you want to deliver. So this is a software based on MaxMSP as a development suite, and of course the ready-made machine learning algorithms, especially the Wikinator library. So let's get into the research part. On the front regarding technology, of course machine learning is not a new area in music, but primarily focuses on the music production. So you can see jazz improvisation using machine learning. You can do classical music composition. You can do live performances with machine learning and so forth. The challenge here, and if you like, the originality of this PhD is how to transfer all this all this knowledge, technical knowledge, in the music class in order to elevate it, I would say, in general. We have researched the music class in Greece and in the UK, and especially in Greece we can see many areas that need to be worked on. Most music teaching is done by just copying information, textual information. So even if you learn history or if you learn music, it's the same skill, which is to copy the information about music and be able to repeat it and so forth. It's not, this is a big part of the music lesson, but we feel that the students need to work more on to cultivate their ears, their acoustic perception, and also, if you like, experiment on how to make music. And especially in the schools that are public, for example, primary schools, not all students play certain musical instruments or high, if you like, high music background. But why not? They could experiment and create music and be more included and cooperate in the class. So these are certain issues that we need to work on using our machine learning, if you like, knowledge. So in typical classes, as I said, there is a text-based teaching and learning. The music background is not always the same or high. Many times school venues, concerts, celebrations, etc., take a lot of time of preparation, and then getting back to going back to the learning is sometimes difficult. And of course, there's a lack of equipment, infrastructures, musical instruments, and general facilities in the music class. So here we can propose a low cost and low infrastructure solution on making music in the class. Of course, machine learning software in theory could enhance the kinesthetic activity, as in learning on how the motor skills of the students, and the response time in music, etc. And other forms of student intelligence. and offer an ad hoc character to the class, so make it quicker and easier to teach and create music, listen to music, analyze music, etc. And of course overcome possibly the low infrastructure barrier. Our current research, which I'm presenting today, focuses on Greek public schools, so that the software is there, is a test bed, is a generic software that, as I said, takes the input and then creates music, but in order to actually comprehensively test it at schools, we need to focus on certain classes and certain music tasks. So we have started with the Greek public schools, and the last grades of primary school and early stage grades of the secondary schools, using the basic music theory subject. And here we survey the opinions of the music educators in Greek, if you like, national level, on how, on the facilities they use, on the role of kinesthetics, etc., and how they could embed an AR ML system in their class. So here are some the main, if you like, results of the survey. Here is the technology, the music technology that is used in the class currently in the public schools. And here you can see that the main technology that is used is a computer with internet connection and a computer with music software and an electronic piano. The rest, other technology like tape, interactive tapes, etc., are less used. In terms of AI technologies, they claim that they use responsive music application, internet application, internet playing songs like Spotify, etc., and so forth. In terms of the role of the kinesthetics in learning music, how important is the role of kinesthesia in learning music? Then, at that point, there was, of course, a strong, for example, here is about 30% had a strong feeling about this. Another proportion, which is quite large, is intermiddle. So they were not sure whether this is absolutely true. So, in general terms, they thought it is important learning aid, yes, but not too strong feeling about this. In another issue that was put to them, which is the impact of kinesthesia on inclusiveness in class, they had similar responses, perhaps a bit more strong here, that they were sure that kinesthetics would help in inclusiveness in the class. And here was the correlation between the music competence and inclusiveness, which was a bit more, which was okay. I mean, it seems that they go, those two opinions, they go along. But here, what we realized is that the younger instructors were clear in favor of both arguments. So they saw the role of kinesthesia in both sides, but the older ones, they expressed their reservations on both of them. So they were not sure that kinesthesia would actually help in both those ways, in music competence and inclusiveness. But they put aside certain conditions on how this is done, so this was helpful for us. So what we would say was that the outcome of this research is that the educators they pointed us the classes that were appropriate to test this software, which is the 2 top classes of primary school and the first 2 classes of secondary school. They thought that this would be a music-rich alternative to the music class, so this would be positive for them, and the evolution of special skills and interpersonal communication skills could also be developed using the software, which we thought it was quite interesting. They would be willing to experiment with the new technology. Of course, they thought that a prerequisite would be a good amount of training before they use it. So they said, yes, I would put in the class if I was trained adequately and learned how to use it. Of course, I would try. So there was a strong point, which was a potential handicap on the amount of time to training before this produces certain results. Student participation is an issue that they thought that it would perhaps be of benefit, and lower resource classes also could be of benefit. So we think that these initial results are are strong enough for us to continue working on this. So to use artificial intelligence to enrich the human intelligence, like interpersonal communication and spatial or visual skill development and so forth. So, concluding, we could say that our work focuses on ways to enhance kinesthetics and creativity in the public school music class, and to do that we experiment with ML algorithms and their different software implementations. So we're already developed a new version of the software, which is targeted to the public school music class. And our recent survey illustrates an overall positive assessment by instructors, music instructors, an appreciation of the role of kinesthetics and multiple intelligences, and a fruitful practical ways to incorporate our technology in the class and conditions under which it could be more useful. Of course, the next step in this research is a set of field tests, which were already ongoing, so that we have the final thumbs up for this technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will see if there is any question from the audience here for your presentation. If not, I have one for you. It's about the scale of the project. You use right now a pilot project in some public schools. How much time, how much schools you need to conclude this proof of concept and go to a wider scale after that?
Yes, thank you. This is there is a difficulty there because it is not easy to get into the public schools and use these things. At the moment, we were doing our pilot with the first elementary school, primary school in Agostoli in Kefalonia, because the music teacher is also teaching in the university and we know him, and he's very happy to bring some teams of students to the university or the public theatre, and then we have set up there the tests. So we have done 2 tests of 2 classes of 10 students so far. I'm not sure how far we can go because, as I said, we have not found, it is not easy to get the permission to go in many public schools. So we'll see about this. I cannot answer, definitely.
Okay, have you ever thought about El Sistema, Greece? The Venezuelan system that teaches children, but not only to learn music without notes, to have an agreement with them and try to prove your concept there?
I don't know. I'm very happy to hear about this, and we'll be very happy to get to know more. No, I'm not aware of this. Perhaps Dimitris is. He was not able to be here today, but of course I will be happy to know more about this.
Okay, we will give you the information for that. So thank you very much. If there is not other question, thank you very much for keeping the time also. And now we pass to the next presentation. Our next speaker online will be Raffaele Longo, and the title of the presentation is The Digital Revolution and Performing Arts Between Robotics and AI. The floor is yours for the presentation. Raffaele is not connected with us?
He's connected, maybe there's a problem with his account.
It's a very interesting subject, and AI, robotics, and animation these times are huge research areas. So we will try to find out what is the technical problem we have. Maybe we'll need to reconnect. Technology is great when it is working, but when it is not, we have to proceed with delays.
Dr. Longo, can you hear us? Mr. Kyriakoulas, I think he's not available at the moment, so
okay.
Maybe continue with the next presentation.
So we'll call the next presenter who is on site, okay, and we will come back to Raffaele Longo later. So
sorry, I jumped in. We were supposed to be at 1, let's say 2:45. Is that correct?
Yes, but you are here now and you can speak about your presentation?
Okay, so I think that Professor Longo now is not available. I'm Professor Michelangelo Galeati. So maybe we jump in at 2:45 or 3 o'clock. We were supposed to be around that time.
Okay, okay. So.
Sorry, but probably it's a misunderstanding.
Okay. So we will be.
Can we jump in at 3 o'clock, or is it a problem for you?
It's okay. We'll say. I don't see.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any problem. We will just try to continue with the next presenter in C2.
Okay.
So I will call for the next presentation, Interactive Fiction Narrative Design in the Age of AI, Observations from Safari.
I'm here.
And Defkalion Nikolaos Papadopoulos and Nefeli Maria Dimitriadi will come to present us the paper. Nefeli is not with us, as I see Defkalion. You will be the only one to present. That's good. And we will then pass to your presentation now.
Sorry, Professor, are you talking with me?
Yes, yes, you will come.
Because we are a bit in advance, because we were expected to have our presentation.
Yes, we will come. You will come later when.
No, it's no problem. I'm calling now just for shift.
No, for me now it's not possible. Sorry, I'm jumping because I scheduled for 2:45 or 3 o'clock.
Yes, we will contact.
Sorry, I apologize, but I thought that was our time frame.
Yes, we will contact you then. Don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you so much. See you later. See you later.
3 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you later.
Hello everyone, and thank you for being here. My name is Defkalion Nikolaos Papadopoulos, and I'm an undergraduate student at the Film School of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and I will present Interactive Fiction Narrative Design in the Age of AI, Observation from Safari, which I completed with the help of my professor Nefeli Dimitriadi. Let's start with interactive fiction. Interactive fiction is a video game genre that allows players to interact with characters and change the game's story dynamically. Examples include games like Facade, Zork, and Eliza. Safari is an interactive fiction video game made in the Unity game engine using the Convey plugin. It allows players to chat with patrons at a nightclub where a Halloween party is taking place, discover their stories, and create new narratives. It started as a project for the course Virtual, Augmented and Mixed Reality at our film school. We presented it at an exhibition, and we also showcased it at the Momius Museum of Thessaloniki. And we realized there were some problems with the interaction with NPCs and decided to look further into how to design intelligent NPCs that allow players to create stories and narratives while talking to them and interacting with them. This is the art exhibition we presented to, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, The Human Condition in the Age of AI. It took place in Athens, Greece, and the curator was Dimitrios Trichas. We also presented at the Museum Momus in Thessaloniki in 2025. And these are our study's objectives. We wanted to create a framework for game designers, while also pointing at design pitfalls and examining how we can create AI NPCs. We looked into artificial intelligence and game design journal and conference papers, as well as film and narrative design journal and conference papers. We chose to use qualitative methodology. We conducted a literature review and field observation with field notes, as well as comparative analysis of new versus old NPC dialogue and AI character creator tools. We will include transcripts from the new versus old NPC dialogue in the paper. These are some general observations from the exhibition. Characters were not aware of what they were wearing and the scene around them. They could not understand words with difficult pronunciations. Their state of mind remained the same throughout the game. Players mostly asked NPCs personal and philosophical questions. NPCs were not initiating contact. All NPCs spoke with the same style despite differences in their personalities and backstories, and older players could not easily navigate with the WASD control scheme, while some NPC animations were also missing. To design intelligent NPCs, we created this framework with 7 steps. 1. Provide a clear backstory, including the character's goals, role, and personality. 2. Describe the NPC's appearance and the scenes around them in detail. 3. Ensure characters have different speaking styles. 4. Ensure the NPC's state of mind changes depending on the game state. Define the NPC's arc. Include essential animations. And address bias and stereotyping, respect cultural diversity, and consider the potential impact on players. Starting with backstory, it is essential to include the role of the character, their personality, character goals, and personal story. Regarding appearance and scene description, it is important to describe the NPC's appearance, the NPC's clothing, and the scene around them. We could choose a voice and accent that suit the character, add custom words and pronunciations, train the NPCs, and provide sample dialogues in the knowledge bank or speaking settings of our character creator tool. When it comes to state of mind, it is important to adjust the personality settings and utilize events and triggers to change the NPC's state of mind based on player actions. This became apparent when players were insulting the NPCs and they spoke in the same way they would in the start of the conversation. When it comes to character arc, we should look into who the characters were before the interaction, during and after the interaction. How are they changing based on the player choices? We should also identify essential animations and add them into an animations list that we can later import into our game engine's animator controllers so that NPCs can move around freely and act as they would in real life. And we should also address bias and stereotyping, respect cultural diversity, consider the potential impact on players. And when it comes to branching narrative, we realized that we should start with writing the main story and world description into our preferred tools knowledge bank, then move into creating customized branching narrative systems for each character with triggers and sections based on the main story, player choices and consequences, and allow users freedom in dialogue while bringing them back when they want, when they move away from the story. We could start with the main story and create a very strong outline, describe the story world, and import it into the AI knowledge bank. We can later focus on player choices and consequences, utilize triggers and sections, and make sure their choices matter, have equal weight, and we should also make sure that we don't punish users for making the wrong choices. When it comes to branching dialogue, we should define the dialogue's purpose decide what NPCs should share and what they should hide, allow freedom in dialogue, and when dialogue moves away from the story, we should bring it back. We also compare different character creation tools, and when it comes to training intelligent NPCs, we could do voice training, emotional memory, behavior trees, fine-tuning of large language models, and also we could include transcripts of our conversations with comments where we train our NPCs into their knowledge banks. When it comes to character creation tools, we realized that ChatGPT is flexible, Convey is the best for integration with game engines, Character AI is persistent, and Perplexity is not suitable for Unity, and it is best for info and dialogue, for being an info and dialogue assistant. This study develops a framework for narrative game designers and filmmakers to create AI NPCs. Some other limitations we mentioned, we came across included language barriers, lack of scene understanding, and accessibility issues, and we look forward into allowing NPCs to act independently based on their goals and roles and personalities, learn how to utilize NPC to NPC interactions to drive the stories forward, offer alternative control schemes for all the players, and create animations dynamically. I would also like to show two videos. I have them in my flash drive. One is from the exhibition.
Can you take me with you sometime in your world, in your life?
While I can't physically take you into my world, I'm more than happy to share stories and experiences with you. The world of magic and the occult can be an intriguing place full of wonder and mystery. I'm always here to talk about it if you're interested.
Okay, thank you anyway.
This is the video game. It uses foundational AI models, including speech-to-text, text-to-speech, and large language models for dialogue generation. I also included another video here, but I can't find it right now. Excuse me, I can't find the second video, so I think this was the presentation. Thank you.
The second video was with visuals?
The second video was with visuals. It was screen recorded, and it showed conversation with an NPC, where we tested its perception with its spatial recognition, basically, its ability to realize what they were wearing and what they looked like and the scene around them. And also, I wanted to showcase their personality and their different speaking style. Is there a laptop I can use to look with my flash drive again, maybe later, so we can...
I don't know, maybe not now. We have just to proceed with the questions of the audience, if you have some questions for the presentation. No, I have one for you. It's about the NPC characters. You seem to define them as a core part of your presentation. And what is there added value in a game? Why we cannot use just protagonist and antagonist in a narrative environment? We need also NPC characters.
Because the use of generative AI allows players to act exactly as they want to. Even with traditional branching narratives, the players had more freedom than traditional storytelling, but their actions and their consequences were limited. Generative AI allows the story to go into infinite directions. However, it is recommended that the writers and narrative designers, even if the story goes to infinite directions, bring them back so that they can tell the story they want to, even if it looks different for any player.
Is there any AI-driven methodology right now for scripting games? Do you know some engines that exist? Or
there are the tools I showed before, like Perplexity, Convey, and Character AI. We've used Convey, which uses ChatGPT and other models for text-to-speech and speech-to-text. However, we realized that when we were looking for a guide to write these NPCs, there was not one available, and the documentation was very limited. So we decided to do our research and look into flaws we saw in Safari in the exhibition, and take notes with them and offer solutions for other game designers that want to create similar experiences.
Okay, thank you very much. If there is no question from the audience, we thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And we're in the limits of the time delay asked by Raffaele Longo. Maybe we need to wait about 7 or 5 minutes. Do you think that we have to continue with the next session, and we will try to connect later with him in about 15 minutes?
Yeah.
We will merge the two sessions together, Vasilis. I'm sorry for that. We had time lag.
Is there anybody from the next session now online? Anna Hatsiopoulou, Vasilis Dimitriadis.
Yes, we are here.
Oh.
Hello.
Okay, so I will give my chair to the next chairman, and we will merge the two sessions. We cannot make anything better.
Thank you, Professor Kyriakoulakos. Hello, everyone. We are back again with our next session. This is one of the two sessions that we have today dedicated to immersive technologies and applications. I think you forgot something here. Just a moment. So, I didn't see who was online a few minutes before, but I heard a voice. Maybe it was Anna Hatsiopoulou?
Yes, that's us, Anna Hatsiopoulou, Maria Panakaki.
Okay, we're glad to have you here with us online. So, you can proceed to your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So, we're going to share our screen. And we start here. You can see our screen is okay?
Yes, if you can maximize your presentation.
Okay, very good.
I think you have to press the F5 key.
Everything's okay? Okay. Good afternoon from me too. I'm Maria Panakaki and this is Sam Michopoulos. We are co-researchers in the scientific program of the University of Macedonia, Cultural and Linguistic Reserve of the Greek communities of Propondis, along with Vasilis Dimitriadis and our professors Eleni Gavara and Panagiotis Michailidis. Our case study is the Princess Islands. And so we start. Prinkiponissa, Princess Islands, or simply the islands, is a cluster of islands located near to the Constantinople. Lying on the northeastern edge of Propondis, consisted of 4 large ones, Proti, Adigoni, Chalki, and Prygippos, and 5 smaller islands, Adigoniphos, the mid-island Pita, Deandros, Oxian, and Plata. Historically, the islands have been an object of reference since antiquity. As time passed, the use of the area changed from a mining to a vacation area, a place of worship or exile, as evidenced by the relevant sources. During our project, we researched the 3 large islands of Adigoni, Chalki, and Prygippos, while we left out Proti due to the small number of surviving linguistics preserved. Concerning the settlement's evolution, through time, the Princess Islands show various phases. Starting our description with Prygippos, we can distinguish 3 of them. First phase, until the middle of the 19th century, the boundaries of the settlement started from the east, near the Metropolitan Church of Agios Dimitrios, and extended westwards to another significant church, Panagia Ilosa. These areas were connected by a central artery that led from one to the other. Towards the beach was the loggia, the postal road, where shops, workshops, cafes, and feast taverns were located. Second phase, the appearance of steamer boats increased traffic on the island. The settlement expanded into the formerly cultivated areas with luxurious resorts, which at that time rivaled the most cosmopolitan coast of Europe. Third phase, at the end of the 19th century, the 2 main roads of the island were extended, creating a roundabout called the Small Circle, and another one in parallel into the coastline called the Great Circle. Concerning the settlement evolution of Chalki, in the first phase, since ancient times, the area of the port of Chalki was always inhabited. The first settlement was built around the Metropolitan Church of Agios Nikolaos and Glypha Wells. The second phase, by the middle of the 19th century, the settlement was extended and a main traffic road was formed, which almost crosses the whole island in parallel to the coastline. The harbour was located to the east, on the site of Glypha. The third phase now, with the establishment of the Turkish Naval School, which is this area is here, the area of Kislar was expanded. Turkish professors and the families of officials of the Naval School settled there. At the same time, many Cycladic families, mainly Naxians, Andrians, but also Chians, who had escaped the massacres, settled on the island. And the fourth phase, in the middle of the 19th century, the first steamships appeared and life changed rapidly. Areas that were previously gardens and vineyards became plots of land for Greeks and Armenians, where they built resorts and villas. And finally, Adigoni. In the first phase, the original fishermen's settlement was gathered around the Church of St. John the Baptist. Commercial activities, taverns, and cafes were gathered on the beach. A vertical road led to a spring called Mana Puneru, Mother of Water, which was a Byzantine water reservoir with ancient wells from which drinking water was drawn. And the second phase, after the mid-19th century, when steamships began to operate, the right side of the pier was built, and wealthy merchants of Pera chose to live there by building impressive resorts and private wooden baths. Concerning now the architecture, the buildings in Princess Islands are mainly 2-story, fewer are 3-story, and rarely are ground floor buildings. Their construction is either mixed or of one material. In particular, the base of the buildings is usually made of stone and brick, and the upper floors are made of wood. Buildings that use one material are either of stone, brick, or wood, but they always have stone foundations. The material of the construction also determines the decoration of the facades. In wooden buildings, the facades are formed with horizontal boards and inlaid prefabricated decorations that imitate architectural elements of all styles. The stone buildings are more austere, without, of course, lighting and plaster, frames, bands, and other architectural details. Brick buildings are even more austere, as the material can produce simpler decorations. Towards the harbour, we can see where the original fishing settlements were developed. The buildings are distinguished by the simplicity decoration or the complete absence of it. Villas and large mansions are found in the extensions of the settlements. These buildings usually have open spaces in front of the main door, creating monumental entrances and gardens. The architectural style that characterized the period we are examining is that of the Classicism. And from the in situ research that has been done in the island of Chalki, we have the case study of 5 buildings on the coastline, near the old harbour. These buildings are luxurious mansions built in the mid-19th century that belonged to Greek bankers, merchants, professionals, or businessmen, and hosted high-profile guests such as Prince George and Eleftherios Venizelos. Regarding their architecture, they are indicative types of houses of different morphology that coexist simultaneously on the coastline. Today, 4 of these buildings are abandoned or destroyed, and only one has been restored and inhabited. Fortunately, Achilles Milas photographed them in 1978, when they were still in good condition, and today we can get a glimpse in the past.
So, as we can understand, Princess Islands in Propondis is a place of high cultural, historical, and architectural interest for both their residents and visitors. The design of an augmented reality application could contribute significantly to the tourist promotion, but also to the promotion of the educational aspect, managing to include a virtual walk within the framework of a classroom lesson. We chose the island of Chalki for 2 main reasons. Firstly, the route we chose to highlight is in front of the island's old port, something that is not found on other islands. The second reason is that Chalki is a place of significant historical value, as the theological school was founded there in 1844. It was not only the place where the clergy was trained, but it was also a reflection of the educational renaissance of the 19th century. The aim of exploring Chalki's cultural heritage application is to offer an interactive tour to visitors, combining information and visualizations of architectural and historical elements. The information is displayed in the form of text to the images, which include both modern pictures of space and older photographs from literature research, as well as short recorded clips. The application is available in Greek, with future planning of being available in English as well. It is an easy-to-use application, and if someone follows installation instructions of their mobile device, they can easily use it and perform its functions. Now, the application includes a route of 6 stations, which are houses, those that Maria showed us, or what is left of them, that belong to Greek owners of the coastal front of Chalki. Since the information that were intended to be included were a lot, and there were important things, both historical and architectural, that needed to be presented, it was suggested to create 2 players for the same stations: the archaeologist, who will find historical information during his walk, and the architect, who will find more architectural and urban planning information during his walk. Starting the design of the application, we selected the coordinates of our location, thus setting the map on which the application would be developed. Then, we placed the main stations on the route we proposed, to include more information about the history and architecture of these buildings, but also about the cultural heritage of the wider Princess Islands area. In some descriptions of the stops, we uploaded a short audio clip with our own recording, recounting the atmosphere of the area and mentioning special features of the buildings located on the route. The recording was made by using TTS Maker, which is a free text-to-speech conversion tool. The user can proceed to the next stop by pressing the OK button, if they are using the application remotely. The other stops on the proposed route have been created in the same way. Although it looks more like a virtual tour of the site, the fact that it's available for each user's mobile device and can be handled by everyone at their own pace makes it an interesting way to approach a place with such an important cultural reserve. So here we can see the stations. There are 6 stops on the route. Here we follow the path of the historian. You can see what kind of images we have used. We have text and audio in some of them. Those are some of the pictures inside the app. How we start is in image 3, the first image that appeared. The first stop, which is the same for both routes, historian and archaeologist. I'm sorry, archaeologist and architect. And the fourth stop of the route. So now, in order to evaluate the application, exploring Turkish cultural heritage, a presentation was made within the framework of the courses Cultural Heritage Management in Urban and Rural Areas and Spatial Development Urban Policies in Southeastern Europe at the University of Macedonia during the spring semester 2024-25. During the course, an introduction to the region and the application was first given, followed by instructions for application use, and the students were guided for the virtual tour to the region of Princess Islands. Then a questionnaire was given, which is going to evaluate the application in terms of usability and user experience. Here we have questions about their experience. The research sample consists of 16 students. The sample selection followed a non-randomized convenient sampling method, as the participants provided direct access to the study and had the necessary technological infrastructure to download and use the application. In question 4, we can see how easy the application was to use, and we can see that 93.7% agrees that the application was easy to be used. In the next question, which shows how enjoyable it was to use the app, everyone gave a high rating between 3 and 5, and the same results were given for question 6 about the overall aesthetics of the app. In question 7, which is about the contribution of the AR application to understanding the cultural heritage of this region, 93.7% again gave a high score between 4 and 5 grades. But the results of question 8, which is about how understandable is the presented content through the application, are slightly lower, indicating that they did not fully understand the presented content. In question 9, that is about an extended use of AR applications in classes to make the educational process more interesting, 62.5% gave the highest score, the 5th grade, indicating that they are highly positive to use AR applications in order to learn in a more fun and interactive way. Finally, in the last question, most of them are possible to recommend this application for learning about cultural heritage to friends and visitors, since 13 out of 16 users gave a positive rating. In our future goals, to design similar applications for other islands, for the other islands, to highlight their cultural heritage, and the evaluation should be more extended, of course, and we would like to include a few more gamification inside in order to make the application more interactive. Something like a small puzzle, or to make it look like a game more than it is right now. These are our references, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your interesting talk. Do you have any questions? Questions from our audience? Okay, I have one question. I was ready to ask if you have considered to introduce gamification aspects, but in the last slide, I saw that yes, you have added that for future work. May I ask you, have you considered any specific scenarios about gamification?
No, not yet. I think something simple, because if people think that something is more complicated, they won't use it, they won't do it. Like a puzzle or something, answering questions to game a piece of puzzle, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other question? No. Thank you very much. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
We may proceed, but we have to go back to our previous session. Raffaele Longo, can you hear us? Are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Is it possible that you deliver your presentation now?
Yes.
Okay.
Michelangelo, could you share our slides?
Okay, thank you. Professor Kyriakoulakos, would you like to come back here? It's no problem for me if you want. Okay. Thank you. The stage is yours, dear Raffaele.
Sorry? Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Professor. Michelangelo, are you there? Because we need to share some slides, just to ease the comprehension. Sorry, I'm trying to call. Michelangelo is coming.
Yes, I'm in. Sorry.
Please share our slides.
I'm sharing my screen. Just a second. Ok, condividi. Allora, condividi.
Sorry,
right, see
we have 20 minutes, right?
If I heard correctly, yes, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Do you see them?
Yes. Not full screen, but we can see. Okay, let's start.
Just a second. Do you see them?
Yes. Li vediamo ma non in full screen. Vabbè, ma si leggono lo
Yes,
stesso.
but I'm doing starting presentation. Here is this.
Okay, now it's okay.
Okay, very good. Sorry.
Let's start. Thank you so much. Let's see the summary. This paper explores the transformative impact of the digital revolution on performing arts, focusing on the integration of robotics and artificial intelligence. It examines how advanced digital technology reshape artistic creation, performance, and education, emphasizing multisensorial immersive experiences and international cooperation. The discussion draws the project Music Entrepreneurship Creative for Digital Revolution. The acronym is Music for Good. A project which promotes digital innovation in southern Italy's music heritage and capitalizes outcomes from Get Musa Museum's project, funded project, highlighting cross-cultural and technological synergies in digital performing arts. The Vietmus project contributes insights into digital music education and cultural exchange in Southeast Asia, while Museums explores sensor-based interaction in performance, enriching the understanding of embodied digital arts. The principal objective is to examine the theoretical and practical ramification of the innovative integration of robotics and artificial intelligence in the performing arts, situated within the context of the ongoing digital revolution. This paper endeavors to demonstrate how digital technologies enhance creativity, inclusiveness, and internationalization, while simultaneously addressing challenges related to higher education institutions' digital competences. It further aims to elucidate the role of multisensory technologies and cybernetic processes in extending artistic frontiers, and the deployment of such advanced tools from the perspective of cultural diplomacy. The theoretical frame. This study is situated within an interdisciplinary theoretical foundation, merging digital humanities, cybernetics, and performance studies. It draws upon the notion of multisensoriality, wherein augmented reality, virtual reality, and extended reality and digital twin models converge to generate immersive artistic experiences. The framework incorporates AI-driven artistic creation, robotics in performance, and the Internet of Things to monitor the experiences of musicians and audiences, with a focus on the fusion of human and machine hybrids in co-creative processes. Furthermore, the research engages with digital skills frameworks and pedagogical models relevant to performing arts education. This qualitative study adopts a case study methodology focused on the Music 4D project, complemented by a comparative analysis of the capacity building project GetMuse and the MuseSense Erasmus action. Music 4D is a funded project by Next Generation EU Pro, almost 6 million euros, a cooperative project developed by a consortium of music higher education +2 university based in southern Italy. Innovatively explores the use of humanoid robots as principal protagonists in the opera Orlando Furioso by one of the greatest Italian poets. The operatic production reimagines the ancient narratives of the paladins, popular from the Middle Age to contemporary puppet opera. Through the application of advanced digital technologies, the opera further integrates a dual narrative structure, wherein the humanoid robot, now and purpose, able not only to speak, but also to sing, envisions itself projected into the metaverse. Data sources comprise project and performance documentation, participant feedback, and digital performance artifacts. The study examines also the educational outcomes within the involved higher education institution, and additionally, it assesses the environmental and social impact associated with digital practice in performing art. Orlando Furioso is one of the famous Italian poems by Ariosto, one of the greatest poets, as I say. Let's see about the myth. The research employs multisensorial digital technologies such as IoT, humanoid robots, AR, VR, XR, and the metaverse in relation to the performing arts, with a particular focus on operatic production. These technologies are analyzed for the potential to enhance artistic creation and audience engagement. Movement tracking and wearable robotic fibers yield empirical data on the interaction between performers, audiences, and machines. The study integrates service interviews with educators, students, and artists to evaluate digital proficiency and inclusiveness. Furthermore, the didactic exploitation potential and the development of modules created with Music 4D are examined as instruments for assessing educational innovation. Music 4D innovatively exemplified the integration of robotics and advanced digital technologies in the performing arts, with the aim of promoting Southern Italian musical heritage through internationalization and digital transformation. What distinguishes Music 4D within this landscape is it is pioneering decision to insert a robot as the main character in an opera, making a significant innovation that introduces a cyber perspective into operatic production for the first time. This approach does not merely incorporate technologies as supporting tool, but reimagine the operatic form itself by positioning the robot as an autonomous performer, capable of interacting with human singers in real time. The resulting fusion between traditional human vocal artists and the algorithmic responsive capabilities of robotics generates a novel artistic product that transcends conventional boundaries. Machine does not substitute the human presence, but simply expands its potential. The opera's dramaturgy starts transformed as the robot, equipped with voice, artificial intelligence, and advanced movement tracking, is able to interpret, adapt, and even improvise in response to the live performance environment. This dynamic interaction between human and machine performance creates a unique aesthetic experience, where the boundaries between organic and artificial creativity are continually negotiated on stage. The music, its performative results, and the plot are not confined to the physical theater, but extend into the metaverse, where digital twins of the production allow for immersive, multisensorial participation by remote audiences. Through these digital platforms and with the support of advanced IoT devices, spectators can influence aspects of the performance, further blurring the lines between creator and observer, and fostering a new model of participatory opera. This innovative model situates music 4D in dialogue with analogous productions, such as Todd McCullough's Death and the Barber, which feature robotic elements and explores human-machine interaction, in the German opera My Sweet Lady, where a robot interacts with human performance. However, music 4D advances this tradition by fully integrating the robot as a central, sentient character and by leveraging metaverse technology to create a distributed, interactive operatic experience. The project established by Identity House further disseminates and exploits these outcomes across Mediterranean and European cultural institutions, facilitating cross-border artistic collaboration and the exchange of digital knowledge. In addition to this artistic innovation, Music 4D addresses ecological concerns by reducing carbon emissions associated with performing and teaching activities by 20% compared to traditional live events, thus aligning technological advancement with environmental responsibilities. To this convincing strategy, Music 4D not only redefines operatic production, but also sets a precedent for the future of digital and cybernetic performance in theatre. Now I'm leaving the floor to my colleague, Professor Galeatti, just to have some relevant reflections before going to the conclusions. Sei muto, Mick, non si sei Mick, sei muto.
Buongiorno, do you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Do you hear? Okay, very good. The idea of Music 4D is also to reimagine the robots as an extension of the old concept of theatrical machines. Many operas of the past, especially those with mythological, fantastical, or supernatural themes, include humanoid figures. The most famous probably is Don Giovanni, Mozart Don Giovanni, the statue of Commendatore. Is one of the most famous examples, but this is part of a broader operatic tradition. Other operas that we can mention are the Orfeo Eurydice, obviously Gluck, and very important for this kind of cybernetic vision is Offenbach, Les Contes de Hoffmann, where the main character, Olympia, is a mechanical doll, an automatic mechanical doll, who is mistaken for a living woman. So is there this duality between living being and the robots? She is a central figure in one of the opera's acts, and his son is acted as humanoid. The other very famous example is Ravel, L'Enfant de le Sortilège. Is an opera with a child who encounters various objects and animals, and they come to life, including anthropomorphic furnitures and characters. So the use of humanoids as characters on robots as extension of a theatrical machine is a natural progression indeed of the history of the staging in opera. So traditionally, this kind of machine were used to animate unanimated sub-objects and give the human actors superhuman abilities, such as flying angels or descending gods. And this is also many idea of the metaverse, so transcending realities and bringing the stage to another level. I leave the floor to Raffaele now.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your meaningful reflection. Before going to the conclusion, I would like to read some comments from the director of the opera. The first representation, the premiere, will be now, just in 2 weeks in Palermo, now in the 25th of May. And I'm going to read the director's note. The director is Adriana Hernandez, and that makes some, in my opinion, very relevant comments about Orlando Furioso 2025, about the multidimensional performance. She She wrote, Orlando Furioso 2025 reimagines Ludovico Ariosto's classic through the interaction between humans and the metaverse. This show, in which the narrative of madness, love, and violence merge with futuristic aesthetics, take place on a stage only by the light of a robot called Pepper, and I can add now. As Pepper embarks on his journey on discovery and transformation, I want the audience to be transported to a parallel visualized through the projection in the metaverse. Orlando's fury, the battle between opposing forces, the search for identity and the torment of the characters unfold both on the physical stage and its alternative digital universe. In terms of sound, the collaboration with Music 4D has been a fundamental pillar in the construction of the concept. It has allowed me to create images that not only complement the visual narrative, but also give it shape and depth. I'm not looking for machines to replace human, that does not make sense, of course, but rather for them to be allies in the construction of aesthetics. Here, machines are not meant to replace, but to be part of the creative process, expanding artistic possibilities and offering something that not only challenges, but also amplifies our perception of reality. Orlando Furioso 2025 is presented here the first time as a sketch, a visual outline that is still in development. It's a work in progress. It is only the first step in what will be a more complete and refined piece, but it already reflects the concept that I want to explore as a director. This project continues to evolve, remaining Ariosto's story in an era of reimagining Ariosto's story in an era of brutal digitalization. Now the conclusion. The findings of this study underscore the profound and multifaceted impact of the digital revolution on the performing arts, particularly through the innovative integration of robotics and artificial intelligence. Projects such as Music 4D, Getmos, and MuseSense demonstrate that digital technology are not merely auxiliary tools, but active agents in the redefinition of artistic performance and pedagogy. The Music 4D project in particular exemplifies how the insertion of a robot as a principal operating character introduces a cybernetic perspective that fundamentally transforms dramaturgy, audience engagement, and the very ontology of performance. This approach does not seek to supplant human artistry, but rather to expand its expressive potential, fostering new forms of co-creation between human and machine that transcend traditional boundaries. The adoption of multisensorial technologies, including robotics, AR, VR, XR, and IoT, has enabled the emergence of immersive, participatory, and distributed performance models, extending the reach of the performing arts into the metaverse and beyond. These developments have facilitated greater inclusiveness and internationalization, as evidenced by the establishment of identity hubs and the cross-border collaboration fostered by the Music 4D Consortium. The comparative insights from Getmos and MuseSense further highlight the value of digital transformation in higher music education, supporting the acquisition of new competencies, the valorization of cultural heritage, and the creation of resilient, sustainable performance programs. Moreover, the integration of advanced digital tools has generated significant ecological and social benefits, including measurable reduction in carbon emission and the mitigation of geographic and economic isolation for artists and institutions in southern Italy and beyond. The collaborative interdisciplinary approaches adopted by this project have also contributed to the development of innovative pedagogical models and the strengthening of international networks, positioning digital literacy and creating entrepreneurship as a central pillar for the future of the performing arts. Nevertheless, the study also acknowledges the ongoing challenges associated with digital proficiency in higher education institutions. The ethical considerations around AI-generated content and the need to preserve the authenticity or the emotional resonance of live performance. As the digital revolution continues to evolve, it is imperative that artists, educators, and institutions engage critically with these technologies, ensuring that they serve to enrich rather than diminish the human dimension of artistic expression. In conclusion, the integration of robotics and AI in the performing arts, as exemplified by Music 4D project and related initiatives, heralds a new era of artistic innovation, intercultural dialogue, and educational advancement. By embracing the opportunities and addressing the challenges of the digital shift, the performing arts sector can cultivate a more inclusive, sustainable, and dynamic future on which human creativity and technological ingenuity are inextricably linked. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Maybe there are some questions for us?
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Yes, Professor Kyriakoulakos would like to ask you something.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was enlightening. I would like just to know nowadays how many robots we can have on stage, and what is the expected mise en scène with actors if we have a crowd on stage.
Michelangelo, rispondo prima io, vuoi aggiungere tu?
Sì, no, rispondi tu.
Thank you very much for this very crucial question, Professor. So, of course, now as you can imagine, we are in a new era, like in prehistory, in Jurassic era of robotics, because I'm thinking we are living the change of the paradigm. Of course, the possibilities for real physical robots on stage, as you can sense, are very limited at the moment, especially for movement. Even if the new generation of robot can also have incredible movements, also jumping and so on and so forth. But for us now, this time, the presence in cell can be limited maximum to 2, maximum 3 robots. So with, let's say, in the crowded scene with 6, 7 singers, maybe 2 robots. But we have 2 orders of reflection. The limitation in the movement, and also the possible application in the voices scene. That's why we projected, let's say, the second soul, the second mind, the second imagination in the metaverse. For us, the metaverse is not only a graphic imagery, but it's the conscience. It's the conscience of robots. What the robot cannot do physically in the scene, they can realize in the metaverse. I don't know if you have seen the first edition of Avatar, when the guy with some physical limitation, with the skeleton, could realize much more movement. It's the same thing. So what the robots cannot do on the stage, it can perfectly and also potentially do in the metaverse. Because the ultimate objective and purposes of this representation, as we mentioned during the presentation, is not to replace human agents, in opera and artists and in other fields of the mankind, but just to see how they can cooperate. Because in our intention, maybe in the final Armageddon, robots will be our enemy. This time is time to ally with them, not to fight. And we see if the conscious, let me use this word of the robot, artificial intelligence, we can project it in the metaverse, can co-create something of new artistically with aesthetical value of new. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Nick, vuoi aggiungere qualcosa?
I just want to highlight again that the idea is to extend the possibilities, to extend the tradition in using technology to create, let's say, an illusion, another world, a plan of reality. So the possibility of the singers are always the same, but the audience is invited to reconsider the performance as a natural performance and bring it in a sort of dream presence, a new kind of humanity which is translated in the metaverse. This is the main idea. And of course, we are at the beginning. This is an experimental version. Is that correct, Raffaele? Yes. Yes. And the two, let's say, levels, the level of the stage and the level of the metaverse will be mediated by the robot. This is the idea.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Very enlightening, Michelangelo. Brilliant. Thank you. Also, I would add the last thing. Of course, we don't want to make people scared about a dystopic future, about possible destroying of us by very bad affection. But I feel myself like a Jurassic guy sometimes and compared with this new era. But the problem is like Professor Michelangelo Galeatti just highlighted about the new kind of humanity. So what with new object will be a new human, no? a new artificial conscience. But why artificial? Maybe if a conscience is conscious, you are Greek. Then our civilization was born from Aristotle, for the great philosopher. What I have to highlight here that now the philosophical, the theoretical reflection is much more advanced toward the technical possibility. We are perfectly aware that we are the visionaries. When I'm talking with Professor Robotics, with my colleagues, informatics, and so on, I may be too advanced because I'm bringing Asimov, Star Trek, and etc., etc. Maybe it's too early just to realize this kind of new technology, but sooner or later we catch it with them. And this, we are, let's say, we are in listening, no? We are waiting for a new era because we are living too strongly the paradigm. And when the text is so close to you, you cannot see anything. Maybe you need to just to be far away from your text and historicize, let's say, and temporize your text before starting to comprehend something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other question? Okay. Please keep it short because we're running out of time. Okay.
Did you have the chance to reach to any conclusions concerning their capacity to make to improvise? Because there are situations, I guess, that might be needed.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor. This is a crucial question again. This is a major problem for us. This is the major issues. We are struggling with the possibility of live reaction, live interaction, live improvisation. We are musicians all in all, no? And so for us, it's a very important emotional reaction, no? Because at the moment, our possibility is just to create asynchronous, let's say, also video, metaverse is easier than reacting immediately, because it's linked also to the technology possibilities for the robot to elaborate its consciousness in real time. This seems at the moment also listening to our scientists' colleagues that it's quite difficult to have a real-time interaction with the emotional environment, the sentimental environment, with the artistic, creative environment around the robot physical on the stage.
Thank you.
I think this is the major issues for us.
Okay, thank you. Well, we don't have time for other questions, and we don't have, I think.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We will be happy to see you in person in Corfu, maybe in a future event. Yes. We will be able to discuss further.
Second line. We have lots of projects collaboration. Our second line, very silent, it's marvelous. Your country.
Thank you. Minas, do we know if we have our online participants waiting? Okay. Konstantinos Kalemis, can you hear us? Tuga Yusuf or Mohammed Abdullah Bulbul?
Yes, I'm here. Should I share my screen?
Okay, hello. Yes, please.
Oh, 1 second. you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. So hello everyone. Thank you for being here, and also thanks to the organizers for making this event. My name is Tuga. I'm a master's student at Ionian University, and I'm currently working on this research project under the supervision of Professor Abdullah. This is an ongoing study focuses on understanding cognitive load in immersive virtual reality environments using machine learning. So we know that virtual reality technology has rapidly gained popularity across various industries, especially in education, training, and in gaming, where in education, VR has the potential to transform learning by offering immersive experience that improve focus and long-term memory retention. And in the training industry, VR is considered a powerful tool because it can simulate real-life environment that allow users to practice skills without any risk or cost of real-life training. And of course, VR is also widely used in the gaming industry, where the demand for immersive and interactive experience led to the adaptation of VR. However, despite the VR advantages, evidence suggests that VR environment can increase user cognitive load, which can negatively impact the user experience in terms of learning outcome, performance, and user comfort, which can lead to challenges like performance decline, distraction, or reduced effectiveness in completing tasks. So cognitive load is defined as the mental effort we use to process information in our working memory. You can think of the working memory like a small storage in your mind, and it can only hold a few things at once. When there is too much information or the task is too complex, the storage fills up, and it becomes harder to think clearly or learn something new. And when that happens, we say that the person is experiencing high cognitive load. We also have the cognitive load theory, which explains how we process information. This theory developed by John Sweller, and it explained that there are 3 types of cognitive load. There's the intrinsic load, which is the natural difficulty of the material itself. So for example, we can say complex calculus equations are inherently just more challenging than basic math like 2 + 2. And the second type is the extraneous load, and this is the way information is presented or the method in which the information is taught to the student. And this also includes the environment student learning in. And the last type is the germane load. This is the type of load occurs when we use mental effort to build and organize knowledge in long-term memory. So in this research, we will focus only on the first type, which is the intrinsic load. So educators and course designers should carefully balance cognitive load when they're creating their learning materials, because too much cognitive load can overwhelm the brain, which can lead to poor learning outcome and lower performance. And on the other hand, too little cognitive load makes the experience too easy or boring, which reduces the engagement, motivation, and might also lead to lose the focus. So the goal is always to design content that is challenging enough to promote learning, but not too demanding that it overwhelms the learner. So the objective of this research is to develop an accurate method to assess cognitive load in virtual reality environments, which will help dynamically adjust the task difficulty level based on the user's current cognitive load, which will prevent both overload and underload. Cognitive load in VR can be measured using various approaches, and each has its own strength and limitation. This method can be grouped into 4 main categories. The first category is the physiological measure, such as the heart rate, the EEG brain signals, or the pupil diameter. We also have the subjective method, and this involves the self-reported feedback from the users, such as ratings or interviews. We have the performance-based measures, which evaluate how well users perform on a task. such as the response time or the error rate. And finally, we have the behavior measure, and these measures track the user actions and behavior in the VR environment, such as their eye movement, their head movement, or their hand movement. And as I mentioned earlier, each group of these methods comes with its own strength and limitation. For example, the physiological measure provides objective real feedback on how the body reacts to the mental demands. However, they can also be influenced by other factors beyond the cognitive load. Subjective methods offer insight into the user's perceived difficulty and mental effort, but they can also be prone to user biases and personal expectations. And the performance-based measures are also objective, but often not suitable for continuous assessment. And lastly, the behavior measures are particularly useful in interactive VR environment. However, these behaviors can vary between individuals due to personal differences between people. So based on these insights, the motivation behind our research is to develop a more holistic and accurate understanding of cognitive load in virtual reality by integrating multiple types of measurement methods. We also propose using the built-in capabilities of standard VR headsets, such as the eye tracking, to eliminate the need for specialized hardware. And another critical aspect of our research is the development of specialized brain games designed to progressively stimulate cognitive load. So we developed a VR adaptation of a reasoning game called Form Fusion, which originally found in the mobile app game called Neuronation. And this game challenges users to merge display shapes using arithmetic operation, either addition or subtraction, as shown in these images. And as a first step in our study, we explored the difference in cognitive load between VR and desktop gameplay using the same game. And we analyzed the participant response times and collected their verbal feedback. So all users mentioned that the desktop version felt easier to play, and our initial results showed that participants had longer response time in VR, which suggests that VR environment may impose a higher cognitive load compared to traditional desktop gameplay. So as you can see in this plot, we have the response time in blue, which is for the VR response time, and the red is for the desktop game. And we can see that the VR response time is higher than the desktop in all the levels of the game. So for the experiment and method used in this study, we started by recruiting participants. We recruited 6 participants aged between 24 and 30 years old with varying levels of experience using VR. They provided consent, agreeing to participate and agreeing for anonymous data collection. Then they completed a training session by playing 5 levels on the mobile app to familiarize themselves with the game. They were introduced to the VR equipment, and the VR system used in this research included the HTC Vive headset with Tobii eye tracking. And before playing the game, each participant underwent an eye calibration process using Tobii Mirror software, where participants received a guided experience on how to correctly position their headset, followed by a quick 5-point calibration to ensure accurate eye tracking data. And after the calibration, participants started playing the game. And during the gameplay, data was recorded in a CSV file, including the eye tracking metrics, which include the fixation count, the fixation duration, the number of blinks, and the saccades. And also we recorded the response time and the performance accuracy on each level. We used the performance as a label where incorrect answers were treated as indicators of high cognitive load, while the correct answers represented low cognitive load. And then these labels were used to train the machine learning models. We analyzed the participants' behavior across different game levels and observed interesting patterns. So the response time analysis showed that participants took longer time on levels level number 2, 9, and 1. So level 1 being the first level, it requires users to adjust to the VR environment, which may have contributed to the longer response time. However, for level 2, 9, and also level 11, we hypothesized that there was high response time due to specific attributes of these levels, as they require the users to use subtraction operation, which may have increased the complexity of the task, leading to a longer response time. As you can see in the two images on the right side, we have an image for these levels, and these levels included the subtraction operation, which may lead to higher complexity. And as for the saccade, which is the rapid movement of the eye between fixation, our findings revealed that level 1 exhibited higher saccade frequency compared to other levels as shown in the image, which could indicate that participants scan the environment and explore the virtual space to familiarize themselves with how to interact with the game elements. We also conducted a correlation analysis between the features and the target variable, which is the performance. And the goal was to identify any significant relationship that could provide insight into how different aspects of eye movement influence user performance. However, we didn't observe any obvious correlation between these features and the performance. This suggests that the current dataset may be too limited in size to capture meaningful patterns, or that basic eye behavior metrics that we collected may not be sufficient to accurately assess cognitive load. And in the performance analysis, our finding revealed that level 6 and 8 had the lowest success rate across the participants. And again, upon further examination of these levels, we identified that these levels contain combination of plus and minus operation within the puzzle, which may have contributed to the increased cognitive load. And then we use machine learning models to predict performance based on the extracted features. The models included logistic regression, decision tree, and support vector machine. And the accuracy and the classification report for each model are summarized on this table. And we can see that machine learning models had accuracy rates ranging from 72% to 77%. And we can see that support vector machine achieved the highest accuracy. However, the reliability of these models is questioned due to class imbalance in the dataset, which may have caused the model to be biased towards predicting the majority class and potentially overestimate their performance. So we conclude that, first, VR gameplay show higher cognitive load than the desktop as shown by higher response time and the verbal feedback. And also we observed inconsistency between the intended difficulty order of the game level and the actual performance of participants. Meaning that although the game was designed to gradually increase in difficulty, user feedback and performance metrics revealed that this was not always the case. So for example, participants reported that level 4 was more challenging than level 10. This suggests that the original ordering of the levels in the mobile game may not accurately reflect true difficulty progression. And for us to improve the design and validity of cognitive load assessment, it is important to better understand how level difficulty is determined. And the third conclusion, we did not observe any clear correlation between eye tracking data and performance. As I mentioned, this may be attributed to the limited dataset, or that the basic eye behavior we collected may not be sufficient on their own for accurately assessing cognitive load. And incorporating additional physiological measures such as the pupil diameter could provide deeper insights into the user cognitive state. And finally, machine learning models can predict the performance, but we need more robust data set. For future research, we would like to address this class imbalance by adding more levels and game tasks. So far, we only use the form fusion game, which contains reasoning-based tasks. We would like to add more task types that engage different cognitive processes, such as memory and attention. And also, in general, just work on creating a larger data set and add more participants, which is crucial for obtaining a more reliable results. And finally, adding more features, especially physiological measures such as the pupil diameter, which could provide deeper insights into the user cognitive states. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your interesting talk. Do you have any questions? Well, I have one if we don't have from the audience. It was very interesting, as I've already said. Regarding the higher cognitive load that you observed in the VR environment, do you have an hypothesis why is this so? What is the main factor that causes this increase in cognitive load when compared to the desktop systems?
Yeah, that's a good question. So based on some literatures, this can be due to some negative experiences that the user sometimes experience in the VR. So for example, some people experience dizziness and some people experience eye fatigue. So just being in immersive environment by itself could be challenging for the participants, since it's different from, it's like we are tricking the brain into believe that it's in a real environment, but it's actually different from the real environment. So this could be a possible reason for the experience higher cognitive load.
This is what I expected. If we suppose that as we become more familiar with VR technology and such equipment, perhaps this cognitive load we may observe that will be reduced. Can you make an assumption on that?
Yes, it could be possible that the more that you get used to VR environment, it can lead to, you are more familiar with this. But from what I know and what I read, the people who experience dizziness in VR, they continue to experience dizziness no matter how many times they use the VR. So I think it has something to do with the VR equipment themselves. So in terms of industry manufacturing, so the focus should be on maybe manufacturing devices that can decrease this negative feelings that the participants feel in the immersive environment.
Okay, thank you. And one last question, because I'm very interested in this topic. You mentioned as a future feature to study the pupil diameter, but I missed the point here. What exactly this could help us understand?
So as I mentioned in this slide, we have several types of methods to measure the cognitive load, and one of them is the physiological measures. And the physiological measures are known to be more accurate because we have a real-time feedback from the body for the cognitive load. So that means it's not like subjective method that can be biased. Physiological measures are usually less biased, and they provide more accurate reading for the user current cognitive load. So that's why I was interested in incorporating one of the physiological measures, which is the pupil diameter. And since I also mentioned that I was also interested in just using the headsets that is like, I don't want to use extra hardware. I only want to use the existing features in the headset. And there are many headsets now that include the reading of the pupil diameter, so I thought it would be the most appropriate physiological measure that we can use on this research.
Okay, thank you very much. So we conclude our session. Thank you all. I hope we have the opportunity to meet in person in a future event.
Thank you so much. Me too.
Let's go for a short coffee break. Thank you.
Okay, so let's begin the panel of the Imagine Mockup in DCAC 2025 in Corfu. Imagine Mockup stands for the project with the name Developing Personality in Digital Character Design using motion capture, wearable and live coding technologies applied to imagine narrative worlds. Imagine stands for interactive media, animation, games, interactive network environments for digital platforms, providing room for experimentation in image, interaction, and sound design. This project is funded by the Hellenic Foundation for Research and Innovation, and the three institutions that cooperate in this project are the University of the Aegean, the Ionian University, and the University of the Peloponnese. So now, after 1 year and something more after the project had begun, in this panel, we are willing to share with the digital creative community the findings from the research in designing the personality of digital characters in transmedia worlds. So let's begin with postdoc Mr. Yorgos Nikopoulos with his speech.
Hello. Really nice to be in this symposium. The first thing, and actually the only thing that we will focus here is the wheel of personality. The wheel of personality is a disc, a design, a thought that we had inside this work, and it is about the elements that reveal a character's personality, and for the information found in literature and filmography as presented above, we have created this taxonomy of all elements that form a character's personality. This is mainly for the animation method, but working on this project, we will expand this disc, this sphere, as you will see at my final slide, for all other mediums that we are going to work. Let's see what is this wheel of personality. In the center, the very center, we have the character. The gender, the core traits, the culture, the role, the motives, backstory, events, and origin. Okay. We will go with a case study on one of the characters that this project will have as examples. It is one film work that is also developed as a game. It's called Monolove, and it is about the love between two centaurs. So, about the very core of this disc, the character. We have this centaur. This is a female centaur. It is, the name of it is Ego. According to this disc, this wheel of personality, the gender is female, the core traits, the main core traits are affectionate, multitasking, and stable. The role of this character inside the game and also inside the film, we could say, is lover and loner. The backstory is that mainly it is an abandoned child. The culture, we said, is, has grown up in a tribe, we would say. The basic motives is keeping others close by helping. So if we go to psychological models, we can find the actual names, like caregiver. And the origin is a mythical forest. About the structure, we're describing the structure of this character. the costume, the appearance, the facial characteristics, the speech, sounds, and body characteristics. A closer look, there are no costume, props, it's only clay material. Of course, this plays the role of, this means something. I mean, there are no clothes, but the clay material has a symbolic manner here. A closer look at its face, at her face. Big eyes, expressive, big sheep ears, big nose, big characteristics in general, and kind of melancholic expression. It acts actually like a theater mask. It doesn't have a lot of expressions. It has this very, this basic expression, and as we will see later, the main expression comes from the body. And how that character sounds, I would like to say that it sounds like a camel. There is no speech, there is no human voice. It's like a very extraordinary sound of a camel. Okay, we can see the body characteristics. It's a typical center body shape, well trained. And then we go at the second quarter of this disc, which is motion and action. Here you will see some animation. This is a posture. Making postures, making shapes with the body is one of the basic rules before starting animation. So we will try to make a lot of postures and see how this character expresses its personality. Let's go to see some animations. This is an idol. A simple idol animation. This is a turning animation. You can see that also the way of the material is being animated has also this expression of the clay, this material of the clay. Then we have the walk, a hurry walk here, and a jump. The tail, sometimes we could say that it works as a costume because on the tail can be applied a lot of principles that come from Disney, for example, and work exactly like the cloth, like fabric. As I told you, we use the face as a theatrical mask, give more intense body expressions. The environment. We had a simple black environment. How does this lighting and shading affect the personality that we have in mind? I mean, if we see it in comparison with this, a white background, a shady background. It's maybe here she's more anxious, more afraid. Here, maybe more crazy. I say things, but I believe that you can see into these pictures differences. You can see this character in a different way when it is inside this light background and when it is lit like that. And also when it is inside an environment. I can say that this is a different person than this one. And also, this is a different person. Different backgrounds where we believe that, and we have to work on it, that different backgrounds affect the personality. Here it's more obvious. And here we have also different shapes, different image. She has hair. She's inside a clay environment. And finally, interaction. Now, even this simple posture with another center can really say things about this personality, the interaction. If she was from the other side, she had her back on the other center, other things would be clear about her personality. And to close this presentation, short presentation, and give to my colleagues the microphone, this wheel of personality, I thought that it would even be a sphere of personality in which we can also apply time. The core elements are running through the time and coming through the body. They started somewhere and they are evolving. The structure, of course, is evolving, but not that much in a scene or in her actions. It is something, let's say, very basic. The actions and the interactions. It's only one picture to think more on it and see how this could be upgraded, expanded. That's all from me. If you have any questions, or you can keep it for later, or we can discuss now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Georgos. We can now proceed to Mrs. Katerina Elracheb, Assistant Professor of University of the Peloponnese.
Hello, everyone. Just give me a moment. So, okay. So, I'm Iseti here. Okay, so now I'm going to talk a little bit about this aspect of performing personality, since our project uses three kinds of technologies, and one of them is the motion capture technology. So actually, one will layer on seeing this aspect is how the performer or the one that gives this movement to the character should move or act in order to interact as the character, and in that way liven animate the non-verbal aspect traits of the character. And this aspect on its own has two different ways to see at it. One is how the performer is asked simply to puppeteer this character or to follow a script or a choreography in a manner that the movements or the expressions are very specific, which is something that we similarly see in the pipelines of more, let's say, motion capture, CGI, or in games, etc. But also there is another layer to it, which is how we can, the performer in a matter interacts with this character. So the performer in that sense becomes both a creator for this character. which is something that it's more visible, let's say, in interactive media, network environments. And in this part of the work, we are looking a lot into the intersection between animation and performing arts, especially the knowledge that it's coming from dance, embodied practices, and somatic theory, let's say. So these are some, what you see here is some photos of the workshop that we've done in NAFPLIO in the framework of 6, which is a game studies symposium, and we asked from the participants to create the movement, which is something that it's a part of creative process, and it's always a matter of what should come first. So one of the work that we did in NAFPLIO is to try to understand and analyze what it means, what is non-verbal behavior, and what are these personality traits. And this includes different kind of, let's say, cues or signals, and these are two different things actually, because the cues are usually indicators which have not evolved for communication, and whether signals are indicators that are more specifically for communication. So this is another aspect that is really interesting also in terms of seeing the creation of animation or the creation of the digital character as a kind of interaction, human-computer interaction, because interaction does not always mean communication and vice versa, which is another reason why working with movement is really, really rich and complex. One part of it is the actions that, for example, communicating with the environment, which is part of the will, and interacting with other characters. So it's part of the movement that has an intention to communicate or has a very functional element, for example, grabbing a glass of water and so on. But there are all these also small nuanced movements that are part of the expressions. And also there are also some other layers that are the intentional movements and movements that convey something that it's inside the character's mind or the character's feelings. So there are all these kind of layers that we can experiment with. So as also Dr. Kyriakoulakos mentioned this morning, we used, in order to analyze all what is available there, in order to help us build this framework, because one of the goals of this project is to create a framework about the digital characters. We looked into existing models like Clubman movement analysis framework, which reminds us that part of the movement is what the character does, what's the movement, for example, which part of the body moves, but also the way that moves can tell us a lot about the context, the emotions, the expression, or build the character. For example, you can build, and these are also models, LMA have been also used a lot in acting, and it gives us a lot of insight about how a movement. In a manner, the way we, after looking into this model, we came to the end that personality is a kind of mechanism, actually. And in non-verbal behavior, we usually see that some, let's say, movements or some actions, or even the intensity of some reactions or the way that someone behaves, can build the personality, and even if the body shape is the same, the structure is the same. So this is a kind, we tried to put, to extend this character wheel. There's this virtual character wheel, which is what we see in the screen, or what we see in the game, or what we see in this virtual environment. And on the other hand, we have the performer, which is another entity that interacts with this virtual character. They animate through the movement, the facial expression, which is something we don't really use in mocap. But also they can modify the symbolic, what we call the symbolic representation, which is you can use other kind of signals to alter or change, for example, the environment of the character or sonify the other aspect. And this where we use the wearables. Because also in the human performer, you can see that in a way we have another wheel, that some things that are happening inside the performer or inside the character, which are what are the emotions or the felt experience of the character or the performer. And it is something we've seen a lot in animation as well, even in the traditional animation. And here are some examples of very old classic animation of applying exaggeration, which is one of the principles of animation by Disney, but also it's a way to externalize or express the emotion or the condition of the character through visualizing something that is happening in the body, but in the physical, the real world we don't usually see, which is, for example, the thoughts or the heartbeat exaggerated, seeing the heart, for example, in some animation going out of the body, or having this exaggerated way of sweating, which is actually something that it's really relevant to using wearables, which we are using in this experiment. For example, GSR and heart rate give us a lot of insight about the intensity or the arousal of the body, which is connected with some intense emotional moments. And of course, another layer to it is how we can use the big five to correlate. I wouldn't say map, because it's really difficult to find one-to-one correlation, and it's always related to context and the scenario, but also the whole situation of the character. But we can find correlations between the big five and the felt emotions. So it's just to conclude, from this aspect, what we actually by extending the wheel is that we want to go from performing the character, which means that giving movement to the character, into a more, let's say, holistic aspect of embodied character design. And by that, we want to stress that the embodiment of the character or the embodied perspective is not just about the movement or having a body, but it's about perceiving the world, the virtual world of the character, or the inside world of the character through the body. Which means that what we're trying to do actually with the wearables is try to extend the sensing system of the character, which is something that's usually implied, because if you think of it, for example, if you have a character that is blind, they doesn't see what is happening, so they're not reacting to them. So the sensing system, which is something that the behavior is if we want to summarize, let's say, or generalize, it's more a reaction to something that is happening inside the body. So it's something that it's either a physical sensation, like feeling cold, feeling hungry, a sensation that it's related to an emotion, or reacting to something that is happening in the environment or interacting with other characters. And in this work that we've done also, we did an analysis about other ways that this can be done in the state of the art, by using different kind of both physical but also virtual sensor, which is something that we see a lot in, for example, generated AI NPCs. So Yes, this is the idea. So in that terms, to go back in the wheel and give the microphone to my colleagues again, we see this embodied perspective is something that it's not about just the emotion or the structure of the body, but it's something that can expand to all the parts of the wheel, and it's somehow this idea of the sensing goes, let's say, transcends all these different aspects of the sphere, as Yorgos said. Okay. And this is a screenshot of some of our recent experimentations that we do of translating the wearable signals into the structure and the color, for example, of the environment or the color of the body. So thank you.
Are there any questions now, or let's ask everything, let's discuss after the panel? Okay. So we go to Professor Kyriakos Panagiotis Kyriakoulakos of the Aegean University.
Thank you very much, Stella. I will try to share my... Okay, so we have here challenges to see in the next weeks in the Imagine Mockup project, even the next months until the end of the project on the 13th of September in 2025. And I feel like we reinvent the wheel. It's a wheel of personality, of course, but we have to question all these zones that are related to the literature and the practical proposals by animators and performers and directors that we have in the past, and try to understand in the different transmedia platforms what part of this wheel is really relevant for any medium we use. We are trying to do this by experimenting in workshops, workshops that are changing some parts of the wheel or other parts of the wheel. And just to give you an idea of the problems we face, when Yorgos Nikopoulos, during his PhD thesis here in the Ionian University, in the Department of Audio and Visual Arts, he tried to adapt the 12 principles of animation by Disney using shadows, theaters, figures, and acting. So a graphical representation that is the one given by Disney in the 30s was adapted by an acting figurative action, and the thesis concluded that one of the 12 principles of animation was not possible with acting. And this is something that we will have to register and understand why is so. So how would we do it? Maybe I have to go back to... No, to my... I don't see here the link to the XARTs. It's here. So we are trying to do this by creating workshops in a summer school that we organize in Syros from the 21st to the 28th of June, so very soon. And we have to put different situations in place and test them during this workshop. Actually, this is open. There is an open call that you can find in our site for the summer school, and you can participate. You can propose a workshop if you want, or a paper, or you can just participate as a participant there with the proposals by the others and try to help us in doing this research. I left intentionally the sound part outside this brief presentation, but before we go to Yannis Zanos, maybe we have to speak also about our doctoral consortium in CAI Greece during September, and I will just stop share my presentation here to go back to Katerina Elrachev.
Yes, CAI Greece, as you know, is the conference of the ACM CAI Greece community. And we are also planning to have some activities as a project, but I also would like to, by this chance, to invite you to the doctoral consortium, which is now open until 30th of May, and which is an open, let's say, space with that includes also proceedings for doctoral consortium, for doctoral candidates to present their works and every topics that are relevant to CAI, the human-computer interaction aspects. And in this year we have also the theme is related to also human-centered AI and the different topics. Okay. And let's give the microphone to Mr. Zanos.
Thank you, Katerina, and thank you, Taki. I'm Yannis Zanos, and I represent here the team of the Ionian University at AV Arts, and my colleagues are Martin Carlet, a postdoc researcher and doctoral candidate, and Yorgos Nikopoulos is with us also today. And we talk on behalf of sound and networked live coding. So let me briefly share screen and show you a couple of technical details about this. Yes. We come from live coding, which is a discipline where music or a performance is coded by programmers while it's still going, it is being presented. So we form and we control the sound or the other aspects of the performance while it is taking place. It's like improvising with code. And the most popular tools are Super Collider, an open source tool. Title Cycle is also open source that uses Super Collider. And in our team, we have introduced since 5 years now a couple of innovations. First of all, we jam not just locally, but internationally over a network. It means the performers can be anywhere on Earth, and they communicate through the internet. They send code through the internet to everybody else, so they can perform in the same performance while they are far away from each other. And this becomes even more interesting when the performers are also using sensors in order to participate not just with code, but also with movement. This is where our presentation, our research meets this particular Imagine Mockup project, which is about embodied performance. So maybe it's time to show you a brief example before I continue. This is from a performance in Malta, where in the background on the screen, the performer is in Kyoto at this moment. It's Yoshimitsu Yoshia, and the dancer is in Malta. And the performer in Kyoto is giving the movement through sensors that are transmitted to us in Malta as OSC, Open Sound Control Protocol over UDP on the internet. And they're played on Super Collider in the background. And then Mary Randu enters locally and interacts with the performer in real time. Well, the interesting thing about it is that the dancers or performers communicate through sound, being an abstract thing, and in a way are trying to guess what is happening to the other person internally rather than externally. So it is the internal dimension that opens, the phenomenological aspect of dance through embodiment. That is the theoretical challenge that we bring in. The technical challenge is that we address right now is how to translate this movement using more advanced motion capture technology like Rococo, which our project has and Yorgos Nikopoulos also has privately, to animate on a 3D engine. And we have chosen Godot, an open source 3D engine, and are right now building an interface between Super Collider, open source, open sound control, Rococo and Godot, so that we can animate in real time, and also, more importantly, we can change the actual animation to reflect those internal or musical states expressively. And this is where the collaboration is also going on with Yorgos Nikopoulos. So finishing, we were discussing about more broad repercussions, theoretical repercussions, philosophical repercussions, psychological repercussions of this work. And it brings us back to the moment when the distinction between internal states and external states was made in the world of performance in the Western world. And that's in the 18th century, France with the writer Marivaux, after whom the term marivaudage was coined, meaning when the face says something different, but what is happening inside the character is something different. And it is actually a birth moment for modern psychology. And in some way, it's interesting to revisit this moment from the externality of animation, trying to bring back internal state and musical state through sound and through sensors, which is what the team in Peloponnesus is doing. So I think these are the broader philosophical repercussions and associations of this project. Thank you.
If I may, animation-wise, this opens a very wide field of fantasy, of how the actors in motion capture or the animated, keyframe animated character will act. But here, where every movement is being translated in all these internal expressions through sound, it really enriches that much the performance and the personality of the character. I speak now as a director, and this interface that Mr. Zanos and Martin Carlet wrote, which comes from Rococo and goes through OSC to other places and can be translated back as sound, is something that an animator could not easily imagine. This is really rich on how the expression of the character can go on, can be developed. And there are a lot of experiments that we're about to do now. We have one short film that we will do, applying all these fields that you heard already. Also, one short scene of a game, and two interactive performances, one with media network. But as I can see, interactive media network will be applied in every part of our project, in all of the 4 case studies. Any thoughts or questions? Or
Martin, maybe you want to say something about the code of the role of live coding as you see it now from your experience. How you see the musical aspect of live coding in animation?
Well, one would be able to say that we are trying to redefine some established, and extending now on Yorgos, what he just said, animation pipelines, how we are dealing with animation in general. And from our background, live coding, network live coding, with music that is cued through dance. We already had acoustic, a kind of cycle, feedback that was acting out through the performer, listening to the music he made himself, then seeing the music being changed by the next movement and adopting again. This now enters the field of animation in the visual domain, So there is a recording in real time of the animation, and one could already apply some of these personality traits to shape this acting, this recording of an animation, and see the performer has to react to that or can react to that in real time, to some unexpected anomalies of his body movement that is showing the virtual character that he sees during his own performance. And Doris yesterday said that this was a classical theatrical training exercise that is applied to students of acting or performers in general, that they kind of have some of their extremities doing things that are random, that they are not controlled by their personality. That's something added to the real-time performing. So the performing of personality becomes really extended and enriched. And I think now answering directly the question, the more technical question, what Godot has to do with all that. Well, Godot is really an open platform. It enables us to kind of interpatch these signals and animations in a way that in no other game engine is accessible that easily. Since we can do it live too. We do it with code, so the actual interpatching of signals, which is not possible to be done in real time by dragging the mouse around and setting up different environments. This can be automated, this can be even put to something like a pipeline, in which direction we would like to go, and interpatch these things through code while the game engine is running, and that's only offered by Godot. And we try to explore that from our background of music to the virtual domain now.
There is a question here.
No. Questions?
It is very interesting to connect, to link non-verbal behavior with and character personality. And this creation, the union of man and animal, it is very interesting. And I want to ask how it served the story, the project, or you believe that this creature has a specific meaning. I want something more about it. It's very, very interesting, and thank you. It is excellent work.
Thanks. The project that will be partly developed in the film and also in interactive media and game is called Monolove, and it was written as a film script, short film script, which is the same nightmare, the same erotic nightmare between two centaurs, two lover centaurs. So it talks about ego inside the feeling of love, inside affection, inside I want the other body to be mine, or I am being led to the other body to make me whatever it wants. So love in general, as you understand. And of course, the centaur symbol is combining the human body, which is, let's say, one part of love, the sexual love, the human body, which is more like soul in love, like complexes and all these things, and of course the head, which is this mental love. So it is about a three parts love, three-part physis of love, which is being crushed between two persons, two creatures, two whatever. This is the general concept.
Okay, so I have a question too. From the
considering how important exaggeration is in animation in expressing the feeling of digital characters, and how through your censoring technology you can also have things like heart rate or other indicators, and transfer it into a game engine, do you think it would be feasible to display this exaggeration on the 3D characters that the game engine creates? And would it be possible to do it in both the 3D character and the 2D characters, since the game engine also supports 2D animation, like transfer a human behavior, a human feeling, a human internal into an exaggerated digital character that is either 3D or 2D with all the whatever that means in the realm of animation?
Yes, I think this is exactly to the point. We need to use these abilities to distort, to alter the appearance in the virtual world of the actual acting character, and add all these extra sensing information that we have in an interesting way. I guess in 2D it would be more comic-like. In 3D it could be more animation-centered, so that the movements are a bit altered, a bit different, and if we play with music, they can get rhythmical, they can get musical, or the opposite, like the cacophony oriented. But yes, we should display all this inner world that is not immediately visible somehow in the virtual.
If I can add something that it's also relevant with what your question and what George said before, I think what's interesting here in working personality with all these different modalities and these different mediums is that somehow we deconstruct the idea of personality. We have different traces that come from the voice, come from the body, and then we're trying to reconstruct. So it's always like putting the light on the specific aspects in each one of the media and each one of the use cases. But it's really interesting here, I think, it's that with this monologue, it's also part of the story, also in the narrative, it's about this idea of the whole, that it's about, like, it's composed through different parts, that maybe even the same person, or this visible, non-visible, the male, the female, the in-between. So it's a lot about this, I think. It's another layer of that.
Thank you very much.
In the technical part, our ultimate goal is to propose a transmedia production pipeline, a new one. And I think that with the proposition of introducing sound everywhere, we have an element that is homogenizing everything now. And we are in a very good mood, I think, to arrive at the end of this project and complete our objectives. We have, as said before, to test more, to experiment more, but I think that we have an idea of how to propose very new and holistic methodology for transmedia projects.
And something more short. Again, I'm speaking as a director. If you are creators, just put in your mind that you have to direct a scene, and one performer will act as a center. They wear their smart suit, and you say, okay, now you will dance with the birds that are coming around you, which represent your lovers, your previous lovers. While the performer is acting, at the same time, the sound is being composed in real time. So the performer listens to what they express, what they feel. So this makes a lot more intense their acting. It goes more intense, because it is being exaggerated. So we, in a way, we are adapting the exaggeration of Disney in a very different way, but it's, for me, it's, I'm full of enthusiasm. I mean, I'm looking forward into diving into it, because it is like a fantasy to act and record your action, which will be displayed on the film, and the sound will be also recorded in real time. It's like, it's live cinema. It's, yeah, it's, yeah.
And an ultimate goal we have, also another goal we have in the project is educational. So the first part that we presented here in theory, it is also important because we analyze every medium for all aspects of personality: animation, games, interactive performances, and interactive network and environments. This is very important for the students to understand the complexity of the design for character personality. And we have now a tool, or we will have at the end of the project a tool that will be also useful for education.
On that note, maybe we can say it's enough.
Yeah. You're okay.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Martin.
So, let's welcome you to the last session of the second day of the conference, and in fact, of the whole conference. Let me put my glasses on, no comments. So, we have 4 presentations left. The first one is from Evangelos Aslanidis, a postgraduate student of a university, and our department. It's called TechnoSelf, a real-time interactive audiovisual installation in VR, utilizing biosignals derived from the human autonomic nervous system.
That's right. Okay, nice. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Evangelos. I'm here to present my master thesis from the postgraduate program. It's called TechnoSelf. It's a real-time interactive audiovisual installation in VR. And as we said, it's based on biosignals from the human autonomic nervous system. So it belongs in bioart and physical computing, human-computer interaction as a general segment. So it's a VR installation. I get, with some sensors, I get biofeedback data from the heart and from breath. These are senses that happen automatically from your body, and that the signals drive the whole thing. So you get a chance to experience your senses in a different way, and I hope that this will support empowerment, self-confidence, and make us think more of ourselves, more of our identity, and self-realization in these difficult times where technology, may have some, may affect your mental health, your psychology. May feel. Anyway. So, my research questions were how we can integrate real-time biosignals into interactive audiovisual installations, how human physiology and neurological capabilities can shape the artistic expression and support self-empowerment. There's also a chance to reconnect with your body and better understand the relationship between human nature and technology, and I will explain how I mean this. Let me pass this theoretical framework. I will come back later to, now I think I have to explain what is going on. So I built this system. It's based in an Arduino platform, and I built 2 sensors to take the heart rate, the heartbeat, and I also created a variable of the heart rate, the BPMs. And I also built a respiratory belt, which, as you can see in the picture, it captures the stretching of your body to detect when you breathe. So these signals are all passed in Touch Designer. It's a platform where I set up the whole thing. It's used for interactive multimedia installations in real time. And from there, I have incorporated some 3D elements, some particles that are affected by these biosignals. And it's exported in VR. All right, so in order to support the empowerment and the self-realization and to build some self-confidence, my idea was to connect this artwork with, to make you connect with nature. So I chose to map those signals, those autonomic nervous system functions, to elements of nature. So, for example, for the heartbeat, I chose the root system of the plants, which, as your heart, transfer all the nutritions and all the elements that support life. So in Touch Designer, I chose the Particles GPU system. It's a tool in the program's palette. And let me see, okay. And when the heartbeat was detected, I made it affect various parameters of the particle system, such as the speed, the rotation, to create something that reminds you of a root system, and maybe your heart, the blood, it's the whole concept. For breath, I chose to work with the constraint simulation tool. It's an add-on on the Touch Designer. It's external talks, they called it, where you can put a 3D object inside, and you can simulate the forces on it to, like a texture, like a fabric, how it reacts to some forces. So with a photogrammetry technique and an application on my phone, I created a 3D model, which I made it to look like clouds, like to remind us of the air. And with a signal from breath, it affected many parameters of it. So while you breathe, you can see it deconstruct and move while breathing. That's the two biosignals that are working in real time. I also have put two elements that created some automatic signals, and in future development of the project, they can replace with real sensors. So I chose the automatic eye blinking, which happens unconsciously sometimes, and I map it artistically on the liquid element, the water, which, as the automatic eye blinking cleanses your eyes and keep it moist and stuff, just like the water in nature. So with geometry instancing, I created some point textures. I rendered them in the 3D space. This is a technique where 2D elements, like some noise, 2D noise tops, as they call them in Touch Designer, can be represented and rendered in 3D. And those were affected by the blinking. They're also affected by breath. So while you breathe, you can see the scaling and some movement happening on these points. Lastly, I chose the alpha brain waves, which are connected with relaxation. You can detect them on meditation moments. And I chose the element of the moon, which is also connected with this concept. And there's also here an automatic signal in 12 Hertz as the frequency of the alpha brainwaves that affects this the texture of the moon. So that's the whole system workflow. You can see that the heart and breath are passed through the Arduino. The other two are automated signals, and these are my 3D objects. And from here, I render 2 different renders for each eye. So my camera that renders this whole system takes information from the projection matrices of the VR headset, so as to look normal inside. Yeah, so I rendered this. After this, there's a post-rendering processing where I have created an autonomous functions live monitor system where you can monitor when all these functions. You can see the heart moving when it detects a beat, and it's also the variable of the heart rate, the BPMs, which is written on the monitor. There is also a visual effect. So when your heart rate, there's a low threshold, and when your heart rate passes above this, I think it was 80 BPMs, you can see some visual effects happening. The screen shakes, it goes blurry and red. So it maybe enable you to relax, to enjoy the experience. Also, I have to talk about the sound of the system. Every object creates sound, and it's spatial sound in the 3D space. So when a heartbeat is detected, it triggers. It also triggers a sound sample which I have created. And every object has its position in the 3D space, so it depends on where you're looking. The sound, you can hear the sound in the 3D space. So, yeah, the breath is an oscillator, a white noise oscillator with some filtering that also happens in real time. For the eye blinking, it also triggers a sample, and with the alpha brain waves, it's also like a sonification technique where there's an oscillator of 12 Hertz, 2 sine waves playing together and produce the sound. Yeah, and it all goes into the VR glasses and headphones, and its headphones, and yeah, that's the whole system with that designer. I'll talk about this later, sorry. Okay, so the whole thing for me was to support the empowerment, to make you think about yourself, about technology, to make you believe in your own body, in your own self. So, to make it more clear, I wanted to create an installation where you can watch your body do the work, you know, and make you realize the power of your body, of yourself, and think of maybe of a new perspective, and build some strength in these difficult times. Yeah, and explore maybe your identity in new ways. And maybe I can talk about the name. For me, as I called it, is an exploration of the technological self, where I have some theoretical framework about the techno-self studies, which is the impact of technology on human identity and self-perception. So for me, there was a dual meaning, and that was the whole idea of the project. that the technological self is from the one side the impact of identity and self-perception, but on the other side, it is the technology of yourself, of your body, of your biology. So that many things happening automatically and unconsciously. So I thought of building this installation to explore all this. Yeah, and maybe if we have time, I can talk about some influences artistically. I don't know, for game.
Do you have some of the piece?
You're right. I have a small trailer, yes. Yeah, sorry, let it load. But the influences were some. I'll tell you later. That's my trailer. It's from inside the VR system. Say about one other sound element that comes from the heart rate. So it creates this drone that you hear, and when your heart rate gets higher, it produces a higher pitch sound. It was like a sound design of the project. So some influences were some installations of Lausanne Hammer that were affected by the visitor's pulse. Also some biofeedback art of Amy Carl, where she produced video and sounds from her body. Also some breathing and meditation applications, like this breath meditation system of Mark Lim, which was the influence from how to create the respiratory belt for breathing. And this visualizes the breath activity. Lastly, there were some VR games which incorporate this biofeedback. And on some instances, you can see the elements getting affected. In other instances, your breathing affects the movement of the player, which I also incorporated. When you take a breath, it makes you move, makes you control your camera, and moves the camera in the 3D space. Okay. And lastly, I have created for future development of the project, which of course meaning that I have to replace the automatic signals with new sensors, with real sensors. I also can add new sensors, and I also have created some questionnaires to evaluate the user experiences. This is an ongoing project, so I will be able to give these results. Yeah, that's it for me. Some motivation and some screenshots from the project. And you can also come to tonight at our presentation, which I have some more video exports. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this wonderful bio art, in fact, project with a very thorough system of symbols. So many symbolisms nicely put. Do we have any questions from the audience? One moment.
Maybe the symbolism can talk better than I explained this stuff.
Hello.
Hi.
Very nice presentation. I have so many questions to do to you, but I will narrow down to one. Have you considered or planning to make this like a plugin or something that the user can use it dynamically and change everything based on the heartbeat and anything that the body expresses, like the elements? That is the one question. The second question is, I think when you have the first samples, when you are immersed in the application, when it's launched, you start breathing and your heart beating, and the application comes with some samples, I think, and you produce some music. You generate some music, I think.
And some sound, yeah. It's different.
Do you think that this is something like disorient the heartbeat? Because when you listen some music with up tempo, your heartbeat maybe tends to beat more fast.
Yeah.
Something like that, if you understand.
Okay, I understand.
That's from me.
Thanks for asking. The music was in the trailer, so it was like make the trailer. So there's no actual music, but it could do that. But you know, the heartbeat sample, it's a sample I created with a drum machine. It reminds you of heart, so it's okay. And the air, it's from the white noise, so it still reminds of that. Maybe, yeah, it could disorientate, of course. As for the application, no, I haven't thought about it. It would be very interesting to do that. I thought about adding more variables. You know, from the heartbeat, I already created the heartbeat, 0 and 1, and the BPMs. Maybe I can add some more, like heart rate variability and this stuff, and some more elements 3D, but to be affected by the user, you know, from the start. It's a nice idea, I think. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. It's a really beautiful project. I have so many questions, but I'll stick to the technical ones that I'm curious how you did it. First of all, you said I used some applications on my mobile phone to capture some elements of breathing, if I'm correct.
I created a 3D model, like a photogrammetry technique, where you photograph a real object.
Okay, you created the photogrammetry with your phone, and then imported in Touch Designer.
Exactly.
And then worked on that. And the automatic signals is signals that you created inside the Touch Designer to simulate.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Some LFOs, some are in the brain waves are in the frequency of 12 Hertz, so it's an LFO in 12 Hertz that also produces the sound. And the good thing is that because it's created in Touch Designer, the system, it can be easily replaced with a real signal. So once you have those sensors coming in, this information, you can easily replace it.
Okay.
So it's ready.
So technically, the real-time thing, you did it with what kind of technique? With, let's say, WebSocketing or?
The real-time, it's from the Arduino sensors.
Passing direct to your computer, all
Yeah,
the data?
Exactly, from Arduino, the USB, and there's the serial DAT, it's called in Touch Designer, where you can read the signal from the port of your PC, and from Arduino.
Okay, so you didn't need any web server for that. You did it all inside your
exactly
hardware.
Yeah, but also it needed some coding in Arduino, you know, to be able to read.
To create the port.
Yeah, and send the stuff into Touch Design.
Mm-hmm.
So no servers. And
okay, and from the Touch Designer to the VR, the headset,
mm-hmm.
In what way do you connect these tools?
It's all happening in Touch Designer. So you render the 3D elements. There was a post-production visual effects and this stuff, and you export. There's an application inside the Touch Designer where you can it sends signal to the Oculus Rift device. So
this is a real-time thing, the whole way.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evangelos, for technical explanation and inspiring everyone here, and they inspire you.
Thank you very much.
So next we have, let's try it now without. Yeah? Next we have two presentations from the same team, from Georgios Milis and Vasilios Komnianos. The first one is called City Exploration through AR Geolocation and Geofencing, Enhancing User Experience and Discovering Urban Landmarks. So, Mr. Milis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you for still standing. Do I make something about the presentation?
Maybe a bit more closer to the mic, or
no? No. Okay, we open the wrong.
Shall we start with this one?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Whatever you want.
Sorry for keep you waiting. That's the one. Hello everybody. We discussed today a presentation about city exploration through AR geolocation and spatially enhancing user experience, discovering urban landmarks. It's not changing. Why not? Okay. My name is Milis Georgios. My associate is Komnianos Vasilios. This presentation discusses the design of an augmented reality application aimed at enhancing user engagement with a city's cultural and historical landmarks through geolocation and geofacing techniques. Let's see and break down the objectives. The primary objective of this study is to identify the core functionality requirements of an AR geolocation framework to enhance user experience and improve city exploration. Specifically, the work aims to develop geofencing-based content delivery, ensuring users receive relevant information based on their proximity to points of interest. Also, it studies a modular and scalable design, solutions adaptable to different cities and cultural settings. The interactive AR overlays. To integrate interactive AR overlays such as historical reconstructions, multimedia content, and real-time guided navigation like path route navigation. In addition, it is required to adapt to localization and accessibility features. Let's see the gamification mechanics. Sorry. The gamification mechanics include achievement-based exploration inside the city, rewards, like maybe it will, when you come nearby a landmark that you want to explore, a visual guide will show up and inform you with some additional information, some AR scavenger hunts, and UI and UX mechanics that notify the user if something is wrong or if something is nearby or anything else, with multiple AR navigation sites and dynamic content. The design objectives. The three pillars of an AR geolocation app includes coordinates, accuracy, and altitude. The methodology of this application is draws on a review of current AR geolocation application, focusing on geofencing, geospatial data, and urban tourism technologies. We identified handheld devices, specifically smartphones, as the most effective platform due to their accessibility and easy to use. A detailed content collection process followed, included photos, 360 videos, and audio from selected landmarks and their info. And we gather input from both local stakeholders and tourists to ensure that the content was relevant, engaging, and culturally meaningful. Based on this, we developed a use case for enhanced landmark exploration through AR guided tours. The system was tested through debugging and recalibration, ensuring smooth performance and better geolocation accuracy across various user environments. About the coordinates, accuracy, and the altitude. To enable accurate AR-based navigation, the system relies on core of the mobile hardware, such as GPS, the GPS and the accelerometer. Location coordinates are processed using the harvesting formula to calculate the precise distance between the user and its landmark distance. This geospatial data powers the navigation logic, guiding users in real time as they move through the urban environments. The UI display system overlays this information through an initiative AR interface, providing directional cues, distances, contextual content directly on the user screen. We see in the photo that we have a group of points that are towards to the user's camera and display the distance in minutes and the distance in meters. Testing. A lot of walking, and walking, and walking. A lot of walking. So, in the open field testing, I think it's this video. No. Okay. Sorry, I cannot display this video. Okay, let's continue. At this stage of the research system, and accuracy testing was conducted by the development team, focusing on both horizontal accuracy and altitude deviation. During landmark-to-landmark navigation, and these tests were carried out in diverse urban conditions, like cloudy weather, a good weather, a rainy day, and of course there are the real-world obstacles or dead spots, like here in Corfu. We have very narrow streets, no GPS at all, and real-world obstacles like trees and something that will not have a good signal with GPS. Problems. I think it's not a feature, it's a bug, to say. About the horizontal accuracy, the preliminary accuracy testing shows that the employed technique provides satisfying accuracy in open areas, but in closed field environments, user may face errors potentially affecting user experience. Okay, let me explain the video. That is not a video. Here we see the fountain of Morosini in Heraklion, Crete, that is have a wrong horizontal accuracy about 90 degrees. The actual location is from that way, left to you, about 90 degrees. And that's because due to we initialize and the application under a lot of trees and a lot of buildings. So we have a totally wrong horizontal accuracy. We see in that photograph the altitude deviation. The altitude deviation happens when the user starts to navigate in the city to see the augmented point of interest, and when it starts from an altitude, let's say 100 meters above the sea, and go downwards to the sea level, we find that the original level of the initialization of the scene, of the application scene, was at it takes like the 100 meter is the meter 0. So when we go downwards, we see the sign a little bit tilted towards the user camera, if you see in that photo. Figure out that a programming logic to calculate the movement of magnetic pole field is the one logic that we have implemented, but it's very difficult because the magnetic pole, it's not something that we can predict, like in 2 months the magnetic pole field will be that degrees in that location. But we can move it, we can change it dynamically based on application updates. And the biggest problem is, we will see it upcoming, that we have the lack of invariant when, what do I mean? When we have a bad signal and we have a bad accuracy, either altitude or horizontal, we need to inform the user that this is wrong and we need to recalibrate, but we don't have an invariant for that. So let's discuss the results. Okay. During the tests, it was observed that starting the GPS session after a substantial altitude change can recalibrate the vertical accuracy. However, doing so in closed field environments may negatively impact horizontal accuracy. We propose UI-based guidance for GPS reset, acknowledging its effectiveness for local users, while noting potential limitations for unfamiliar users such as tourists. Here we see an example. We see the photo that is right to the audience. We explained that, but we explained that photo about the altitude deviation and the tilt of the augmented content. But in the left photo, we see in the green dot, we see the user location, the exact user location of this photo taken. In the red position, 90 meters away, it's the augmented content that we see. But this is the wrong location. The actual location is in the yellow dot. So when we are at a very close field, we have a very bad signal and a horizontal accuracy deviation. And altitude, of course, in that situation. About the results, the horizontal accuracy and altitude deviation in open field was very good, excellent. And the same the horizontal accuracy and altitude deviation in closed fields, like narrow streets, trees, etc., was very bad. But generally, the app evaluation results about the UI guidance and the immersion were very handy and liked to the users. But the user experience and the learning outcome was not so practical. It was impractical. So, to sum up, by integrating geolocation and geofencing techniques with AR technology, this work proposes a framework for transforming urban exploration into an interactive and immersive experience. The findings contribute to the development of scalable AR solutions that promote cultural heritage, enhance tourism, and engage local communities through dynamic digital interactions. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions?
I would like to ask if you used an open sourced map to set those points of interest, or you just, in the coding process, you set the longitude and the latitude of each point. So using those open source maps, I think you won't have those bugs of distance.
I didn't understand the last part of your question.
I mean, in your coding, in your programming, you set the points of interest one by one, or you used an open source map, like not like Google Maps, but something similar.
Okay, I think I understand now. I use the Mapbox API. I call it the Mapbox API for the map, and because this is an actual application that exists in the App Store. But the research is ongoing about enhancing and get better about the user UX, the user experience. But it has map features and mechanics like the Google Maps application. But in the AR part, we don't use map, something like that. We take the coordinates either by searching or either by making objects in the Mapbox, I think, editor, Mapbox editor. It's web-based. But I think Mapbox, it's not open source, but it has a lot of calls that it's free.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more?
thank you for your presentation. Can you tell me what kind of information the AR gave to the user? Like it gave insights, text, sounds, or video, or just image and text?
Okay. Yes, I didn't display that because maybe it's an existing application. I don't have all the rights to present it, but I can show you, and I can show you later. It's an application that when you were nearby a point of interest or an urban landmark or something, it notifies you you're nearby, and it calls you to tap the floor, to scan the floor, tap the floor, and it shows a virtual guide. A guy or a girl, depending on the landmark. And this virtual guide starts to talk in the language that the handheld device is set to, but it has localization features, of course. And next to the virtual guide, there is an info card that you have photos and info, and it's you can integrate, not integrate, you can interact with the card and the virtual guide, and you can see 360 videos, photos, accessibility settings with audio, the written, you can hear it too.
Voiceover.
What?
With voiceover.
Yes, with voiceover, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And you get points. Did I see correctly? You get points. It said 2 points in that card.
What? Excuse me?
You get points, don't you?
Yeah. No. It was 2 points of interest.
2 points of interest.
Yeah.
Because you spoke about gaming mechanisms. I thought you visit and you gather points just by visiting. Nothing to do with this.
Not in that stage, but the gamification mechanic was that okay, you need to go to a place to see a virtual guide, to interact with him, and you interact with the floor, interact with the videos, 360 videos. You can make it spin around you.
Okay, well, in that sense, every guide is gamified in that sense. So maybe it's an interactive guide, not a gamified guide.
Yeah, the guide is virtual. The guide is virtual. The mechanics of the application has...
Yeah, well, in order to be gamification mechanics, it has to bear the elements of games somehow. Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the all thing, like, for example, the Pokemon Go application, is the game or not?
Of course, you collect. You have to go there. There's a time limit. You have to be on time once the monster appears.
It's not mandatory to be... It has features to be on time, but it's not mandatory. You can go somewhere, find something. If you want to interact, you interact. Otherwise, you're not. But I see your point. Yes, of course. I'm not saying that otherwise, but I believe it's not 100% all the gamification mechanics integrated in the app. It's something like it's build it step by step to fulfill a better solution and a better application. And the purpose is to enhancing the experience of the tourist. Okay, not only games, not only just an application.
And there's a lot, we saw there's a lot of technical things to be investigated. So it's very useful to other developers and you, of course.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Okay.
Question? No? Well, let's go to the next one. You stay put. Yeah?
which is enhancing user immersion in cultural heritage experiences in VR applications through adaptive and spatial sound design.
Yeah.
By the same team, Georgios Milis and Vasilios Komyanos.
Okay. Hello, I'm me again. Let's talk about enhancing user immersion in VR, and with the sound design perspective, then adaptive and spatial sound design, promoting cultural heritage experiences. I'm Milis Georgios. Komyanos Vasilis is my associate. Okay, a little introduction. This work presents a preliminary design of a spatial and adaptive sound design application in VR technologies aimed at enhancing user immersion in intangible cultural heritage experiences. Focusing on simulation of traditional silversmith craftsmanship, the study integrates advanced spatial and adaptive audio rendering with interactive auditory VR environments. Virtual reality in cultural heritage has revolutionized the way cultural heritage is preserved and experienced. By creating immersive environments, VR applications allow users to engage with intangible cultural heritage in an experimental manner. This section discusses the growing prevalence of VR in heritage sites, the potential for enhancing educational outreach, and the way VR can recreate historical scenarios to foster a deeper understanding of cultural practices. The importance of sound design. Sound design is a critical component in creating immersive VR experiences. Unlike traditional media, VR requires an auditory landscape that adapts to users, to user actions, and the environment. Effective sound design enhances realism, supports storytelling, and evokes emotional responses to the user. Also can help about the preservation of idiomatic expression of a culture and can contribute to accessibility matters. This exploration highlights the significance of spatial and adaptive audio design in enriching cultural narratives. The objectives of the study. The main objective of this work is to identify the core functionality requirements for a VR-based spatial and adaptive sound design framework tailored to cultural heritage applications. Specifically, it aims to develop a preliminary design that accurately simulates the acoustic characteristics of craftsmanship. Craftsmanship's action, including the collision of tools with various elementary and material surfaces, and the acoustics of the rooms, interior or exterior, maybe the reverberation time. Additionally, the goal is to study user feedback on the immersive quality of the spatial sound design and provide a set of development guidelines for sound design techniques and mechanics that can be applied across various cultural heritage scenarios. Okay, the methodology. Let's talk about that. To replicate the acoustic feature of traditional silversmith craftsmanship, a multi-layered audio design methodology was applied. First, the interior space reverberation was captured to reflect the authentic spatial acoustics of workshops, making ambient soundscapes to convey the working environment atmosphere. Second, Foley sounds recording were created to simulate the interactions with the tools and the materials and the surfaces, and footstep sounds were dynamically designed to change based on terrain material on the field. About the exterior audio, for the outdoor soundscapes we selected open field nature recordings to replicate the atmosphere of a craftsmanship lab situated close to nature. For the footsteps, we choose a range of terrain materials, including floor, grass, soil, gravel, and etc. And some of these sounds were captured through our own recordings, while others were carefully sourced from open and free sound libraries. Indoor reverberation techniques. The implementation of diffusion delay reverb techniques was essential for enhancing the auditory realism of the VR application. These techniques model the reverberation characteristics of different materials and environments relevant to silversmith workplace, allowing sounds to reflect how they would travel and decay in real-life settings. The application of this science reinforced the immersive quality of the virtual environment, leading to a more engaging experience for users. Let's break down this. Here we see in the photo in the left side of the audience the lab measurements. This is the virtual lab that the virtual interactions happen, and we see that is the X and Z axes are 10 and 25.25 meters or unity units, the game engine that it was measured, and the Z-axis was the Y-axis is 3.25 meters. We see the indoor photo right to you. We see the props and the tables and the tools that are designed and placed. We'll talk about later, it will have meaning, you will see. So, we take these measurements and we find the room geometry and the volume of the lab. And we have that, like invariant, and the absorption coefficients at 1 kilohertz, always at 20 degrees Celsius. And we take the coefficient of each element, like the wall are from bricks, the floor is from wood, the ceiling is from concrete, etc., etc. And we found the sub-inch. And then we apply the sub-inch formula, that is the reverberation time. The reverberation time is how much time it takes for a volume to be in half in 60 seconds. So we do that in the sub-inch formula, and we find that it was 2.89 seconds. By having that, we apply the props that was told you before, the props inside the lab, the tables, the tools, the surfaces, and everything else. It is placed inside, and we have the deflection materials and absorption materials, and we have 1.29 seconds reverberation time. So that is the reverberation time that we need to apply for sound design inside the lab. The audio samples. To ensure variety and realism in the soundscape, original audio samples were recorded through Foley techniques and open source free audio libraries. So, for the tool surface and materials, to replicate the authenticity of the craft making experience, we considered the interaction between different tool and surface materials. For instance, tools such as an axe with a wooden grip and a metal head were modeled to produce distinct material responses. Similarly, various surfaces like wooden tables, silver ingots, and rock stoves were incorporated, each offering unique acoustic and tactile feedback to enhance the realism in the visual environment. All audio elements were edited and refined using a digital audio workstation or a DAW, then processed through middleware audio engines such as F-Mode or WWise for interactive control. And finally, these audio assets were fully integrated into the game engine, allowing for responsive, immersive sound experiences tied directly to user interaction within the XR environment. Okay, some the audio files that were recorded and gathered from open source libraries, edited and polished in the digital audio workstation. I made it in Reaper. After preparation, the assets were reported into F-Mode, the middleware audio engine, where buses were organized and random selection systems were set up alongside event-based systems in the game engine. And we use parameters to allow greater variation and control of these buses. In the game engine, Unity specifically, we gather and implement these F-mode events and integrate them based on collision detections and trigger interactions, ensuring that sounds respond dynamically to player actions and environmental changes. Here we see in the photo above, it's a hammer. We see in the green, in the grip, the wooden grip, the collider, and in the metal head, the other collider. It has two colliders. Each one corresponds to different surface element and sound audio sample. Down of the slide is the reverberation time, that is 1.3 milliseconds that we found it in the research, and that was the implementation for the reverberation inside the room. So, to sum up, sound design guidelines for us, we carefully model interior space reverberation to replicate realistic acoustic behaviors, record authentic Foley samples of tool material interaction, ensuring sounds accurately reflect materials like wood, metal, stone, and other elements. Create immersive, culturally relevant soundscape by blending ambient recordings and differentiating footsteps based on terrain types like wood, gravel, and soil. Use layer audio textures to respond dynamically to player movement and surface interaction. Edit and balance all sound assets in DAW for clarity and consistency. And after that, we use a middleware audio engine for advanced spatialization, event-based sound control, and reverb application, incorporating randomized sample playback and parameter-driven variations for natural audio repetition. To integrate audio into the game engine, we use Unity, using collision events, environmental triggers, and player action, based on player action. And we designed responsive audio behavior that enhances user immersion and adapts to VR interaction patterns. That's all from me. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Georgios. Any questions from the audience? People? Someone? I have
hit me.
A kind of technical one. I rarely have technical ones because
yeah. You're a technical guy.
I'm not that guy. Regarding the reverberation coefficients depending on the surfaces, in the beginning, the first one you said, so is there, or did you make, or did you use any existing libraries that has different, different materials? You can choose a wooden wall or concrete or whatever, or did you investigate and build this for the specific scene of the Blackman-Smith?
If understood well, I took my... there is an invariant table that is in the books, in the Google, everywhere, and in my books in my school. And it's standard in 1 kilohertz and 20 degrees Celsius. Like, thank you for your question. It gives me steps to say that if we have a scene, let's say, about the same scene that a craftsmanship works in a very cold environment, like -5 or something like that, the absorption coefficient is not the same. So the numbers is prefixed, pre-made from a table in that circumstances at 20 degrees Celsius.
So it would be also a very nice plug-in if someone, took all this information that it's in the books and somehow made it more, for guys like the rest of us.
Yeah, okay.
To choose from menus and say, I want a wooden wall of that size and of that temperature.
There are a lot of, for example, I made it in the RumiQ wizard that it's predefined.
Has presets?
Yeah. Yeah, you say it's brick, it has that one. And also there are online calculators. But it's standard, standard numbers.
Well, bravo. It also draws on the soundscape field, because you talk about environment, the ambience, and you talk about the reverberation, and you talk about the details that the blacksmith is, the interactions. So it's also useful to, be combined in that way, conceptualized in that way.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
come on. Thank you.
So, and our last for today is from Emmanuel Rovithis, Βασίλειος Komnianos, Nikolaos Ioannis Koskinas, Stavroula Stasinou, Yuli Dousikou, and Agnes Papadopoulou. I'll be presenting, and it's called Hyper Kafka Rooms of Memory, Studying and Disseminating Literature through a Hypertext Fiction Installation. This is the last session. I will not tire you. For the first time, I have prepared a long video. This is evolution for me. I have a long video for you. Let's see, the arrows. As you can see here, this is a project which was also in close collaboration with the Department of German Literature, Language and Literature from the University of Athens, and of course all the rest, we are from the Department of Audiovisual Arts here in Corfu. Do I click? Yeah. And it was implemented in the context of the Pedagogical and Didactical Sufficiency Program provided by our department. We can say that in the last 2 years, we are somehow approaching the concept of hyperthinking and hyperacting. We think that it's very timely. Even though let's say the field of art that we have dived into is called hypertext literature, and was somehow a buzzword in the early zeros, but after that it somehow did not continue like that. But we think that it's very timely now because of our whole the way we deal with information in our everyday life, and we deal with metadata and we deal with digital choices. So we think that it's very necessary for education to respond to this hyperthinking and hyperacting. And what we want is to somehow create learning environments in which the students or the users, whatever you want to call them, come in build a critical relationship between them and the objects of the virtual space, which are interconnected and require that you make choices and you you form your own path. But then if you revisit, you can follow a different path or see the same information from a different angle. So it's not only based on choice, it's based on repetition, it's based on reinterpretation of the same information or seeing it from different angles, and use that as a learning mechanism. And of course, we're also interested in building a theoretical framework for that, and also technical guidelines, and that's what we worked on with our students to technically implement such an environment. So what I'm about to show you was actually built by our students, and we're very proud of that. It's not virtual or augmented like the wonderful projects we saw before. But it can still be immersive. It's for computer. You can visit it online. And of course, the concept is the concept, and the medium can express, different media can express the same concept. So it would be very interesting in the future to have it in a more VR, let's say, form. And actually, the hypertext fiction, which is now somehow re-emerging, has been implemented in a VR environment. We have come across in our research a digital poem that is viewed through a VR headset. Anyway, we drew upon the notions such as the memex, visualized by Bush, and notions like hypermedia, or the what is the authorship, what does this mean, and transtextuality and intertextuality. I will not tell you about that. We presented our educational basis, let's say, last year in the same conference. We come almost every year. We're doomed to be coming every year. But still, what we did not say last year is that we actually found an educational environment, an approach through hypertext fiction. It's called the Dickens Network by George P. Landau, and it's an environment about Dickens, which has excerpts from his works, but also has analysis that occurred in those days and social context of those days, and then it has the social context and analysis from our day, and images and sounds and many different kinds of bits of information. There's also practices that are proposed in literature. Not many, a few, but one of that is have your students make them build such an environment themselves. So that's what we did. We'll let the students do something like that. And of course, there are some reported educational affordances in literature, such as that students have their focus enhanced and are more become more inclined to focus on one specific thematic and investigate on that. So that's what we followed. That's like the structure of our semester, last year's semester in this course, Augmentation of School Curriculum. We analyzed literature because it was the year of Kafka, so we focused on analyzing works of Kafka, but we also had a taste of hypertext literature works. This was mostly led by colleague Agnes Papadopoulou. And then we created the audiovisual content through workshops led by me in terms of sound and Sofia Fanariotti in terms of image, and then colleague Dr. Vasilios Komnianos led the students to make the hypertext coding implementation. So we made those works. And I'm going to show you the first presentation of these works. It was, and then a small experiment, small qualitative research that we performed, but mostly video, yeah? Don't forget that, I'm talking too much. So it was presented in December at the library of the Athens University Philosophy School, and this was the space that was given to us. And this is how we, I know I told you that it's supposed to be an online work, but we said, okay, why don't make it an installation, yeah? So this is what we ended up with, and one of the artists exhibiting made this scenographic preparation, Yuli Dusuku, and also the interface that you see in the background, this is what is projected onto the screen from the projector. This was technically implemented by Stavroula Stasinou, so our students worked also on the way of presentation. In terms of this scenographic preparation I talked to you about, we printed some sketches of Kafka himself and also some articles from the newspapers of that time we found in archives. And also we had this book. This is not a book of Kafka. This is a book that seems old. And it seemed to us, okay, let's put a book that seems old. That's nice to have a book. So, and this is the poster. Okay, so now before we talk about the research, okay, let's stay here and let's have some video. See the video that's presented. Am I doing that right? Yeah, probably, yeah? Okay. So it's a demonstration of, it's a recorded interaction that the user may have. I may have to push it a little bit further. So this is the initial, like I said, Stavroula Stasinou implemented this interface where you browse over these dots that form the letter K, like Kafka, and you can see the names and the titles of the works. It comprises 6 works, and you can also click on the names and have some information about the artist displayed. We also need sound. We have sound. So this work is from Yuli Dusiku. It's more of a traditional approach in which you see that some words are different than the others, and you can click on these words and go to the corresponding scene. And sometimes the sound starts immediately, or sometimes you have to click on the sound and start it yourself. All right. And we can see that we can also have video information displayed.
Если бы ты знал, как мне жаль, если бы ты знал, как болит, если бы ты видел мою печаль в лицо, ты бы знал, что надо говорить.
X and go to another work. I may be pushing some works forward because it's 10 minutes, this video.
Άγρυπνη νύχτα. Η τρίτη συνεχόμενη ήδη. Αποκοιμάμαι εύκολα. Ξυπνώ όμως μετά από μία ώρα, σαν να απόθεσα το κεφάλι μου σε λάθος τρόπο. Και από τώρα και στο εξής περνάει όλη η νύχτα έτσι. Ως τις 5 περίπου. Δηλαδή κοιμάμαι, αλλά ταυτόχρονα έντονα όνειρα με κρατάνε ξύπνη. Ουσιαστικά
show you here is that not every link leads to a different page. You can also have information.
Δεδομένη από τη σκοπιά της λογοτεχνίας, η μοίρα μου είναι πολύ απλή.
Disclosed when you click on something. And of course, it's very important to have different pathways that somehow intercross. And you can. It's not necessary that you follow one path and it is excluded from another path. There may be links, shared links.
Ανταπόκριση με τη γραμμή 3, Δημοτικό Θέατρο, Δοκίσεις Πλακεντίας, Αεροδρόμιο. Change for line 3, Δημοτικό Θέατρο, Δοκίσεις Πλακεντίας, and Airport.
Okay, so, yeah. Let's see the rest of the works. I'll try to... cannot activate the door, you cannot go through the door unless you have activated something else first. So it all can be connected to this Kafkaesque world of, not only of the observer, Okay. See that? Every artist has quite different approach, not only production techniques, also in terms of the aesthetics, also in terms of the approach on the work of Kafka and one piece or different pieces or even connotative brainstorms that may relate to analyzing this. The last piece is from Stavroula Stasinou, who is now in the house, and you can ask her if you want later about her compositional thought, which is largely based on the notion of glitch. We had a very interesting presentation yesterday about glitch in the conference. Which words are are links. It's not obvious, you have to look for it. And we also see, we come across the of distortion and disturbance. Forward to Ella? To uploading it in the. Am I clicking? I was clicking the X of the video, yeah? Wonderful. This one? No? This one? Yeah. And full screen? Bottom. Ella. This one? Yes. Someone else was doing that for me. This is Kafka nightmare. Other people doing this for you. So, and we're looking forward to uploading it on the website of our department, the portfolio. So, a bit of words about the research. Of course, it's an ongoing process. We have also conducted the research with our students here, but this is not for today. This is the first research conducted at the University of Athens with just 3 subjects. It was a focus group discussion. There are profiles, there were postgraduate students from the German literature, not necessarily dealing with Kafka. And actually, you see here, they had to fill in a questionnaire in the beginning, a Likert scale, and you see that the score is not so high, you could say. They do not have much experience in digital arts and also not much experience in the work of Kafka. We were interested in 5 factors: whether the work was interesting, meaning whether the whole experience was nice to attend to be part of. Then, if it was targeted, meaning if it was actually efficient in coping with the work of Kafka, whether it had depth, meaning the works, whether they gave the an immersive impression and had different paths that one could follow, whether it was complete in the sense of technical implementation, the aesthetics and the functionality, and whether they feel it was successful, but through the approach of, through the perspective of education, whether they think that this work can be actually applied in the classroom, let's say. And this is what we got from these 3 people. A high score in general. Only one subject gave a 5 out of 7 in the targeted and successful category. If I remember correctly, because I'm going to show you, we then had a discussion, and we recorded the discussion, analyzed the discussion. This person, it was not clear to that person the subject of Kafka through our approach. The averages are quite high. And then we had I want to go 2 back. Ora. We had a semi-structured discussion. We asked them for the general comments and the positive and negative elements, what they found positive or negative, whether they were immersed, whether they feel that it's relevant to the content in focus, and whether they think there's an educational potential. So some results in terms of positive things. They mentioned that this interaction had a clear and embodied relationship with the work of Kafka, especially the doors, various doors leading to different rooms and experiences, and also the symbolic significance of those doors that can lead to unexpected and different results. They thought that the combination of art and technology is very relevant to the work of Kafka, who was also extending to different media in his own expression, and they thought that it can be educationally exploited. In terms of things that may have been a little bit weird for them, they said that you have to be somehow accustomed to technology to use that, to enjoy this work, and they thought that it could be somehow be a tutorial to prepare you for navigating. So this complexity may have thwarted them from being more engaged. Some words. I experienced something that we all experience, let's say in our dreams. You open one door and there's a world, you open another door and there is another world. And the scenography also was deemed quite useful. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Manos, for this interesting and both technically and artistically sound presentation. Yes, it was, as always, all your presentations. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Oh, we have a beef here.
Excellent presentation, thank you very much. My question is about the audio part of this application, web application. I think it's predefined audio. It's not dynamically changed by the user. Is that correct?
That's true.
That's true. Okay.
Well, the only thing dynamic is that when you click on something, it's activated.
Yeah. No, only about the sound. I'm talking about the sound,
yeah.
Not other interactions. So the main questions are. The first one is technical, where these sound elements composed, like Super Collider or anything else, like a DAW or something. And the other question is why it's not an interaction event with the user, because it's predefined the Kafka's a Kafka's thing, because I think
that's a nice thought, but first of all, to my knowledge, I'm not pretty sure I remember, but none of these sounds was composed. I think one of these 6 artists had recordings, the one with the syntagma square, and I think this was, yes, this was original composition, I think. No, and Yuli recorded, yeah, 2, you had also original, no. I think, let's say 3 of those people composed originally their music, the other 3 not, and we only had 1 workshop on sound, actually. So we told them, if you can do that, if you can compose your own tracks, do this. Now, regarding the other question, I'm not sure I have understood the term interactive. So you enter a scene, okay, and maybe you do not hear the word, the sound of a door, but if you click on a word, then you listen to the sound. So yeah. That's kind of interactive. But do you mean dynamically in terms of like, what?
Like the soundscape or the drones. Like if I'm moving.
My cursor to the left.
Yeah, like yeah.
No, we didn't.
To have LFOs and everything.
It's too complicated. It has much interest. Let's say to have something like a counter. And if you stay idle, or if you stay for a long time in a scene, maybe somehow interpret it like a prison and the sound changes. But we didn't have such complexity. If we did, actually something that me and Vasilis are investigating in our courses to somehow embed real-time interactive audio on web technologies. I'm pretty sure it can be done in many ways, like Super Collider that you mentioned. So far, we have investigated the merge of embedding pure data in P5. Yeah. Did it work?
Yes, of course, with some limitations, but it worked.
It worked. Not to the extent that we wanted. We were misled by the library, the one who made the library. But no, it worked. It somehow worked.
Some more advanced operations, I think, could not work.
Yeah.
Because the library that we use to replay the PD files, the pure data files, this library is a bit limited in comparison with the
pure data
tool. Yes.
Yeah, potential. But we're still young and we can discuss. Anyway, yeah.
That's all.
Thank you.
And, oh, yes, we have one more.
Just a thought, because you mentioned that in the evaluation process. You got some comments like, why didn't you have a tutorial before having this experience? I think that the crucial part is to know what is hypertext fiction, not tutorial, because for us, that we worked on this piece, it was crucial that we knew what is hypertext fiction, and we showed some case studies or artworks. So the tutorial couldn't work in this case because everyone had his own perception of how to navigate in his rooms and what was interactive object or not. Just a thought.
Exactly. Well, actually, in the interviews, they did not mention the word tutorial per se. I said it now to save us some time. They asked for some kind of guidance before thrown into a room, into a dark room, and having to have a mouse and looking for the word. Which word is a link? Oh my God. They asked for some kind of guidance. Of course, this guidance can be in the form that you mentioned, in the form of somehow briefly explaining what hypertext fiction is and what different kinds of interactions can be followed. Yeah. Last detail, there were postgraduate students, but they were all over 50 years old. Yeah.
So it
was an open call.
So they knew the technique.
Yeah, it may also play a role. That's why our second experiment was with our own students.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Who's gonna be the next to ask something? No one? Okay. No one. Thank you very much. When we began about 1 hour and a half ago, I thought that for the first time we are gonna close the session earlier, but statistics never lie. As this has never happened, it was near zero probability of this happening. So now, as head of the conference, I would like to thank you all, dear participants, colleagues, organizing committee, scientific committee, students, volunteers, dear friends. Thank you all for attending the event and actively participating. We renew our appointment, I hope, for our next year's event. Our event is now closing, but the Audio Visual Arts Festival keeps going, so we will have to see many interesting activities during the next few days. Thank you very much.